My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system, which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com. So I took a couple of images. First of all, the fake sun is over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. It's 8:09 a.m. Second of all, what you're hearing is called audible activity that the train of Union Pacific is the guise under which. GPC is on the opposite side of the train tracks in a white truck, stalking in the path as well. And I captured that group stalker. GPC, that's the graffiti patrol, something similar to that. This is a white pickup truck, and you can see the red logo on the door. This demon that's engaging in surveillance with this demon in the cul-de-sac of the museum right under the fake sun. It's 8:09 a.m. Let me be clear what I'm capturing. This is stalking by a company, the people of the state, Union Pacific. Stalking by the people of the state with this paper plate, AC15N46. Stalking by the people of the state with this graffiti patrol vehicle on the opposite side of the train tracks. They are stalking in the path, by the way. Union Pacific is a means of maintaining noise while demons are stalking in the path. And this demon is under what is the fake sun. All right, this is surveillance, and they are doing so at what is the venue while this is demon possession, and they are stalking in the path. This is what surveillance by the people of the state looks like, okay? And it is called relevant positioning. It's called they're monitoring with communication devices, and you have companies such as Union Pacific, which is entirely demonic, while the train is just making inexplicable noise with that same demonic pattern with simultaneity to what I'm doing as I start walking, as I start taking pictures, then boom, 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 crash, 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 when the train is doing nothing but slowly moving on the train tracks, which, by the way, is deliberate maintenance of presence on the tracks. This is how a train is used as a method of stalking. It's entirely demonic every way. So I want to be clear, this demon is out here rubbing on his wheel. He's stalking under the fake sun at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. He's stalking in concert with the minions on the opposite side of the train tracks as well, who are patrolling, maintaining presence, and also this is with ongoing knowledge of the fact that you're being documented. These are the demon possessed. It's 8:11 a.m. And it is Sunday, February 27, 2022. This is P.O.C. All right, I did capture substantial video showing what is the fake sun over me, and you're looking at what is alignment by the demon possessed who are stalking at Emporia and engaging in all manner of what is demonic pacing. Pacing conduct is the act of terrorism. These are demons. That's what's relevant to this pacing. They pace around in the engineered light. Again, this is not the actual sun that's over me. And I pointed out another example, 8:14 a.m. at 7-Eleven in Upland, California. The fake sun is over me in that parking lot where I'm documenting Tracy Banks, who is in directed light, pacing around with the rest of the minions. I'm documenting what is SoCal Edison, who was stalking in the path in that parking lot, directed light while they drive by. I recited all of this. The fake sun is directly over my head at that parking lot of the 7-Eleven while I'm facing east in that parking lot after clearly capturing video while I'm in her car and she's talking loudly, which is audible activity by a demon who is maliciously engaging in the pattern of conduct on a communication device while the fake sun's moving in alignment with me while the vehicle is in movement north up Euclid Avenue. Remaining over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts is an impossibility. It is not mutually occurring while you're looking at the object that is clearly moving and then moving from city to city and clearly placed over me, directly over my head, in alignment with me and maintaining that position, by the way, as I then go to the Upland Public Library. You're talking about the entity maintaining that presence with a light source And that is what is coexisting right now. So the documentation that's already published is showing what is documentation that I continue to accumulate while I am right now already in the city of Upland. I'm getting the demons of security patrol stalking at the gas stall at 7-Eleven. I'm getting the demons of this landscaping of Claremont, who used the weed whacker and the leaf blowers to stalk with activity as I start walking through the parking lot. I'm documenting what is the light sources. Then I am, ultimately I go to the Upland Public Library. You have the entity engaging in what is the pattern of conduct under a fake sun that is nowhere in the city of Upland. The object itself remains over me in the city of Ontario. And so what you're looking at in the video, first of all, Union Pacific is engaging in what is the maintenance of presence on, and this is audible presence, on what is the Amtrak train tracks, first of all, and doing so for the provision of audible activity, which again, the entity engages in even when there is no physical train on the train tracks. This is demonic conduct, all right? You're talking about what is not the actual sun, the sun as we know it. It's an impossibility, as I've documented that, and it is not in movement, documented movement, central presence over me while engaging in this movement to the city of Upland, where it remains for the duration of the day. That's how I'm able to capture what is supposedly sunsetting in Upland while I'm at the Upland Public Library. You have the entity engaging in what is remaining in Ontario over a specific venue where I am located. While you are looking at, again, the demon possessed, that's exactly what it's revealing. And these demons are driving in a circle, they're pacing. They're running back and forth to their car remains in alignment with me, they're pacing. They are engaging in what is running around in relevant position. They're doing so in engineered light. This is demonic pacing. The state engages in this conduct through traffic. These are demons who are pacing around in the aggregate. They're just going back and forth and back and forth. It's demonic activity under what is a deliberately maintained environment with which they are cooperating and facilitating. They're contributing to it. This is what demons are doing while directed light is coexisting with their crossing of path conduct. All right. And so while I'm capturing this video, I also recited what was an ongoing occurrence. You have directed light that's appearing on the side of the museum while those demons are pacing around, while Union Pacific is a method of audible activity creation, and graffiti patrol pacing on the opposite side of the train tracks. All of this while a light source, which is not possibly the sun, is remaining over me at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts at the intersection of Transit and Euclid, and remaining clearly over that roof area. And you're looking at what is perfect alignment. This is stalking conduct, and it's entirely criminal, and it shall be prosecuted as what is terrorism, while demons engage in surveillance in the state of California. It's entirely demonic. These are the deeds of Satan. Satan's using people. The demonic are of a population in the state of California, and it's directly relevant to necessary legislation, the criminal conduct that the demon possessed are engaging in, and who they are doing it on behalf of. They're doing it on behalf of literally the public entity. All right, and so I want to be clear, Union Pacific is nothing but a method of audible activity as I'm capturing it in this video. The entity engages in the maintenance of audible activity, the maintenance of light, the maintenance of what is, again, not ordinary light. This is not the actual sun. The actual sun would not be capable of being captured over the roof of the Ontario Museum if that was the actual sun 48 hours ago, or let alone even yesterday, okay? But I'm focusing, I use the specific time of 8:14 a.m., which I also captured yesterday. I'm walking up North Euclid Avenue already. I captured the fake sun over the Ovid Family Community Library. At 7:57, I'm at El Pescador at G Street in Euclid. That is not over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. I've already advanced north of Euclid, but nonetheless, I'll use 8:14 specifically because that's where this is the time that I have available. It's 8:14 and I'm capturing video, so that's what I use. I have so much documentation, it's very easy to do this. And you're looking at, through that comparison, you're seeing what is not possibly the sun, this ongoing maintenance of presence, regardless of what direction, regardless of what time of day. You're talking about that which is not the sun at all under any circumstances. And it is an impossibility with regard to the sun as we know it, okay? The sun that we study with regard to, the rudimentary basics with regard to the sun, the movement of the sun, the time of year, the time of day. The sun is a star that's supposedly a gaseous ball of fire. It's engaged in ongoing orbits, moving constantly, supposedly rising in the east, setting in the west. This is not everything that I have documented is the complete non-existence of those principles, all right, those scientific so-called facts. So I want to be clear, the light source, if this was actually the sun, it would be over the 7-Eleven, remaining over that property in Upland, because that's exactly where it was. As I then walk through the neighborhood, all right, of the people of the state and in the city of Upland, that is not being over, and it is not coexisting. It is not at the same time. It is while over in Ontario, directly over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, and maintaining that alignment. And the entity engages in what is this documented pattern. As I move, the light source moves. That's exactly what the demon possessed are doing. This is exactly what you see demons in this white vehicle in the Emporia cul-de-sac doing, maintaining presence and alignment with me. These are demons who are engaging in the conduct of psychopaths, stalking another, together while keeping their back as though they're focused on something else. Let me be clear. It is not as though they are focused on something else. Nothing about their conduct is demonstrating that they're focused on something else. Everything about their conduct is showing a specific code of behavior, which is entirely demonic. They're pacing conduct, running back and forth to a place of origin, which is in alignment with me. This is pacing. They are doing it in a specific location where an impossibility, a phenomenon that is not the actual sun, is present over me. It is speaking to a very focused conduct of a psychopath, which is of a specific condition, demon possession. They are doing it while the ongoing pattern of the maintenance of amplified audible activity is ongoing, and you have the pattern of what is pacing in vehicles on the opposite side of the train tracks. The traffic on Euclid Avenue, Hope Boulevard, this is pacing. All right, so I want to be clear. Psychopaths are engaging in, and this is Satan itself, thinking, let me rephrase that. This is Satan itself, and by Satan itself, I'm referencing the demon possessed. The demon possessed engaging in conduct, it's public corruption. It's supposed to appear in plain sight, and you're never supposed to suspect it. You're certainly not supposed to know of their demon possession, all right? But this is revealing what that is, and it is clear based on their conduct. And the fact that demons are looking the opposite direction is no persuasive form or any deviation from what is revealing their demon possession and the conduct of a psychopath that is stalking. Okay. And so this is what you're looking at. And so that's what you're paying attention to. And I'm also pointing that out in their video, that you have a demon. This is Satan itself that is using these two little minions in the cul-de-sac. They're maintaining perfect alignment with me. They're stalking. Their focus is me. They're running back and forth to a place of origin, which is in alignment with me. They're pacing, repeatedly crossing paths. They're stalking. Okay. You are looking at the same thing in the aggregate. All right. When you are maintaining focus on the elements, though, when you're maintaining focus on the hallmarks and the glaring hallmark of what is not the sun that's over the people of the state while they are in traffic. All right. This is the same thing you're looking at in the cul-de-sac with these demons in the white car. Take it to a grander level. All of the people of the state, well, not all of them, but, more at the same time in traffic. All right. The intersection of Euclid and Holt, let's use that. You've got hundreds of vehicles at one time, and you are looking at the same glaring impossibility over all of them. You are looking at the same pattern of what is the phenomenon, that which is not the sun over them, which is over me. That's why it's over them, because it's over me. Because as they go their separate ways, that light source remains stationary over me. And that's why I document, because it includes for the duration of the day. If I remain at this same address, which is a manner of documentation, that's why I'm able to capture the sun, quote unquote, rising at 7:34 in the morning at the Ovid Family Community Library and capturing it at the end of the day at 4 p.m. That's the end of the day. Okay. And that's an impossibility. All right. And that is one particular venue. And this is relevant to the same exact time of year. All right. So this is a matter of what is already published. And so you are witnessing thereby what is the conduct of psychopaths. You are clearly captured and surrounded with regard to what is the conduct of a stalker, a vicarious actor. You're acting on behalf of a public entity who is stalking in helicopters, stalking by law enforcement, stalking in ambulances and in fire trucks, using those very positions to engage in this demonic activity, while then you are opposite, facing the back of your head toward me while you are clearly engaged in that stalking. That is how you are witnessing what is the psychopath. This is relevant not only as the pattern of conduct terrorism by the demon possessed, the very conduct of such a psychopath is terrorism, because that's what the people of the state are relying on when they don't even have any form. You don't have any form. You can turn your head the opposite direction all you want. The fact that you are a demon is made manifest. The fact that you are stalking is in clear sight. All right. You are talking about what are delusional psychopaths. This is relevant to what is the prosecution for terrorism in the state of California. You're dealing with what is a new day. What Satan is doing in the dark has been made manifest under its own fake sun. It is glaring in clear sight. And you're talking about what is going to be a very ferocious prosecution. I am talking about federal prison. I am not playing around with what is the government engaging in stalking and monitoring and terrorizing an American citizen and then thinking you're going to look the opposite direction. You're going to wind up in what is a facility where you are necessarily bound up like the animal that you are. Let me get these creatures under the fake sun at 8:30 in the morning. Alrighty, I did capture, because I want to get close up of what is this paper license plate. These minions are engaging in cuddling in the middle of the cul-de-sac, the dead-end street of Emporia. This is relevant positioning. You have what is the fake sun, and I went right in and got a close-up of those minions. The fake sun is right over them. This is 8:30 in the morning in the city of Ontario, remaining in the cul-de-sac of what is Emporia. That's that back street behind the Ontario Museum. And by the way, for my ability to capture the light source right over their vehicle while I'm standing in front of it, the light source is engaging in that real-time movement. This is not new, I've already documented it, but I'm paying attention. Every detail is what you're paying attention to. Like, have you ever heard of the saying, the devil is in the details? That is actually a true statement. Okay, you're talking about what is subtlety with regard to the games that Satan plays. But these are very serious. This is very serious with regard to paying attention to that detail. The fake sun is necessarily moving. First of all, it's nowhere in Upland. Okay. Second of all, it is necessarily moving while I'm capturing that vehicle in the middle of that cul-de-sac of the back street of Emporia while I'm standing at that street. All right, I'm not aiming it toward what is the building. It's right over me, and that is the pattern of conduct. So I did capture that and a close picture of that paper license plate while those demons are group stalking on behalf of an entity. It's currently 8:32 a.m. It's P.O.C. 6VA 6CE. That's Arizona, by the way. 7S. KY420, I believe, 44564C2, 8DWJ361. All right, it's 8:33 a.m. License 7RNY899, 8DTA233. 5DBD366 coming off of Transit to cross path. This is a demon with directed light, JAA3. That's a white license plate, and it says Nevada. It just says JAA3. For CAU564. 6PVE 625 74172X2 D89OXO 7YTG 897 7VZW 571 7PER 174. Directed light backwards toward me while those demons who are stalking do so and demonstrating that demon possession. Alrighty, it is 8:34 a.m. 7C 67291, I believe. That's a Latino male driving that truck. 94767D1. 8PMV747. It's 8:35 a.m. And again, that directed light is moving across the state facilitating venue of the county building, the 150 East Holt, where the fake sun is moving over me as I'm walking down it. Excuse me, not walking down it, walking on the sidewalk beside it. And the directed light is coming while they are, that's a large road right there, and it's coming backwards toward me, touching on that building that they're stalking in the path. License 7KXP885, pacing 7U7A996. Not only pacing directed light while they're pacing, 8ZSW223. And this conduct is revealing what is a massive system. There is no exception. You literally walk into a neighborhood if you want. I mean, you're talking about, that's what I'm doing. I'm establishing precedent because I'm rounding up and revealing what is a population of the demon possessed. There is no exception to that. License 8HHH133. 5URX733. There is no exception. That's why you have what is random traffic. And I use that word random, not because it's random, it's not random at all, they're stalking. But you can go to any location, any zip code, any area code, and this same impossibility is ongoing, let alone the actual light source, which is not the sun, remaining over. That is speaking to the system. License 5HOK921. Demon possession is not a fable. It's a very real reality and a concern. RTD-TOP MMA1CA. That says Arizona. It's red, white, and blue on an old Galant. It's also a real concern with regard to the threat that such dangerous psychopaths, and that's what demon possession poses. It poses a threat. Let me be clear. The demon possessed in positions, whatever those positions may be, used to engage in facilitation of the system, 5GDZ151, 7A07326, I believe, and 5PDN563, 8EBK837. used to engage in facilitation of the system, to conceal it, to obstruct justice, to literally engage in all manner of criminal conduct while a demon is sitting on a bench or wearing a police uniform or wearing a deputy's uniform or being an officer of the court. These are demons. This is demonic activity, and that population is very real. This demon license plate, let's see, 92571G2 in a white utility truck at 8:37 a.m. coming out of B&G Plaza, crossing path with directed light. Meaning light flashing all over while they're crossing path, okay? The Demons of Ontario Police in the parking lot, 7RKK260. 8RGR 479. Let's see, 5ZHL 768. All right, I'm capturing what is the directed light underneath the shaded structure where the demons are ordering burgers and fries from Andy's Burgers, and the fake sun is right over me. And Ontario Police Vehicle 1026, stalking, license 1591671. License CB36C48, that's a paper plate, 7DJJ390, 7FJN531, 7J22253, license 7LLK705, 8UUY895, 6WHF042. 8W98528, 6WHF042. Directed light while that demon with 8W98528 crosses path, and Ontario Police are here placing a vehicle in the parking lot, stalking and monitoring, engaging in the demonic activity as well, okay? 88692B3, 5ZHL768 comes out of the drive-thru, stalking under directed light while they're ordering their food. 6XEL141, 6B53524. CB23A47, that's paper, 7807. 7807. I can't see the rest of it. I'll get that in a second. 87995H2, 6MIA488, 6JVM430. Let's see. Yeah, this is the demon. Let me show you another demon. All right, this minion captured on video, her license 8RGR479. She is under what is directed light. She's monitoring with the Ontario Police, who are crossing path and directed light while they're opening and closing doors under a fake sun that's supposedly over the city of Upland while I'm there, over me while I'm on the bus of Omnitrans Route 61 en route to Pomona, January 27, 2022. Remember that. At 8:48 a.m. I capture video of what is the fake sun over me at East End Avenue and Holt Avenue. That's minutes away from now. I want to be clear, I'm already on the bus. This is the pattern of conduct, and this is directed light. You're looking at it right above this minion sitting in the drive-thru in the shade, and you have what is the appearance of shade, directed light, shadow, the upward trajectory of shadows. This is speaking to what is, first of all, the alleged absence of light, but yet you have what is the creation of light manifesting in the shade. This is engineered light, surrounded by it while you are ordering your fat face more food and stalking conveniently. That's why the environment is present. Doing so with the demon-possessed agency, the Ontario Police, documented stalking in the path, crossing path in directed light under the fake sun that's remaining in Ontario over the B&G Plaza, specifically coming out of the venue, the heavily documented venue of what is Andy's Burgers, okay? The light source captured over me remaining even at this time here at Andy's Burgers because that's where I happen to be, because the fake sun is also remaining over me while I'm in the city of Pomona, en route to the city of Pomona, while I'm in what, the city of Upland. Specifically at what is McDonald's at 100 East Foothill Boulevard. That is not coexisting with being over anywhere in the city of Ontario on over the B&G Plaza property. All right. While you have what is also not even any explanation for any of that, which is the plain engineered light that's covering all of the surfaces. All right, including underneath the shaded structure of what's supposed to be the drive-through. It's supposed to be shade, but you don't see shade. You see a shadow. You see that engineered light. You see this demon holding their communication device. You see demons which are, again, monitoring with her in the drive-through. All right, and so this is what I captured on video. Let me get these demons because they're monitoring with communication device while they're walking in Andy's Burgers, monitoring with Ontario PD, monitoring with Center Ice Arena, all of them congregated in the parking lot. License 82871D2. All of them are under a fake sun, and this is what state surveillance looks like. And while 82871D2 is engaging in surveillance, carrying his little minion son with him, engaging in that pattern of conduct, stalking another, terrorizing another, 32045H3, and that's exactly what you're doing under a fake sun while you're monitoring the documentation, while you are stalking in the path and monitoring with a communication device. It's no ordinary conduct, and you're not free to engage in that willy-nilly, and doing so also with law enforcement. All of these are tactics of terrorism. 6VNU815. 7YMU762, 8SHM684, 7KUD373, 8ZGH647, 4KLW307, 6ZBE473. Alrighty. And it is 8:46 a.m. And this demon waiting, the heavy set one wearing nurse scrubs, it's unfortunate. Satan is working as a nurse. Her license 8RGR479, and unfortunately looks like this overweight demon-possessed stalker who was a sex offender and a terrorist engaging in federal stalking, is engaging in, has actually born a child. That's unfortunate. For midi levels. 5B92762, that's Andy's Burgers engaging in P.O.C. Getting out of that vehicle. License 87995H2. Going ahead, minion. License plate 8SOP301. C 7RMY676, 7FKE931. CB32Z85, paper 8SHN757, 8YFC345, 7NNA993. Oscar Barbershop is a third-party facilitating venue. License 29208K3, 5WMF746, 7TOV390, 7ECW464, 8MMZ860, 8ATY395. Alrighty, and again, pointing to what is the same documentation with regard to understanding that ongoing demonic environment, which is revealed through what is this impossible conduct. Impossible in other words, entirely unnatural, entirely uncharacteristic, and in no way the conduct of what is the actual sun as we know it, as we have studied, as we understand it. This is revealing what is a demonic environment that is centered on the ability for the people of the state who are of this condition, demon possession, to engage in criminal conduct. That's what 97589B1 is doing. This is a demon who was stalking, knows exactly who I am and where I am, and while they cross paths, directed light moves all across the storefronts, the Clinica Medica California, the beauty salon and dentist, all these storefronts. It's a demon stalking in the path, light touching surfaces. This is what demons engage in. All right. So I want to be clear that ongoing impossibility is prefacing what is the conduct of a stalker, a demon possessed stalker, and a demon possessed stalker engaging in what is criminal conduct. You're already a criminal by engaging in that stalking conduct. It is unprecedented while these criminals are stalking as an entity. This entity is stalking as the third-party actor on behalf of a government that's engaged in surveillance, because these stalkers that are acting as an entity are monitoring you with communication devices. All right, this is monitoring conduct. 6MPW544, 7G93513. And they are doing so under a specific condition, which is also what I'm revealing with regard to directed light at your neighborhood restaurant. That's demonic. It's impossible. Speaking to a system that's underway. All right, and the ability to capture that at what's supposed to be a random place, your ordinary Andy's Burgers, they are engaging in what is entirely demonic facilitation. And there's so many levels of prosecution there. Let me be clear though, this is a business facilitating criminal conduct. 8DTB944. This is an entity that's monitoring together, communicating a threat, while the police engage in monitoring with Andy's Burgers, with the people of the state, in other words, in that directed light under that fake sun. All right, and demonstrating demon possession, all of them together. All right, so I want to be clear. This is also, it's 8:49 a.m. So I want to document that ongoing impossibility is what is revealing and surrounding an entity that is stalking. License 5UUZ495, 7U10419. All right, and if those aren't American-born citizens, you ship them out of here. We have enough to deal with regard to a demon-possessed population. Ship them out. Deportation. A license 8GFM001, 8AJC 696, 6WHF 042. This is a real problem, and it's a very real consideration now with regard to understanding the criminal conduct that the demon-possessed are engaging in. 8YJW771. And that is also what I am speaking to, first of all, is customary with regard to being prosecuted under criminal law and bearing the risk of being deported. But with regard to being prosecuted as a group stalker on behalf of the state, that is mandatory. You're talking about deportation upon those who are not natural-born citizens. And this is with regard to what is literally the protection of the country to the degree to which you can control, shipping them out of the jurisdiction of this country. You're talking about what is literally in every way, this is the heights of unworthiness to be in the country. I mean, it's absolutely un-American, and it is also that which is threatening the lives of American citizens when you are, again, it's not just the fact that you're a criminal engaging in surveillance, you are a demon-possessed one. And this is literally a psychopath just let loose in the country, engaging in what is, and demon possession is something that is not physically perceived, right? So you're understanding it through the environment, and the environment has revealed what is very, 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 very common. This is a demon possessed population. All right, and so that in and of itself is something that needs to be addressed. 8DTU 843. The demon-possessed of example law enforcement agencies to be disbanded, including Ontario PD, license 1591428, vehicle 1039. You disband such criminal agencies. 8X23454, they pose a threat to the public. They are infected with this condition of demon possession. They are literally null and void. You are deemed ineffective. You are deemed unworthy. You are literally a criminal. Even in that regard, even aside from the fact that you're infected with demon possession, you're a criminal, okay? But aside from that, you are literally a danger to the public. 7TSY726, while you are of this condition, engaging in this malicious system and the heights of hypocrisy and the criminal conduct, the acts to obstruct justice, as I've documented the Ontario Police Department engaging in, is bearing witness to that. 7FKE931. And it is currently 8:52 a.m. where the light source is remaining over the B&G Plaza in Ontario, where the Ontario Police and the people of the state are crossing path, which is stalking. They're stalking in this environment that's remaining around me. And you know that this is not the actual sun that's remaining over the B&G Plaza, because as I depart from this city, from this venue, the light source is remaining over me. And it is yesterday, as I am en route to Upland, and the day before that, I'm already in Upland as of 8:14 in the morning. This is revealing the demon possession and the stalking conduct. 8VBV 869, 5YZA 257. BF 97K82 paper, 7WBX 427, 5YYF 8186, I believe. Anyway, it's 8:53 a.m. This is bus number 1360, Route 61, license 1535419, and it is 8:53 a.m. P.O.C. at B&G Plaza. And I did capture an image of what is that light source that's hovering directly above the S.I.I.S liquor as I am turning from facing the sidewalk, so I'm not facing Hope Boulevard. The fake sun is over the S.I.I.S liquor. Directly over that building, hovering over the roof of it. It is in no way in the direction of City of Upland. It's not coexisting being over the 7-Eleven, where I'm not anymore anyway. I'm walking, and I'm speaking of 48 hours ago. I am walking through the neighborhood of in Upland, and the light source is hovering today over the S.I.I.S liquor in Ontario. So I want to be clear, it is 8:54 a.m. and I did capture an image of that. This is P.O.C. 6DOU127, 8WVN698, 4VNV799, 7NZH391, and 5NAS395, 6DLC510, 8BXG188, and it is currently 8:59 a.m. License 6KMK160, That's a minion. What? Tell who? Tell who? Tell who? Tell who? Your mother? Your mother? Your mother? Is she a minion too? Your mother's a minion as well, isn't she? You both serve Satan, don't you? You want to go to federal prison? All right, minion. You're stalking me. Remember that. Okay, Satan. License 2560782, 7ESE389. Him and his mama. Minions. 6B39696. License 6XEL141. License 7TVJ721. License 8NXX926, 24387F3, 8EKS131, all of them harassing together with this minion under the fake sun at the B&G Plaza, okay? Satan doesn't like the fact that his identity is revealed. The fact that you're an inferior, demon-possessed minion who is stalking somebody who knows it. All right, I want to be clear, it's 9:01 a.m. The fake sun remaining stationary over the B&G Plaza. That is a minion engaging in what is audible activity creation while harassing of that condition. This is the demon that's engaging in harassment. License 8VAZ771. And this same entity that engages in that harassment while they are stalking and they are engaging in what is interstate stalking with monitoring with communication devices, then engaging in what is harassment. So that's why I want to record that, because as I'm reading their license plates, that minion is speaking on behalf of all of them. And that's the downfall of stalking with the government. It is currently at 9:02 a.m. I can't really say that one. Oh, but that's a truth that I was speaking. Him and his mother are minions. 7TOV390. FedEx license plate 7924583. Molesting with directed light while harassing as well. License plate 6UUE189, 6POU184. License 74840L2. 8MSV186, 8BET009, 8ZGW726, 6VLY165, 1959. This is the old car, just says 1959 on it. 4FZG671. License 7XGE559, 5VWG070, 4PIP521. 7BKV715, I believe. I'll get that one in a second. 2TCD973, that's Idaho. This is license 8RNH681, 7BKV215, 4URC981, 7FJN531. And as I documented, for example, the intersection where I'm at, where these demons are crossing paths and swiping light on the surfaces, they're demons, 85679Y1, documented February 4th, 2022, while I'm in the vehicle of San Bernardino County at the same intersection where I'm at right now, where the fake sun is over me at 9:04 a.m. The light source, as I captured it, because I captured it over those minions of the Ontario police under the fake sun at the Open Family Community Library, nowhere near, by the way, the Montana Transit Center, nowhere coexisting whatsoever while I am in the Upland, California, all right, showing you what is the Dunkin' Donuts at 1126. That's not coexisting. This is the light source stalking, demon possession, demons wearing police uniforms. And on this day, February 4th, 2022, I'm at the intersection of Sultana and Hope Boulevard in the vehicle of San Bernardino County. All right, after they're present with the Ontario Police pursuant to criminal summoning, all of that, I documented all that. But you're remembering, this is where I'm at right now, where the fake sun is over me in the morning. All of this is tethered to what is documentation that's already published. These demons are stalking in the path under what is a fake sun, and they're engaging in that pattern of conduct. I want to be clear, this is where my documentation really took off, when I started capturing what were the bars of lights just traveling across the sidewalk while one car after another was crossing paths. And this is how you are getting to what is understanding the pattern of conduct, the demons that are the people of the state of California. All right, And this is how you are understanding what is stalking. And I want to be clear, the entity is present, and I'm pointing out two things. First of all, this is an unmistakable capturing of what is stalking by people. Second of all, you are understanding that stalking by the very conduct that they're engaging in. All right. Third of all, you are understanding that stalking by the environment that they are in. It is entirely an impossible and unnatural environment. All right. How is it that you have what is the light source remaining on me while I'm walking in an entirely different direction? This is what I was speaking to yesterday. I remained at 7-Eleven at 8:14 in the morning, 48 hours ago, but January 22nd, 2022, as I was speaking to, 7:35 in the morning. Let's recall, just 7:35 in the morning, I still remain at this time at that venue of 7-Eleven, but yet I'm capturing it over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts today. If that's the actual sun, it is the same time of year. That sun would be over that property relative to the location of that property. It is not, as I've shown while I'm at not only the B&G Plaza, while I'm in the city of Upland, while I am in the city of Pomona, and I'm showing you what is the light source while I go to a different county. All right, so this is that which is not the sun under any circumstances. All of this revealing the stalking of the people. And I have already established this. I am just engaging in what is the ongoing ability to understand those who are genuinely ignorant, because there is no loophole. There is no exception. All right, there is no detail that I'm missing. All right, there are no gigantic assumptions that I'm making. It is glaring and in your face. This demon with 1959 pacing in and out of the, this is the plaza of AutoZone and Wendy's at 570 Hope Boulevard. All right, and stalking on the side is 89599H2. And I will show you that they are stalking because the fake sun is right over them while they are group stalking in the parking lot, waiting for me to walk by. This is group stalking. Alrighty, it is 9:07 a.m. If that was the actual sun, then I would not have been yesterday in the city of Upland with a light source directly over my head while I'm walking in a different direction, okay? Let alone a distinctly different location, but a different direction. I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue, okay? I capture at 51. I am at the 10 freeway because I'm still walking north of Euclid Avenue at 9:45 in the morning. I'm at the Chevron. And I've continuously proceeded, and I use that location at Chevron to make a very vivid illustration where the light source is not even, it's clearly not over any B&G Plaza while it's over the Chevron. And it clearly wasn't over the B&G Plaza like it was right now, earlier than it was on January 22nd when it remained over me at the Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. That's what I was pointing out. But you have, again, while I'm there at an earlier time, on my arrival, over me en route to that venue, you have what is coming from an entirely different location, the museum, not coming anywhere from what is relative to or over some Starbucks at the east end of Hope Boulevard. It's right over me. And you have the light source that's over me as I go to and I capture the demons inside of the B&G Plaza who are engaging in state surveillance. And then all of that evidence, which is just dripping all around them, directed light, even in the shade while you're ordering a burger that overweight minion does not need to have, okay? So you're talking about what is the pattern of conduct, the people in the state are surrounded by it, this demon in the parking lot of Wendy's engaging in criminal activity, and the evidence is surrounded. There is no exception. I'm not missing any detail. I'm not making an assumption. The fake sun is indeed what was over me in the city of Upland while I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue, okay? License 25607B2. Those are demons that engage in crossing a path with directed light, just like I captured in the city of Upland. It doesn't matter what city you're in. It is state surveillance. It is demonic activity. License 89599H2, engaging in what is surveillance, group stalking, knows exactly who I am, tracking my steps, just like they are doing inside of any venue where the state is keeping the fake sun over that venue. This is what you're looking at inside of Upland Public Library. Okay? While the state is keeping a fake sun and cycling directed light, those minions are tracking every move, walking up and down the stairs, which is pacing, walking all around, sitting at the desk partitions in order to maintain presence for crossing a path anywhere that I'm walking. They're demons. This is all they're doing in cars. While you have what is a fake sun nowhere possible over any Dunkin' Donuts in Upland, California at 9:02 in the morning. It is 9:10 in the morning. I documented this February 6, 2022. All right. And I juxtapose that with what is 9:02 in the morning while I remain at the Ovid Family Community Library entrance, where the fake sun was over me at 7:35 in the morning yesterday. All right, which I juxtapose with what is the fake sun that's over me at 7:35 in the morning on January 22nd, 2022. All right. And you're remembering on January 22nd, I went to the library from that Starbucks at 10:06 in the morning. That didn't happen. I went to Upper Public Library at 9:45 in the morning. It's on Euclid Avenue over me at the Chevron gas station. It's not going to deviate to be present, and it's not present at the same time. It's not mutually occurring and over everybody, every building, every location at the same time. No, it's not. The object itself, just like you see in my video. You don't see a whole glaring object that's covering up the totality of the screen because the sun is the sky. No, the only thing that's perpetually present like that above us is the sky. The object itself, the light source, the sun, is not omnipresent like that. It's not. But that's what my documentation is revealing with regard to just on the surface, because it's actually not revealing omnipresent. It's revealing movement, following. That's demonic. It's an impossibility. License. RICOCRU is a demon also molesting. And so anyway, I say all that to say I captured this demon in the parking lot of Wendy's, group stalking. A demon that knows exactly who I am is awaiting my presence, and you are aware of this because of the directed light, because of what is the fake sun that is today remaining in Ontario as I am walking east on this street. And how do you know that? Because of what is already documented. Because when I'm not in Ontario, when I'm in Pomona, which I am already on January 27, 2022, remaining stationary at an address, the Pomona Regional Transit Center, and also moving around, documenting license plates, the state kept its fake sun right over me in Los Angeles County. That's what Pomona is. That's what that represents. That's an impossibility. I'm there as of 9:03 a.m., which I captured on video. Again, the property of the Pomona Regional Transit Center, but I documented my the light source remaining over me en route to that venue. It's never going to be present at the B&G Plaza in order for me to capture the Ontario police stalking in that parking lot. 8WBX172, the light source. All right, and so you're talking about what is instrumental, what is revealing, what is probative with regard to what is demon possession and intentional presence in that environment, which is serving criminal conduct in violation of Title 18. And then while those criminals are engaging in what is this pattern of conduct, which is entirely demonic, that's terrorism. While they're doing it with the people, including 6J44311, a sex offender, stalking at the bakery Panaderia. Right here, I've documented all these minions. I'll shut all these businesses down and ship them out of this country as well. They don't even belong here while they're monitoring and using their low-budget businesses to engage in criminal conduct, serving the Spanish-speaking population who are engaging in P.O.C. Alrighty, showing you what is impossible light activity that's inside of Bakery Panaderia, where these minions wearing the red Adidas suit, he's stalking in the path. He's in operation of a communication device. The minion is standing in directed light, and the entity is flashing directed light in that building as I begin taking pictures of it. Again, this is license 6J44311, license 4SUT986, license 8CZV884, license 6PMV704, license 8YKF158. That's demonic, and you can see my shadow manifesting. It's upright. It is on the wall. It is inside of the building. This is impossible. All right. But let me show you what's the fake sun that's on the outside of the building. There is no light where that's going to occur. You've got directed light on the asphalt. There are demons standing in line, stalking in the path, engaging in surveillance. All right. You've got directed light manifesting. My shadow is up right in front of me as you see it behind this minion that is in operation of communication. He is monitored. You are literally looking at the criminal conduct and the evidence surrounding that, revealing that. All right. They're all engaging in P.O.C. This is 624 Hope Boulevard. This demon license 32788K2. License 7UIP876, 8LWU440, 7GBR344. And so what I capture is the fake sun that's directly over this venue. That's the pattern of conduct. And you have what is directed light manifesting on the sidewalk in the shade. And it is also shared with 8PNT960. It is also shared with this demon that drives by in direct light flashing into the venue while those demons know exactly what I'm doing on a phone, okay, on a communication device. Stalking with activity, in other words. And it is impossibly occurring. It is that which is occurring, which is an impossibility. It's an unnatural, it's a phenomenon with regard to the ability for it to happen, all right? It's demonstrating demon possession. These are demons. 6FVC072 included, sitting in the path in front. This is a pattern of conduct. It's 9:15 a.m. I'm capturing this demon. This is a Latino male engaged in surveillance. And so is this minion over here. And the female wanted to avoid having her picture taken. She's a demon loitering, engaging in surveillance with license 32788K2. I am at the intersection of Malcolm, I believe. 8CZV884. I believe this is the intersection of Malcolm and Holt, but I don't see the street sign. But the next main street is campus. Yeah. 8EVC352, 0355 5F1, 3WPK668, XIMENNA, 5CRT299, 8XCU546, 5AOT213. For RHK 550, parked right here in front of 108 Malcolm. 8WDK 514, 8GER 094, parked at 117 Malcolm. 122 Malcolm, license 6KBH 821, 7HCY 019, CAMMILA 7LZK 196, parked in front of 121 Malcolm Street in Ontario. License 8KKF 194. License C7YDX 483. 6UFH 924. 24073P1. 7JZF 110. And this is, again, 24073P1 is parked in front of, parked on the property of 131 Malcolm in Ontario. The cross street of what is Malcolm and Hope Boulevard. Group Stalking, license 8JZH314. And what I'm documenting with regard to what are none other than minions, these are the demon-possessed, engaged in obsessive stalking as an entity together. And they're doing it on behalf of a government that's placing an American citizen under surveillance. And they're doing it with communication devices, their cell phones. All right, license 6ZJG752. And so you have what is the entity engaging in this molesting with directed light, stalking in the path while these minions are driving by on Hope Boulevard, the placement of directed light on the sidewalk into that bakery panaderia. That's facilitation. They're all monitoring together. And the fake sun remains over me as I walk through the neighborhood getting license plates. It remains right over me. 8TTW026. License 8XBV098. 318HJS, that's Oregon. 4GNE467. 5DUH912. 5GWP252. BT76V82 paper. 5WFS825. 7KAS486. 44217S2. Hi. The little doggy is rambunctious. License 8NYN072. 1VEH138, AGUI700, 7ADZ429, 6WUA431, 7EUG654, 5CAU044, 8DIW698, 4HTA500, 4BLG679, 44699H2, 5JLW655, 8TDD682, 5FQJ844, Omnitrans crossing path. Omnitrans is monitoring. That's why a demon in the parking lot over here is creating a directed light. That's a demon with the ability to do that. 5PTD239. Again, they're not shooting out of some light gun. This is a demon crossing path. While this is stalking while they're crossing path, and then directed light, which is just appearing out of nowhere. 6YGY037 is this Latino male at Cardenas. Omnitrans is crossing path while that facilitating activity is underway. That's terrorism. That facilitating activity is engagement in what is terrorism. 7U95115. And then they go into what is third-party facilitating venue, Cardenas. Let me show you these demons. All right, what you see this heavyweight Latino male, 6YGY037 doing is he turns back around. He's pacing while I start taking a picture. All right, this is demonic. 7SQZ406. It's called stalking with activity. 6LBX859, 5DAN573, 4LWX787, 8FVU584, F30JUAN. 4CZA971, ship them out of the country if they're not natural-born citizens. License 7GJN779, 8YNK085. The demon-possessed population that are not even of this that are not even of their place of origin, is not in the country, are easily disposable. All right, you ship them out. This is a way in which to address surveillance by those who are in this country. And you don't even have a right to be. You've been granted and claiming that you agree with and agree to be bound by the laws of this country. Federal group stalking and monitoring is antithetical to the notion. You actually despise that. The notion of being granted rights as a human being by a sovereign creator as opposed to any government or person. 8TDD682, let me be clear, the demon-possessed are antithetical to the very notion of that. Let me just point that out to you. 8CZN832, 8ZJN342, 8LSA137, CB59S64. That's a demon using a shopping cart as audible activity. These vehicles are dripping in directed light. The fake sun is right over the Cardenas. 7MPM464, 7GCB966, 6RRY851, 8WVZ128. 8YNK085, in case I didn't read that one. 6CER735, 8UEK049, 6XZU204, 00652X2, 8WNL639, 8ZAX036, 7YGC787, 5SSZ067, 6G68763, 7CAB243, and this sex offender molesting, 8WNL639. That's the one I read. She's molesting. License 8CEE011. Alrighty, license 7U95115, in case I did not read that one. Capturing images of what are these sex offenders who are engaging in demonic activity, entirely demented, while they want to surveil you with the government. And they're doing it under the fake sun that's over the Cardenas. 03935B1. Got a whole line of them following me into the parking lot. License C01793A1, 8MMZ860. Bell Flow Incorporated, taking time out of their busy schedule to engage in demonic activity. 67652E3, a demon pacing around in that commercial vehicle to engage in stalking another. License plate. It is, by the way, 9:24 a.m. Okay. That is the demon. That is a Latino male wearing a backwards socks hat and shorts. He's got a tattoo on his right calf, and he is driving 8JSV935. He is on, on camera. I took an image of his relevant positioning, use of his vehicle as the alarm, audibly. And you see the fake sun right over me where I'm standing in what is Cardenas parking lot, which is a venue. If you recall my documentation in 2021, I'm documenting Cardenas as what is none other than what is a venue, where again, a venue is speaking to what is the maintenance of presence by government. The government is using every business, using every person, every location. I'm just showing you what is the ceaseless operation of that pattern of conduct, and you are identified as what is that venue, a facilitating one. You're not present on your own behalf. You are present on behalf of the state, and that's exactly how you're going to be prosecuted, whether you're working there or whether you're living there. Right? You're present on behalf of the government that's engaging in criminal surveillance. And so I want to be clear, documented what is the placement of the fake sun over Cardenas before, while you have the entity maintaining the light source directly over me as I would walk. And this is at various times of the day. It's currently 9:25 a.m. This is also relevant to what I continue to document. It is 9:26 a.m. License 4VGV027, 8UTZ816. 5RLB259. C2TQF973. 4UTY371. That's a demon creating noise. 8VSS675, 3WQD376, 8VGU322, 6ZQA788, 8VCW432, 8DMJ102, CB50K43, that's a paper plate. 8NAX017, 6TEF065, 8NKF447, 8YRL007. Six FQB 902, 4 JXW 095, 65791H3. 5HCH416, 4VCU662, 6B54579, 7YNL656, 6RKX726, 58694F3. Coming out of 756. I'll get that street name. They touch with directed light using their venue where they live as a means to do so. 8RSM035 is parked on the property as well. CB53, B56 is paper. 6STV833. 8UCL955. 6PAJ422. License 7ROZ656. License 21914S1. 8SHJ153, 7S96353, 5JOS184, 5BOX027, 8CCA375, 7S43946, 7HTA182, 5CVC902, 8PDG261, 7F36659. See, 8EMY375, 3BFN181, 7NXJ217, because I didn't read that one. 8YTJ967, 34275J2, 7F36659, 3BFN181, 7SQL811, 5ASU543, 76241E1, 6VLK360, 5UQY094, 5HER903, 4CFC447, 6V78545, 6HZL360, 8XUZ126, 4WEV621. Let me make sure I got this one. 5ASU543, 7XVK582, CWL7952, which is Arizona, 7XVK582, 8ZGE319, 5ZFA931, 8AKD207, 8MTR577, 8SLS516, 5VMC205, 3DHH999, 6Z25280, 6WGE369, 7GLD266, 8XZH012, 8XVN164, 6FDB949, 8FOD100, AW91B41, that's a paper plate, 7YTB916, 6XXT824, I think I read 8FOD100, in case I didn't. There you go. Alrighty, and I am approaching what is Bonneview, and so this street is Emporia, I believe. So I just want to be clear. This is the address is on this street. This is Emporia. And that's coming from the address of 133 Bonneview. Using their little vacuum, this is a demon stalking in the path with audible activity. And the fake sun's right over my head, which is an impossibility. The light source is over me in the city of Upland. This is how you're understanding what are the psychopaths. You can turn on your vacuum, you can cuddle up in your vehicle. They're all doing it under the fake sun, and it's the presence in the path, license 6 DEV 103, license 8 MFA 854, 8KWN 093, 8NYN 500. Let's see, 7HTB 988. Let me show you the fake sun right over this third-party facilitating venue. And what you'll also see is the state stalking by aircraft. License 13282F2. You'll see the fake sun right there, which if that was actually the sun, that plane would burn up. 8JLV 171. But you have it what is placed right over this venue at 133 Bonneview at 9:33 in the morning. That's not anywhere in the city of Upland. Northbound on Euclid Avenue, 7YJU 198. While I'm remaining in the neighborhood in Upland, California, documenting the minions that are group stalking in that city. While I'm walking north up Euclid Avenue, I still am walking north yesterday. At this time, I'm still walking and documenting and taking pictures of what is the light source remaining over me while I'm walking north on Euclid Avenue. These are entirely polar opposite, not coexisting with this central presence, and doing so at the same time. This is the light source that's remaining over me. This is demonic, and the conduct of the people of the state are demonic. Stalking in the path with noise, stalking in the path with light, stalking in the path while a fake sun remains over my head. License 6Z69350, 7ELD443. Stalking in the path, that includes the minion driving what is a commercial airline plane. That's the people of the state you see stalking over above. License 8S31832. And you'll see the fake sun where you see that pattern stalking with a plane. License 5FJJ431. License 0144OV1. License 8AVC674 and 6TPN404. They are on Bonneview. 201 Bonneview, Ontario, California. Let's see. 8G58373. This is 210 Bonneview. It's 9:34 a.m. 7UIA 788. HGL 865. TLC 668. KGGCR. MSW 619. It's 9:42 a.m. That's the state flying over my head at the intersection of Bonneview and State. These minions are monitoring with the government. License 4ZML245. That's a demon crossing path under the fake sun. License 8Y13037. The same. And it's 9:42. And I captured an image so you can see where it is. I'm at State in Bonneview in Ontario, and the light source is right over me. 6G68763. The sound of that train is a method of audible activity while a demon crosses path. 8NOB061 or 8N08. 061. And this demon is sitting at a red light with no traffic obstructing them. They are stalking while the train is a means of audible activity, just like you saw in video this morning. 6G68763. All right, that's the people of the state using and again, you're dealing with demonic activity. So you'll have what is the creation of train activity when there is no train. You'll have the creation of train activity when it is impossible to hear it from the distance, wherever it is that I'm located, with regard to the train tracks. You'll have what is also engaging in the demonic use of the activity of the train with simultaneity to what I'm doing. All right. So anyway, you have what is while I'm reading these license plates, these demons are crossing path at the moment. They are in direct presence in my path. The train sounds honk. All right, this is the people of the state engaging in demonic activity together. License 6SDA065. This is J.A. Horizon, third-party facilitating venue. D&M Metals Recycling Center. I believe this is 840 State Street in Ontario. They're monitoring 5YSA664. They're all monitoring together, and that is the train tracks of that are right there adjacent to the property of 435 South Bonneview as a means of monitoring. And that is, again, the prosecution of Union Pacific as a sex offender, engaging in bathroom monitoring using the train, as I've documented that before, at that property. License 7BFT100 9250382. It's 9:44 a.m. (6GQL312). (8JZH314). Crossing path again. (7A75380). 7JHP667. If you recall my documentation, this same exact intersection where the people of the state engaged in arrival by the hundreds. And this is when I was showing you what was a fake sun documentation, as I would frequent Mercy House, 435 South Bonneview, a facilitating venue. And I told you then, when I started documenting these demons engaged in the provision of all of their names and identification of their demented condition, demons alike, 8JXT463, and I said, this is the prosecution of the people of the state, and that's exactly what I meant. That's exactly where we are. I want to point that out to you. It's 9:45 in the morning. This is that same location I have documented, and the entity that is hostile, the entity that is a demon-possessed population engaged in arriving by the hundreds, which is a show of hostility. License 98567U2. Building up traffic at this small little itty-bitty intersection because I'm documenting, and I was documenting them on my podcast and identifying them by name, identifying what is a demon-possessed population engaging in what is criminal surveillance on concert and on behalf of the government. And I specifically said that this is the prosecution of the people of the state. I believe, if I quote myself correctly, welcome to the prosecution of the people of the state of California. And that's exactly what is and what has transpired. The people of the state are fully surrounded with that evidence, as I stated, was already the case. It's just a matter of me producing that which is already known, right? And that's what I've done so that the masses will understand what the people of the state are, what's wrong with them, and what they're doing. License 7FRR131, 7DWA 292. 7DWA292. All right, this minion, license 7MYE085. Those are particularly loud demons. Understand, with regard to the criminal system of monitoring, with regard to what is understanding this ritualistic stalking conduct by the demon-possessed, loud volume is a show of hostility. This is demonic. All right, they're doing so under what is a fake sun. This is Satan itself hovering over a light space. All right, it is also speaking to what is the massive monitoring. This is while they are listening to me, remind them about what I already told them is coming. 7KAZ7576, excuse me. That's what that's about. All right, that's legally relevant. Okay, 7KAZ576. You're going to prosecute the demonic. and all the ways in which they're engaging in criminal conduct. It is relevant to what is monitoring 8MKX218. It's relevant to what is monitoring. It is speaking to with regard to even getting away from what is the discernment of that demented pattern of conduct. It is speaking to what is facilitation on a massive scale, amplification, repeatedly crossing path. You're monitoring the documentation, okay? And even with regard to that, that is relevant to the law. In other words, with regard to what is terrorism and understanding demonic activity, it is also relevant to that prosecution for being a terrorist of a demon-possessed condition on behalf of a government. This is in every way unprecedented while you are also monitoring the documentation, all right? And so I want to be clear, it's 9:48 a.m. Yesterday at this time, I remain at what is the venue of the Chevron. And I captured this video at 9:45 a.m. and it goes on past the time of what is 9:45. And I want to document video right here, which I'm going to capture. 9:47 a.m. I have left the Starbucks on January 22nd. But also I'm on a bus in what is Fontana, I believe, on January 21st, I believe, or January 20th at 9:47 a.m. I'm giving you what is a specific time because I'm about to document video of the fake sun that's over me while I was at the property of Mercy House. It remains over here, but I just want to get, because it's this understanding, I go nowhere near Upland today. I remain in Ontario, and I'm going to capture this video right now. It's 9:49 a.m. Alrighty, captured that video. Like I said, I wanted to. License 48098B1. And I captured that video, and there's so many points, but I just, again, the obvious with regard to what I immediately documented. Yesterday at 9:45 in the morning, I'm in Upland. I am at the Chevron. You see the fake sun right over that Chevron, okay? There's no mistake about it. You also see what you see today in Ontario at the intersection of State and Bonneview, 4WVW 225, demons, 8HBU 372. You see these demons, just like you see in my video here, directed light on a wall while they're driving by. That's what you saw at Chevron. Impossible. It's demonic. License 6DJM646. You're witnessing the outward demonstration of demon possession, which is relevant to the prosecution of a people for terrorism. 30317F3. This is terrorism, which is relevant to criminal activity. 7XQG241 that they are engaging in together. Demons alike. All right. You're talking about what is in the natural, not necessarily knowing each other's names, claiming it. You can say whatever you want. I don't know her that's driving. It doesn't matter. Let me be clear. The demonic is that which is of the spirit. License 2758OZ2. And these people, the people of the state, are bound together through what is an ongoing impossible phenomenon referred to as directed light, and under what is a fake sun. They are bound together through the demonic, and this is very much familiarity with one another. All right, it is that which is designed to be denied in the natural, because you cannot physically perceive demon possession. It's an entirely malicious criminal system. That demented condition, demon possession, is directly relevant to the criminal conduct that the people of the state are engaging in. All right, and so as I captured in this video, at 9:49 is when I started. Again, I remained at the Chevron at 9:49 yesterday. 9:47 on January 22nd. I'm on the bus, follow me, Route 61, remaining at whether it's the Starbucks, and then I go to the bus stop, and the fake sun has remained over me at that property. And I am showing you that because the fake sun that's not already in the direction of the B&G Plaza where I was this morning at 8 something in the morning, by the way, the light source is moving in alignment with me as I am approaching, passing over, facing south, showing you while I'm on the bus, facing the driver's side of the bus through the windows that is facing south. The light source is moving west over the property of B&G Plaza as the bus is passing the B&G Plaza at 9:47 a.m. The exact comparison that I showed you, you juxtapose that with the video that I showed you yesterday. That is not what's going on with any actual sun while I'm in the city of Upland and it's stationary over me at the Chevron. All right, it is also not the case when it is remaining stationary over me at the Pomona Regional Transit Center, where I remained for a prolonged period. I'm referencing January 27, 2022. Alrighty, this is revealing also what I showed you yesterday, what you saw at the same time, and today while I'm at the intersection of State and Bonneview in the city of Ontario, where I have remained, and walking east on Hall Boulevard, mutually exclusive, not coexisting at the same time. In other words, not the sun that is keeping central presence over my head while I remain in Ontario, walking east on Hall Boulevard, not walking north of Euclid Avenue into the city of Upland. You have what is the entity maintaining this light source and you see what is that impossible phenomenon, this directed light that you see these demons engaging in, that's occurring on the property of the Chevron yesterday. All right, and you see this also in this video at this intersection, which I'm using in order to show that ongoing comparison with regard to what is an impossibility, with regard to what is the actual sin. That's not the actual sin. You're witnessing the demonic. Alrighty, and so like I said, this is the fake sin that's remaining in Ontario, remaining directly over me. This is the prosecution of the people of the state as they demonstrate that demon possession, even if they weren't engaging in this idiotic telling of their own secrets. You have what is the placement of a fake sin. There is no denying with regard to that pattern of conduct. There is no legally relevant claim with regard to, oh no, I'm normal, I don't have a demon on me. And this is not a witch hunt either. You're talking about what's relevant to criminal conduct. So you're not prosecuting because you have the spirit of Satan on you. I could care less. You're talking about what is, regardless of Satan that you want to serve. Oh, you don't have any constitutional rights to stalk on behalf of the government. 6XXT824 included. You don't have any right. And that's what the demon-possessed are doing. All right, their demon possession is the prerequisite of engaging in this demonic system. Demons stalk in the path with directed light. Demons are stalking, maintaining presence around while the fake sin is over your head. It's specifically that exclusive. And you've also seen that through the pattern of conduct. Demons are stalking around while you have multiple shadows, while they are engaging in this conduct with this light chicanery. That's what demons are doing. While you are surrounded in this unnatural environment. So like I said, I captured this video and I will be publishing that. That is literally the ongoing impossibility. That ongoing impossibility, this is in other words, the demonic environment, while demons, this is again, the people of the state are demon possessed, engaging in this obsessive stalking conduct with communication devices. And it's addressed under existing federal law, interstate stalking. Title 18, Section 2261A. And this demon possession, as you also see, it does not matter what police uniform they're wearing, what vehicle they're driving, what company they're representing. You're understanding what is demon possession, demonic activity, 8FQM130, 8TYR784, a very real problem in the state of California. It's a problem because it's criminal. That's why. That's why it's a problem. And this is the exercise of no religious rights. Remember, this is the state's pattern of conduct. The government's placing you under surveillance. The government's doing it through the people. It is malicious in every regard. I want to be clear, it's 9:58 a.m. This is the state's fake sin at Dollar General, license 7520600, 04239D2, 8TYR784, 78SL272, 6SKC283, 6STP041, paper plate BH83Z75, 7HWU243. This demon's just stalking in the path. License 7YNN593, 28267V2, 6MNM389, 8ZTB623. It's 9:59 a.m. All right, I did capture images of the minions at the register. These are the people of the state who are stalking inside of any third-party facilitating venue, and it is regardless of the fact of whether you are there before or not. The state is following through the people who are maintaining presence all around. So, for example, while you go to the bank at 11 o'clock in the morning, you have employees of the bank who are already there. They clocked in at 7:30, for example. They are stalkers. They are present on behalf of the government that's engaged in massive surveillance as a public entity, maintaining presence, monitoring with communication devices. First of all. Second of all, you have what are the hallmarks of that stalker. Regardless of what time you want to claim you were there, that's not what this is about. This is stalking on behalf and as an entity. And the entity is aiming directed light, touching with directed light while I'm inside of the Dollar General. Absolutely impossible light activity, demonic, and sexual violence, terrorism. All right, and so I captured, first of all, this is third-party facilitating venue, Dollar General. And second of all, I captured that demon's image at the register, stalking in the path, monitoring. The African-American, he's inside of the venue. He's got a little boy with him who's carrying a communication device, playing music. That's audible activity that he's maintaining for the minions inside of the store who are surrounding inside of the venue. And he's in operation of a communication device. This is an African-American, including children, into the pattern of conduct, which the government, the people of the state are routinely doing. All right, I want to be clear. This is also demonic. You're understanding what's demonic activity, and you're talking about demon-possessed children, and you're also talking about the demon-possessed who use their children to create activity. It is entirely demented. You are addressing that with federal law, though, in all the ways in which the government is violating an American citizen, and you want to engage in terrorism and sexually violating and stalking and doing it with kids, you're going to be prosecuted just like any other sex offending, child abusing, stalker. All right, so license 8ETU 336. That's over Dollar General. And by that, I mean the state is flying over Dollar General now. The entity is not hovering from Dollar General all the way up to Stater Brothers Village Center, Ontario Village Shopping Center. That's not what's going on. When I'm there and the entity is hovering over Ontario Village, the entity is stalking right here by planes. License 8W42808 is stalking, crossing path with directed light while the entity is amplifying that plane activity. License 6ZYN383, 35154P1. 34980L2, 6CUJ258. So for example, while I'm walking last night at B Street, you see Southwest Airlines hovering over that B Street, flying directly over that street while I'm crossing the street. They're not hovering from way back here over the intersection of Bonneview all the way, hovering the entire time over Hope Boulevard. No. They're hovering where I am, stalking in an airplane, being a demon. The people of the state, 4WVW225 and Omnitrans 1535. 619, and it's 10:06 a.m. The entity using airplanes while they are stalking and then engaging in hovering, which is the creation of massive audible activity. It's the equivalent of what is a stalker driving by in a really loud car. All right, it is audible activity, and doing so over the particular venue where I'm at. They are not hovering everywhere over, for example, over the street of 630 North Fern either. All right, you're talking about what is hovering exactly where I'm at and doing so in that specific environment. You're hovering where there's directed light and a fake sun. You're stalking 8VEV561, and you're doing it in that incredible manner with airplanes. 8F97965. Anyway, you have this the entity, this African-American male who's engaging in the pattern of conduct using a child as a means of activity creation inside of the Dollar General, which is on surveillance cameras. It's currently 10:07 a.m. This is P.O.C. 6ZNA076, 7BTY394, 5TCG663, 5ZQW767, stalking across the street at 813 East Hope Boulevard, the laundromat, while directed light, well, this demon whose license plate I read, they're driving by, directed light swiping across the building. That demon across the street is monitoring as well. License 8ANN318. 7B59, hold on, 7B5, I can't really see that one. 6MQY379, 21L1631, 6DDU723, 78JM579, 7CDW699. This is J&V Auto Parts, directed light in the shade. All right, and these demons are pacing, coming out of J&V Auto Parts, pacing around in relevant position. The license plate of this vehicle, 8ZUS400, where they are stalking together. This is the people of the state using that business, J&V Auto Parts. The fake sun is over me. Directed light is on the sidewalk. They are pacing out as you see them looking at the vehicle as though this is the focus. This is the malice, the psychopaths, the stalkers that are the people of the state, demons. All right, license K315HO. They are literally under evidence of what is revealing that conduct that they are engaging in, which is demonic activity. The light source remains over me in Upland yesterday. Anyway, it is currently 10:09 a.m. I am at the 7-Eleven at this time. The 7-Eleven. Oh, let me get this. Alrighty, the demon you see on video is license 8ZUS400. He's standing in directed light. He's stalking in the path while I'm operating my phone. He engages in what is criminal defamation. He's monitoring with the demons of Ontario PD 1517881, vehicle 1878A. That's a white male driving that vehicle, crossing path in the same directed light. And these demons of J&V Auto Parts are walking back and forth through the directed light. They're demons that are pacing. Okay, this is P.O.C. I captured that video at 10:09 a.m. The fake sun is over me at this J&V Auto Parts. Directed light is on the ground in the shade on the sidewalk where these demons are walking back and forth. That's called pacing. These are demons that are pacing, and that pacing conduct, it is revealing. It is as weird as it sounds. That's exactly what demons do in engineered light. These are psychopaths showing you as the goofy demons that they are. Goofy not as in funny, goofy as in terrorizing and threatening with regard to their demented conduct as an entity, and doing so under what is Satan itself. Let me be clear, Satan is the freak of all, okay? The demented creature of all that you cannot fathom, all right? And so you see it as it's working itself out in people, and they engage in an identical conduct. The fake sun is right over me at J&V Auto Parts on Hope Boulevard in Ontario, where I have remained, walking now west on Hope Boulevard, and the state is keeping its fake sun on this same street in the opposite direction as I'm walking now west. And you have Ontario PD who crosses path with knowledge of everything that I'm documenting, everything that I'm saying. License 7LRG366. Monitoring, and by the way, in concert with J&V Auto Parts, the conduct of, the demon-possessed actors that are law enforcement, that is supposed to be a threat. That's why those demons are crossing paths visibly, because I'm documenting the demons that are the people of the state. This is why you're also dissecting that system. They are going to federal prison, as in the Ontario Police Department. You disband such police agencies. They're criminals. They are infected with demon possession. All right, they are engaging in interstate stalking, which is exceeding the criminal intent to intimidate, harass, and or injure while you are stalking as law enforcement, and that's exactly what you're doing when you're monitoring and you're a demon doing so. And you are also talking about what is the entity engaging in this pattern of conduct while they're monitoring the documentation under a fake sun that is nowhere near, being out the window of the Upland Public Library, the roof of the 7-Eleven at 204 Good Avenue, being over the Dunkin' Donuts at 355 South Mountain Avenue in Upland, California, being over the KFC in Upland, California, 7G82352. All of them molesting, all right, touching with directed light. This is the hostility. This is the sex offender that are the people of the state. While they are listening to the revealing of the fact that they are indeed sex offenders, they are indeed very dangerous psychopaths. They are of the demon-possessed population that is very real in the state of California. 8YSJ072. All of them engaging in what is none other than driving on this particular street at the time that they are, because they are maintaining presence together. Demons that are focused on one person, that's terrorism. All right. They are stalking together and maintaining presence as I walk in the shade, touching with light, because demons' motivation, the objective is to stalk with light. 6CJB909 while they're monitoring with communication devices. All right. And all that they are doing, you're talking about what is going to any venue, going to anybody's house, including your own, remaining at your house, whatever it is that you're doing, as you're doing it, the demon possessed, which is what they are focused on another. That's what stalking is, and doing it on behalf of and in concert with the public entity. 68044Z1, 5E54715, 5AKB747, 8YHH114, 3685, 1S1, 7BFT100, 884ZP handicap, 8NUC113, JPOWERS from Woodside Senior stalking, 8CBA031, 8RCF847, 8HOX025, 6PXJ394, 60833X1, 6FVG656, 79838R2, 6HEG839, 8YEV128, 5UJS076. And it is 10:15 a.m. So I could have, as I did document, and it is equally probative. Speaking to, again, 8GQZ094, 49107E3 with regard to capturing an image of the fake sun, and speaking as to what is its presence over my head while I'm in Ontario on Hope Boulevard. I'm not even in the city of, I'm not even near the city of Upland, okay? So, but I want it because you need to see it. That's why I capture video, because 8UPF704, 8BD, and 563 are going to be prosecuted. That's why. That's why I had to stop and show video, because you need to see that and then take a gander at that video at 10:09 a.m. while I am showing you what is not possibly the sun, while I'm looking outside of that window. All right. That is revealing what are the psychopaths that engage in criminal defamation, by the way. 8NYN500, 8VZD015, 81031P2, 7NPC, 659, I can't see the rest of them, 7ZNC, 787. 6A83562. All of them are sex offenders. Remember, the bigger picture with regard to the stalking with this fake sun, 99605Z2, 8RJB526. The state of California is also a sex offender, while Satan itself is hovering in a light source, engaging in a criminal pattern of conduct of surveillance. Every single last one of them, every identified company, third party that is, and government actor to be prosecuted for what is the perpetual sex offense, molesting on an ongoing basis. And that's day and night. But with regard to the fake sun, this is documentation of an ongoing molestation. That's what's so important about a fake sun over me in the city of Upland, out a window and remaining in front of J&V Auto Parts in Ontario. 6KZM814. That is the prosecution of a government for being a sex offender. The government has no business placing you under surveillance, let alone touching you, which you are doing with what is engineered light, serving the massive monitoring purposes of demons who surround. Yes, you are going to be prosecuted as a sex offender that you are. The fake son over in that ongoing molestation is one method of touching. They're also molesting with directed light. 4XTB995, BINCHI. 09286S1 17862J3 8HTY755. This is Campus and Hope Boulevard. License 7SVM561. License 84237Z1 7JPA335 78673K1 8L26995 7PGY829 26699C1 7RKX757 8COX726 8GQZ289 8EVN669 17356H2 79754B3 7VPT070 6XLW900, and it is 10:18 a.m. 7XAW230. License 05221X1 8YWN980 8KAH599. I'm at the intersection of Campus and Hope Boulevard. Shall I remind you, 4TZR649 8XNB365, excuse me. Shall I remind you of what is the documentation of what is 10:19 in the morning, where the fake sun is over the roof of the Upland Public Library in the city of Upland, where it is present as I'm in that city, remaining over me, and it is over the roof. This is impossible to coexist, and this is the prosecution. I'm going to prosecute those minions at J&V Auto who is stalking in relevant position. He comes outside because he is stalking, because I'm recording video. That is operation of my phone. Fake sun over. He's standing in direct light. All manner of what is this demon that I'm going to prosecute as a sex offender as well. You have what is, oh man, this lady out here, she's dripping. All right, while he can barely speak English, you're going to ship him out of this country if he's not even a natural born citizen. While that's relative to what is defamation. So I want to be clear, 10:19 a.m. the state's fake sun is captured over the roof of the Upland Public Library. How is this? How is that the case? Let me show you. Alrighty, showing you what is that 4M96360 5NDF803 6UPF003 5YAA641 7B88329. Stalkers, every single last one of them, and that's why you have what is that glaring impossibility as I'm revealing it to you. 53597R1. I am at the intersection of Campus and Holt, and I'm showing you what is Church's Chicken at this location. Church's Chicken is located at what is 700 Holt Boulevard in Ontario. And at 10:19 a.m., being over the Church's Chicken is not ever going to be capable of being seen while I'm inside of the building of the Upland Public Library, pointing my camera up and showing you what is the light source glaring through what is the roof. That is the sky space directly above the building of the Upland Public Library. That's P.O.C. Like I said, this is why I love to let the demon speak. 6PMW867. When I'm talking about that demon and his mother, they're both minions. They are. While you want to engage in harassing me because the fact that you are a demon, 6XJD058, who is stalking, all right, and all the ways that you are engaging in that demented pattern of conduct because you don't like your secrets being told, I care not. C6545. I care not. And no American citizen subject to the demented conduct of Satan itself, while Satan is using a government, while Satan is using a people, while Satan is present in what is the environment, which you need to be made aware of, is present and is hostile to that. Guess what? It's already been decided that that is going to be made manifest for everyone in the world to know, unmistakably. And also, you're going to be prosecuted in the natural for it. License 85198K1. 6SXT564, and like I said, every single last one of them are going to be documented for the audible activity of that demon that's stalking me at that B&G Plaza this morning. 18329F3, because that's why a fake son was over me while he's engaging in what is that harassment on behalf of 7WRG390. A demon as well stalking. 6FSY921. A demon as well engaged in that ceaseless pattern of conduct. That's why a fake son, because that's not possibly the actual son, that would ever be capable of being seen through my camera lens at 10:19 in the morning in the city of Ontario. Merchant mentions a company, I'm going to prosecute them, 95208C2, crossing path at campus and Holt Boulevard because they're stalking on behalf of the government under what is not possibly the sun. It is currently 10:22 a.m. I can go on for days with this because I've documented so heavily. License 5RHN799, 8YNL473. And this is literally the defeated entity that it is. They're pathetic. They listen to me pull my panties down. That's the reality of the sex offenders that they are. License 4YNG962. This is the reality of the stalkers that they are. 7BKV215. They engage in this pattern of conduct while then they want to harass you because you are prosecuting you, because you're being prosecuted for the sex offender that you are. That's what American Medical Response wants to provide right now, and I'll document these demons they're going to federal prison. 13657C2 vehicle 29156. This is a fat-faced Latina female eating chips. Alrighty, this fat-faced Latina and this fat-faced Latino male, does he have a name? Oh, just see paramedic. Nuno. D. Nuno. They're touching with directed light. They are under the fake sun. This is at the intersection of campus and Holt Boulevard. It is 10:24 a.m. and I captured their images. This is American Medical Response engaging in demonic activity. American Medical Response engaging in multiple acts of kidnapping and facilitation of kidnapping and criminal defamation. All right. So I want to be clear. This is license 13657C2 vehicle 29156. That's P.O.C. Operation of their communication device by that fat Latino male in the passenger seat. That's documentation of their criminal activity. License 7HNT527. That's P.O.C. I captured those demons' images. It is 10:24 a.m. and again, they're engaging in molestation with third party 8HEX477, 6PUB673, 5KZZ444. All of them sex offenders together. BU44T66 paper plate, AVVF741. Every single last one of them, they're engaging in the demonstration of demon possession, and it doesn't matter the type of vehicle that those demons are driving. Those demons of Latino descent driving an ambulance, stalking and terrorizing while molesting with directed light, demonstrating that demon possession. Under the direct evidence, the light source is not over the Upper Public Library, 8JG and 381, which would be the case if it was the actual sun. ADSNY Heart R, 8E58593, 7KPH506, 1545686 Omnitrans bus 2355. Idaho 1J2893U. That's Idaho license plate. 7LSS193. And so you have what is again engaging in some sort of inferior. It doesn't matter. It's in other words, it's everything that this defeated entity does is going to be used against you. You're operating a communication device. Then while I capture your pot belly stalking in an American Medical Response vehicle under the fake sun, where you're molesting with directed light, which by the way I also document at the same exact venue, Kegel's appliance store, where these sex offenders were molesting with directed light. This is captured in 2021. All right, that's exactly what American Medical Response, and I documented the specific venue because this is where the demons are stalking with light, maintaining light. That's exactly what they're engaging in. That's exactly the code of demonic conduct that they engage in. 8DUT756, 8LJX743, 8UYV841, 8EEN555, 8DLB152, 8KZM775, 4865283, 29933K2, 8AKL150, FEDEER. You have what is AVR van rental, light activity in front of that venue. A demon stalking in the path using their hazard lights. So I want to be clear, I captured very close-up images of American Medical Response, which represents the demon-possessed who are in those positions, who have engaged in obstruction of justice as well. And then they pull out 8WUG336 while they are molesting me. They are stalking and monitoring the documentation. All of this is relevant. And then they are engaging in what is 8ESF110. Then they are engaging in the Latino male pulls out his phone and points it up toward me like this is operation of a communication device, and that's what they're monitoring with, in other words. But it's a, first of all, I don't even know, but I just want to point that out. This is their response to my capturing their images. I don't even get what that is about, but let me get this license. 7F65345. 7F65345, excuse me. So I want to document that the Latino male who's in the passenger seat pulls out his phone and aims it toward me, which I could not care less about. You're monitoring and doing so while I'm documenting you. 7EIK 174. This is American Medical Response, the same entity engaging at 7TMP 578 7EUU 897, following me in Upland, California last night with all of the entity pacing up and down in their vehicles using their sirens while I'm walking through the depths of those neighborhoods in Upland, and I'm going to snatch those demons sitting in their nice houses while they're engaged in surveillance in the convenience of their own homes. That's why American Medical Response was stalking with the use of sirens, 8GZL 412. That's why the entity was sounding helicopter flying directly over my head on Bonnie Bray, BF 68 S30 paper, and on Bonnie Bray and Palm, 5JTK 475, 8S06057, 5RQL. Hold on, I'll get this in a second. 5RQL 530 352 17D3. 5RRM 522. 7Z 68710. These are all demons who are monitoring while the demons in front of AVR van rentals using their hazard lights. It's facilitation. 7EQZ 324. 6NFT 724. 8BAB 878. 5XNH 981. 5JTK 475. 8FQR 961, excuse me. 8CPC 638. 6SGA 628. 8TES 523. I read that one. 5SDM 451. 6WBP 694. 8SBB 671. All right. Coming down because they want to touch. So demons have an issue. They want to touch me so bad while they're stalking all around. That's going to be the prosecution of that sex offender. 5TWG754. License 7TEP202. 58NE327. 8RLX286. 6GBM385. 4TGA147. 6R63777. SNMIGL 92150V1, 20483X1, 21503F3, and it's 10:30 a.m. And this is an ongoing molestation. License 8TBV 017. C. License 8XWF. And then 8XWF 879 58LK 053. 3BJM134, 8HGV852, 8EHY883, 3BJM1, oh, I read that one already. 5TZV259, 7KWS881, 4KZJ533, 6XRZ153. All right, and that's what this is. This is what American Medical Response, and again, American Medical Response is only one example. Ontario Police doing the same thing. This is the state acting directly under what is the light source that's remaining over me in direct conflict with being over the roof of the Upland Public Library. This is why you document, because you're seeing what is the unmistakable presence of maintenance of an environment, which is entirely impossible. And this is why you walk through the neighborhood and you document the people of the state. Demons live in relevant position. The fake sun over me, that's a demon creating audible activity. License 6XRZ153, 7XMG604, and let me show you the fake sun because I'm gonna prosecute all of them. It's 10:31 a.m. Alrighty, demons serving their own supper. License 8SBB671. That's the sex offender that's molesting on behalf of all of them that I'm also going to prosecute. I mean, they're one entity, but like I said, when you're talking about on behalf of an entity, I'm providing that analysis to you. How are you analyzing this? You've got a demon touching you. All of that entity is touching. 5JTK475, while you are sitting in the comfort of your own venue, because it's not your own home, you're stalking on behalf of the state. That's why you document a fake sun. That's why you document directed light. And you have the maintenance of that state system underway. And I will drag the demons out of their address where I documented them. This is in Ontario. And that's why the light source is over me. That's why a demon is creating audible activity. Everything is deliberate. Everything is serving that ongoing pattern of conduct. 8EHY883. And I captured in still images so you can see that light source. 8XWF8, yeah, I read that already. So you can see that light source right there over me where I stood, where you hear a demon who knows that I'm present. How do you know this? I already discussed this. Satan itself is present in the environment. That's not the actual sun. This is entirely demonic. This is witnessing the supernatural. Demons that are serving Satan are aware of my presence. That's why the fake sun is here. 74898U1, 8JUG710. And it's not just here. That's why it's over my head. Okay? License 92150V1, I believe. And I think I read that already. And all of these minions monitoring with that demon using their hazard lights. All of these demons monitoring with those demons inside of the vehicle representing American Medical Response. They're all monitoring together. All right. And that's why American Medical Response is molesting with directed light, an impossibility to ever occur. The demonstration that you are a demon. While you are terrorizing under a fake sun, maintaining presence all around me as an entity while a fake sun remains over me. This is terrorism. And then engaging in what is harassment, holding your phone toward me as I'm documenting you. All right. After you've engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping. Okay. That's P.O.C. All right. Also facilitation. All of these demons that I just documented. You've got another demon in the alley using their hazard lights at campus on the opposite side of the alley. This is why you document. All right, so I want to show you that because what you're looking at is a pattern. So this GMC truck, this is a demon who is maintaining light around the perimeter using the hazard lights, all right? Demons maintaining knowledge. And what do you see right over there while I'm in a side alley in Ontario, nowhere near the Upland Public Library? Not inside the Upland Public, not on the street of Upland, of Euclid Avenue, nowhere near that. I'm in an alley and you see the fake sun right over me in an alley in Ontario. All right, after I have walked off of Hope Boulevard, and you see what is a demon stalking in the path. This is demonic while they engage in this light activity creation. License 6 YBV830. Alrighty, it is currently 10:35 a.m. 6XAK170. I think I read these already. Let's see. You have demons that just come into what is the venue of Carrillo Market. I've heavily documented this venue, and I already have the ability to publish these addresses. 7X08783. I think I read that one already in case I did not. All they're doing is going to, for example, the liquor store or whatever venue is over here to engage in stalking in the path, coming close with communication devices. This is the surveillance system in operation. That's all they're doing. All right. If it was the chiropractor's office like it was in November, like I documented, everybody would be going to the chiropractor. Line outside the door, coming in and out, which are demons pacing. And what do you see while everybody's going to the chiropractor's office? That which is the fake sun remains over me outside of that chiropractor's office all day long. That's the pattern of conduct. And again, this venue called Christina's Bakery Panaderia. Yeah, that's where they had directed light today. Fake sun over. License 8HHZ013. 7GWM572. Okay, let me show you this. 1517881, vehicle 1876, and I captured that so you can see what it is that I'm reciting. The Ontario Police pacing around with the demons that are the people of the state, molesting the same and under the fake sun. 7UGV214, and I captured an image of that. That's a white male with a low buzz cut, monitoring in front of Bakery Panaderia, where you saw the directed light. All right, the direct evidence with which you send demons out of the country, 7157G52, that aren't even natural born citizens. Send them right on out of here. 5HWG292. 4KZW539, I believe. License. That demon don't have a license plate on their, excuse me, that demon doesn't have a license plate on their vehicle. 7XAJ078. License 8Z65659. MGR8380. 8VCW479. And while you're looking at, again, the image of the Ontario Police group stalking while I'm on Hope Boulevard, that is the absence of any light source in the city of Upland, let alone while I'm in transit and at what is the venue of the Fontana Lewis Library, headed toward Fontana, headed back from Pomona after remaining at the Pomona Regional Transit Center, not present over any parking lot of the University of LORRAINE College of Law, where the fake sun is over me at that time of day, where the Ontario Police are group stalking, not present over the benches sitting outside of the Senior Center betwixt the 280 Northumberland Apartments and the Senior Center, as is the case when I'm sitting there already, not present over the window at 10:39 in the morning outside of the Upland Public Library, the same library window where the fake sun is present at 10:09 a.m. None of that is the case. While you're looking at the image of the Ontario Police Department intentionally stalking path, while those demons are listening to me document the fact this is ongoing relevance to the prosecution, the disbanding of such law enforcement agencies, federal prison. All right, and you're talking about what is the threat that they are posing while engaging in criminal conduct and monitoring that documentation. That's based on the nature of the crime of interstate stalking. All right, license, it's 10:38 a.m. That's what you are cognizant of when I'm capturing the image of what is group stalking by the Ontario Police Department. License 40834D2. Following as I enter the parking lot, 31277B3. And this license belongs to, what's this company name? I.C.? Yeah, I.C. U.S.A. Because I recognize the logo. You buy the ICs at 7-Eleven. License 5FAX984 7B88329. I think I read that one already now. That's amplified audible activity. That's Union Pacific. License 8LEM926 03889P2. 7TVJ721. And so you are also understanding how this state system works. All you're doing is, all this demon-possessed entity is doing is surrounding at all places and at all times with methods of ongoing massive activity while a fake sun during the day remains, directed light remains at nightfall, as I've shown you the light activity, and you're maintaining this ongoing P.O.C. It's 10:39 a.m. and the fake sun is over me while I'm in the parking lot of the Wendy's, while Union Pacific is the method of audible activity. And I'm capturing the light source, which is right over me. I would never be able to see the sun, the so-called sun, out the window of Upland Public Library facing east in the city of Upland, if that was the actual sun. This is Securitas driving 8PLL725, but they're driving their own vehicle. They're not present as the company. That minion is wearing a Securitas employee, though. It's a method of identifying her. She obviously works for the company Securitas. She's obviously a stalker. She's under the fake sun. She knows exactly who I am. And she is crossing path inside of this parking lot. It's 10:40 a.m. Alrighty, stepping into the Wendy's that is on Hope Boulevard at 590 Hope Boulevard in Ontario. Flashing of directed light inside of the Wendy's. You've seen the directed light, for example, inside of Carl's Jr. I documented this inside of KFC. I documented this pattern of conduct inside of Dunkin'. I'm sorry, I said Dunkin' Donuts at 345 South Mountain Avenue. That flashing of directed light. This is what the entity is moving across the inside of the Wendy's restaurant while they're all just standing around in line. This is what surveillance looks like, and this is also what demonic activity consists of. All right, this is ongoing while they're all stalking inside. So understand, but for my walking into the Wendy's, you have what is federal group stalking and monitoring occurring inside of the Wendy's through the drive-through, sitting in their vehicles in the parking lot, while I'm documenting their license plates in traffic while they're crossing paths, while I'm across the street and I'm in the alley and the fake sun's over me. This is relevant positioning while they're sitting inside of the restaurant, built up, and what you see on surveillance cameras, everybody's in here ordering fries and burgers from Wendy's. It's surveillance. All right, and so then I enter in and you see what is relevant positioning while directed light is being shot, an absolutely impossible phenomenon, and that which is not possibly the sun, as I just captured. And guess what? Union Pacific, as you hear that audible activity, these demons are in here inside of the restaurant monitoring while Union Pacific is a method of surrounding me with audible activity. This is the pattern of conduct. It is currently 10:43 a.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, it's 10:47 a.m. and I stepped out of Wendy's. So you're looking at what is group stalking as I capture the image of what is the Ontario Police who are group stalking at the red light, which is a means of loitering in the path. So the P.O.C. is underway while I'm inside of Wendy's. 8XVX082 is group stalking in the parking lot, monitoring while directed light is being shot into, and by shot I mean it's just manifesting, just flickering about inside of the venue of Wendy's restaurant. And this is terrorism. You have what is the monitoring conduct by the people of the state, demons who are crossing path in traffic, including the demons that are the Ontario Police Department. This is a demon who is repeatedly crossing path in this vehicle that I've recited the license plate to, and this is the white male. I want to be clear, they're in relevant position as I'm walking out, and this is directly about me. This is stalking. The fake sun is over my head where I'm standing at the entrance of the Wendy's, and you have directed light inside of the restaurant. As I am walking out, the Ontario Police are stalking in the path at what is Sultana and Holt. 8PYF421 also monitoring while I am subject to that terrorism with directed light inside of Wendy's restaurant. All right, it's currently 10:48 a.m. What you're listening to in the background is utterings. This is a demon. It's creating audible activity. And they're also, while they're engaging in the pattern, kind of your understanding, you're looking at it's very clinical. Audible, visible, and relevant positioning with regard to activity and presence. You're also witnessing, this is demonic activity. Demons are also simultaneously communicating hostility while they listen to me tell their secrets, okay? So anyway, it's currently 10:48 a.m. This is P.O.C. And I'm referencing the Ontario Police because I captured an image of them stalking in the path in alignment with me, in other words, as I walk out of the Wendy's restaurant. That is group stalking. That's what the demons were doing at the Emporia cul-de-sac this morning while the fake sun right over me, okay? This is what the Ontario Police Department are doing as I'm isolating them, as they are demons just like the rest of the people of the state. Those are demons that happen to be in the position of law enforcement, and they are also the specific agency that has engaged in a pattern of kidnapping, which is obstruction of justice, while you are documenting, reporting, or otherwise prosecuting the entity for federal group stalking and monitoring. So that's why I'm referencing that, and I did capture that image. And I'm going to show you the fake sun right here. I have not moved. I'll show you it's right here over my head in Ontario at the Wendy's at 570 in Ontario, California. Alrighty, and so that is captured for your eyes to see, where Ontario police are group stalking in relevant position and alignment as I exit. The fake sun right over my head at the door that I've exited out of. This is group stalking. All right, and this is conduct which is of a demon-possessed actor, and this demon possession is that which is shared by law enforcement. As I've already documented, I'm just being thorough and laying out what it is that I'm documenting. It is consistent with regard to what I'm revealing, and as it is a criminal continuity of conduct with regard to the entity that's engaging in it. All right, so it's 10:50 a.m. This is P.O.C. 8SWU655. All right, molestation by the people as they're patrolling. I'm walking by Joetta's Party Supply and Rentals. By the way, this is the same venue where I documented the people of the state engaging in the same conduct, and you will see in my video, it's on my YouTube channel in the playlist for Stalking with Directed Light. You see line after line of directed light while the people of the state, 7BTJ 908, drive by. It's impossible light activity, which I've documented hundreds of times. But I'm just speaking to the same exact venue. They are engaging in that because they are crossing the path, again, stalking with light, and doing so, which is also sexually violent. The stalker engaging in touching, and it's serving the criminal purpose of monitoring. And this is the same venue where I've documented that before. That is relevant with regard to this impossibility with this directed light manifesting in what is shade while you are doing nothing but driving by. This is the demonstration of demon possession, and doing so in concert doing so with knowledge of the fact that you are being documented. This is the same location, by the way, where I'm at the Wendy's. You're seeing Ontario police as I capture them in image. They are stalking the path at this same intersection right here. Joetta's is on the opposite side of the street. Ontario police are stalking while they are maintaining that presence. The fake sun is over the Wendy's. The fake sun is not over the Wendy's anymore. It's right over me, and it's also remaining in Ontario over me and over a specific street. And doing so while I have already documented the state keeping the fake sun in the city of Upland. License and Fontana. 5CGH 795-18652K2 7MLP104 BGVADER 6SLS 334 7XXV923 8M65523 111005H1 44646E3. And all of these demons who are engaging in that sexual violence, molesting my person while they're stalking, 06628X2. They're doing so they're doing so, which is facilitation of minions in relevant position, who I'm going to document now. They are sex offenders the same. They are in relevant position on Pleasant, where the entity is monitoring with law enforcement. They're monitoring with the entity that's flying over my head by airplanes. They are monitoring while directed light is shooting inside of the restaurant of Wendy's Burgers at Wendy's restaurant. And this is license plate, for example. This is the demon that's already present. All right, while I'm being touched with light, this sex offender 8ZLP214 on Pleasant is already in their vehicle stalking the path, anticipating my arrival and using it as stalking the path with light. 7VRGs 969-8H20070, 4KJH499, 7PYN025, 8G75146, 4GUZ812, 8G89135, 5UKM675. Sorry, this is actually 8G80135. 78919N1, 8PBX834, AB273 handicap, 8LLK412, 7S27187, 8BAM326, 6KXW782, 6LKA197, 7NRV205, X574CO 05275B3, 7ZAJ543, 35343E2, 7AWY947, 8MFB135. Hold on, I can't see this one. 6AUD061 and 6UTN006. 8XXE518, 7BNZ099, 8YSK110, 72459G1, 18085Z2, 888-309, 6BUC514, 5XPY474, 6GYW432, 6LWV502, 8FCT451, 6TMF964, 5VLH512, 7JVP122, 8XUB980, 5DVG787, 8UEW724, 7AGA434, 3UXG588. This is the people of the state. Their license plates on what is Pleasant, in between Nocta Street and Holt. They are in relevant position. This is why I'm subject to it. Is again not only because this is demonic while it's occurring, this phenomenon, while the elements of monitoring are underway, it is facilitation, enabling everyone else in relevant position to engage in that criminal system of interstate stalking on behalf of the government. This is also direct evidence that is ongoing while I am showing you what is the fake sun, this phenomenon occurring on this street where the people of the state reside. And it is 10:59 a.m. and I did capture that. The fake sun remains directly over my head. 6WHA538, 5YZU584, 6XFZ667. The fake sun remains directly over my head while I am in the city of Ontario and walking up the street and documenting the people of the state. They are indeed engaged in interstate stalking and being inside of what is a facilitating venue. You're exercising no First Amendment rights and no protection from that criminal conduct that remains underway on behalf of a government that's engaging in surveillance in violation of Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. S in J332 in case I did not read that one. All right, third parties that are off of Pleasant on Sierra Court in Ontario. Be clear, these demons that are molesting me on Hope Boulevard, facilitating activity creation and demonic conduct shared by these minions who are off of Sierra Court in their facilitating venues, 8MFB135. That is why the entity is flying over this street, by the way, under the fake sun that's right over me as well. 0832283, 6ZUV603, 7TTR088, 271HL handicap, 6RHV962, 7POP703, 8ESZ422 at 518 Sierra Court. They are monitoring. They are stalking on behalf of the government. They are present at a third-party facilitating venue engaging in criminal conduct, which is in violation of federal law. And you would literally have what is the creation of audible activity for that ongoing criminal purpose. And it's a prosecution of what is terrorism that's underway at their facilitating venue, which is, again, 518 Sierra Court in Ontario, where the fake sun is over me while the entity is stalking via aircraft. 7DWE773. 8CTV111, 7PNF336, 7FNY063, 8YTE431, 5KSL670. Let me show you the fake sun over 514 Sierra Court in Ontario. Alrighty, and this is where the pattern of conduct is underway. The entity is amplifying sirens. The fake sun is over my head. Directed light surrounds. And also, while I'm being molested on Hope Boulevard, these minions are within the radius of relevant positioning. They are monitoring with communication devices, and that's why you have the amplification of sirens. This is what you heard last night while then the state flies over by helicopter. All right, this is the P.O.C. 8YTE431, 8CTV111. And I captured that still image so you can see that unmistakable engagement in that P.O.C., which is demonic, 7ZYY033. 8UKV 8UKV 084, 5VIS 459, 7LCF 530. And I think I read that one. Let me make sure I got this license plate. Hold on. It's 11:02 a.m. And let me also document, let me be clear, while the entity engages in the pattern of conduct using the minions of the Ontario police, just like you hear, that's a communication of a threat. And let me document this third party who's threatening with the entity. All right, I'm gonna prosecute for this. These are acts of terrorism. That's 8YTE431. It is currently 11:03 a.m. And let me show you the fake sign where the state is sounding sirens. Alrighty, that's where the fire department is stalking in the path right now, driving a red battalion at Sultana and B Street, where the entity, as you just heard, amplifying the sound of a siren while they're crossing path. The fake sun is right over my head. And doing so while a minion, whose image I'm capturing while they're in their vehicle, 8PKC972, is using their vehicle as a means of stalking in the path, crossing path while they're doing so, walking to their vehicle. All of it is the methods of engaging in the pattern of conduct. And let me also, like I said, like I was stating before, the entity demons sounding a siren. Those are demons in positions that they are to be snatched out of immediately. 66753U2, 7PRP126. You have what is the entity amplifying the sound of those sirens, and I'm showing you an image of the fake sun right over my head in Ontario, 8KHU356. All right, that goes without saying, but that is the totality of that analysis behind that prosecution for that specific act as I just documented it, and it's on behalf of an entity. This is how an entity engages in terrorism. Engaging in stalking, you're already stalking, all right? And then you're engaging in what is an act of obstruction of justice. This is the impermissible threat, all right? You're going to go to federal prison for that. License 7GET940. License 8WKH553. Ontario Police Group stalking, monitoring with 5YCH717, who is crossing path right here. Ontario Police is driving in the perimeter on the street north of this street, which is right here at Sierra. So they're stalking on the path north in the same way that they're stalking as I'm walking out of the restaurant of Wendy's. 8GGE821. It is 11:05 a.m. (982ZW) handicap 7RFV 736. Alrighty, and again, common sense dictates not only is the light source nowhere in Upland, I already told you while I'm in Upland, this is already speaking to a prosecution that's already complete, pursuant to what is documentation in order to establish what is a pattern of conduct by government engaging in surveillance. The light source, that's not only not in Upland, it's not even over the Upland Public Library where I am, again, remaining, and the light source is there as of 10:06 in the morning, which I showed you on January 22nd, 2022. After I get off the bus and the fake sun moves over the B&G Plaza where it was not already present, contrary to what was going on this morning as I'm documenting the Ontario Police Department, all right, who are stalking in the path under the fake sun remaining over me in Ontario. And you have what is the entity keeping a fake sun over me, not all over anywhere near the 280 Northumberland Apartments in alignment with that Over Family Community Library, which is the case while I'm at that venue, which is also not the conduct of the sun. All right, well, so you're talking about what you were cognizant of, as I am indeed capturing what is not possibly the sun, while demons are sounding sirens, while demons are stalking in the path, while demons are sexually molesting with what are instruments of criminal conduct, directed light, while you're demonstrating and showing to the world that you are a demon, a population needing to be restrained with federal law. License 17A1379, I believe. Can't see that one. That's a motorcycle. AH65284. Substantially similar. 7VOV 490. All right, the minion and his mother, they're both minions, stalking in the path at the bus stop of B&G Plaza. License 8UIG630, license 7CBS738, 7X66463, 7CTS752, 8XAE538, 7CGZ025, 7LXL361, 5WEG936, BU33807, paper. License 6FFW512. License 6YBV830. 92479E3. Group stalking on the side of the street in the red because they're all monitoring together. 8KIR425. This is license 8SAX147. Again, that's license 8SAX147. This is a minion that's honking for no reason. It's audible activity. 20965Y2. License 7KUE913. And all of these minions monitoring at Andy's Burgers under the fake sun at 11:08 a.m. 7DGF088, 7UMF436, BDAA199. License plate, that third party who I'm capturing, she's sitting in the middle of the street. She's monitoring an operation of her communication device and doing so under the fake sun that's right here over me. She's monitoring with these demons who are lined up in relevant position at the Andy's Burgers. I'm going to finish reading their license plates right now. You can see this minion. She's pulling off as the Latina female driving that vehicle. She is literally sitting in the middle of the street. And that is for purposes of what is monitoring me. And you see that fake sun right over my head. And that is nowhere near being capable of captured over the roof of the Upland Public Library while I'm inside at 11 a.m., which I already captured, showing you what was not the sun that remained directly over my head nonetheless, while coming from the San Bernardino County building and being driven back to the Upland Public Library as I was illustrating stalking with a fake sun. I'm inside of the Upland Public Library capturing this video. That is the purposes of what is Andy's Burgers, facilitating criminal conduct, 8TLS 457, 8DAA 199. They're all monitoring together, engaging in that terrorism, sitting in the middle of the streets, using their lights, stalking in the path with law enforcement, sounding sirens, all manner of lawlessness by animals who are engaging in sexual violence. Also under a fake sun that is remaining over the B&G Plaza, which I captured during the 8 o'clock hour. I don't think so. This is P.O.C. 7PAK458. The same sex offenders engaging in harassment, as you hear me telling him about him and his mother, who are minions, which is the truth. 8WHN724. License 7UWC850. License, and I captured those still images at 11:10 a.m. License 7UWC850, 8EAA373. And this is license plate. Oh, they don't have one. Alrighty, they are in the drive-thru of Andy's Burgers in what is a red SUV. This is a male and a female. They are the third car back. They are also on the surveillance cameras of Andy's Burgers. They're driving a Nissan Rogue with no license plates bearing on it. It's a male driving, and I captured their images. It is currently 11:11 a.m., 7UMF436, and Andy's Burgers is a facilitating venue inside of B&G Plaza, which is a facilitating venue, all right, where criminal monitoring is underway, all right? License 7DGF088, 6NMR742, license, and that's why that demon was sitting in the middle of the street monitoring me, stopping using her phone. They're monitoring together while the demons are lined up. This is relevant positioning inside of the drive-thru. 7DLV478, 7ZWB236, 49419L2, 6GZS332, 7ZWB236. Yeah, I read that one. 7BBR530. 8RUS344, 49419L2, 7NVK922. Alrighty, license plate 6GHA373, pressing on the accelerator, 7YZH660, while she's stalking. It is 11:12 a.m. American Medical Response stalking on Sultana. Crossing path as I'm crossing on the opposite side of the street. They're crossing path. And I captured what is the fake sun. The actual sun is not going to be capable of being captured while I'm inside the Upper Public Library. Visible through the roof as I captured at 11:11 in the morning. All right, and I'm reminding you about what is the light source that is remaining over me while I am in that city, inside of that building, while you are looking at it over me at the property of the B&G Plaza. That is documentation of the pattern of conduct. Those are all demons. They are all stalking together. Everything that they are doing is centered on me while they are stalking in the path, monitoring with communication devices. And that is the unfortunate reality with what are a very real population. And this is the demon possessed who are relevant with regard to the necessity of legislation. That is why what is going on with one's spiritual condition, demon possession, is relevant under the law, because they are engaging in criminal conduct. That's exactly why it's relevant. All right, and you are exercising no spiritual protection, no 1591428. That's OPD. You are exercising no, I said spiritual protection, excuse me, no religious rights. There is no violation of any constitutional rights whatsoever where the government's engaging in criminal conduct pursuant to what is that condition of demon possession. Alrighty, you got a demon sitting in front of me at Ontario Town Square Townhomes monitoring with OPD, who is engaging in intentionally crossing path as I'm speaking to what is the prosecution for being the demons that they are under a fake sun at Ontario Town Square, with whom this demon is monitoring in operation of a communication device, and that's exactly what you see. It is 11:14 a.m. That's exactly what Ontario PD's motive is while they're stalking and listening to me document the fact and prosecute them and disband that criminal and infected agency. I want to be clear, what demons do as they do it is revealing, all right, and it's directly relevant. That's what demonic activity is, all right. So I want to be clear, and this demon is in relevant position under the fake sun at the Ontario Town Square Townhomes, where the fake sun remains over me, and they're monitoring while OPD is engaging in what is an act of harassment while they're listening to me document, driving by, crossing path while I'm speaking to what is the prosecution for what is necessary under federal law. Demon possession, again, as I was stating, exercising no religious right, and its relevance under existing federal law, because first of all, the reality of what is a population of this condition necessary with regard to criminal conduct by government, because you're talking about what is, again, now revealing what is the vulnerability of government actors. And first of all, what has always been the case, this was the original purpose of the Constitution, and it's not changing, it's intensifying, and it ought to renew what are the constitutional precepts with regard to the necessity, the infallibility of government. That's fallacious. You're talking about what are human beings. Not only that, you're talking about what are fallen human beings, demon-possessed ones, who are in positions of the government. Okay, nonetheless, there is no infallibility of the government. License 8C54437, who are those who are engaging in what is criminal conduct, which is unconstitutional, and it is directly relevant while that government body is using a people, holding hands with them, engaging in criminal conduct, which is rooted in what is their condition, demon possession. Demons stalk with light. Demons stalk under what is a light source. Demons stalk with audible activity, with simultaneity to whatever it is that you are doing. Demons do this as an entity together, as a group, which is terrorism while they do that. A whole bunch of freaks sitting around surrounding you with noise at the same time that you make any move or engage in conduct on a communication device. Those are demons that do that. All right, this is terrorism. You've got demons while they are robed as, for example, the United States Postal Service. Demons robed as what are the Ontario Police Department. Demons robed as the employees of what are American Medical Response, as I'm showing you. It does not matter what their specific identity. You're showing what is public corruption. This criminal activity is directly relevant to what is that demon possession. This is where engagement in that conduct occurs. It is the prerequisite. All right, and so you're talking about what is in no way exercising any religious right. You are not exercising that religious right when you're engaging in criminal conduct, violating the constitutional rights of another. Moreover, doing it and on behalf of a government that has no business engaging in what is surveillance, which is what the demon-possessed are doing. Trying to keep tabs on every single person. These are the end times, and this is what Satan's objective is, by the way. Let me be clear, it's currently 11:17 a.m., 7 PNF 336. And I captured that particular demon. He's just one acting with the group, but he's stalking at the intersection of Plum and Hull under the fake sun, monitoring with law enforcement. In addition to all those demons who I just recited their life display at B&G Plaza, all of them under that same direct evidence. 7 TVJ 721. 8VDZ 707 SOFTCEL 8WGE 843 88369J2 7FCS 419. So you'll have what is the absolute departure from what is any presence of the light source in the city of Upland, California, and I don't have to physically be there at Upland in order to know that the light source is not over the building, the roof of Upland Public Library, or possible, or I don't have to physically be there to know that it's not possible that the actual sun, which this is not, that's over my head in Ontario, is not by necessity, by being over my head in Ontario at the B&G Plaza and everywhere that I am going, over the building of the Upland Public Library. Nor do I have to be there to know that that's not the actual sun when I am there, that it is remaining until the end of the day, which is exactly what 5:12 p.m. represents. That is the end of the day. All of this is speaking to what is a grand departure from a documented pattern of conduct. Satan itself, whose pattern of conduct is revealed, Satan is present in the environment. Satan is present through what our people. Satan is present through an environment, which again, not speaking to not only, I'm talking about the weather, I'm talking about, for example, the audible environment, which you're listening to, for example, as I reference it, plane activity. As you hear, train activity, that I'm referencing the environment in this regard as well. This is how Satan is present. Hearing that which is impossible to actually hear from the perception of distance. And you're talking about what is demonic as that is occurring. It's pursuant to what is the maintenance of a specific environment. This is how you are maintaining presence as an entity that's engaging in perpetual presence, not just physical presence. All right. And you're also doing so while you are monitoring, maintaining presence while monitoring with communication devices. All right. And so you're talking about what is a grand departure. And then Satan with a straight face will then place a fake sun, because that's exactly what it is. Nowhere possible remaining over the B&G Plaza at 8 o'clock in the morning. And then right now remaining at during the 11 o'clock hour. And then it's remaining over the roof of the Upland Public Library the next day. All right. And then engaging in a grand departure, the same thing. When I go to the Upland Public Library or the Fontana Lewis Library, what about that light source that's remaining over the 280 North Lemon Apartments in front of the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library? And this is what I mean with regard to, you don't have to physically be there to know that is an impossibility. It is not only an impossibility, the object itself with the light source is not remaining over San Bernardino County over one and two streets, essentially. Hope Boulevard to Euclid Avenue to Fern. If I'm sleeping at that street, sleeping in the vehicle on that street. And that is the documentation as it's revealed. That is literally, that in and of itself, when you're looking at the big picture, this is not the sun. All right, you are not seeing any light source that would be the sun while it's remaining over me all day long, everywhere I'm at, over me, central, over me. And then also seeing it from the state of Nevada. No, you're not. No, that's not. That's an impossibility. And I don't have to be in Nevada to be able to understand that and know that. This is witnessing literally the impossibility of that. All right, let alone the fact that the actual sun is not going to remain over in a single street in a county all day long, from day until evening. That's not the sun, all right? And it's literally the glaring evidence of that. And so you have what is the bare bones. This is literally stripping Satan naked and showing the psychopath and the stalker and the sex offender that it is, the criminal that it is. Right, and that is revealed through law enforcement. That's revealed through these American Medical Response, such actors such as them. It's revealed through them. It's revealed through the very people of the state. Let me be clear: the fake sun is over here at the same intersection it was this morning, as I was present at 8 this morning, capturing the fake sun. I will show you that right now. Alrighty. Not only is this an impossibility in showing what is the non-movement, in other words, as with regard to non-movement. It is obviously moving because as I walked east on Hope Boulevard, the state kept a fake sun over me the entire time. As I walk now west on Hope Boulevard, a fake sun that's necessarily a fake sun because it's not in Upland. It's not. How is it going to be captured through the roof over Upland, California? That's what's coexisting, and that's why you have the grounds to state that. It is already documented what is not possibly the sun. While I am at what is the venue of standing in front of the Ontario Health Center at 150 East Salt, the fake sun is over me while I'm coming from this venue, the Ontario Museum, at 8 in the morning. I'm documenting the minions that are group stalking at that Emporia Street. The fake sun is remaining over me while I then go to the B&G Plaza. The non-movement of a light source, and this is what I mean by non-movement, the actual sun would have already progressed beyond this part of the region already. It is 11:22 in the morning, let alone the fact the actual sun is not going to remain step by step, street for street and turn for turn, as it did this morning as I went from the museum to Mercy House and back to this location. That is remaining east, and then over me as I walk east on Hope Boulevard, and then as I walk south on Bonneview, and then doing the same as I walk north on Bonneview, and then walk west back toward this same venue. That's a non-movement of a light source from anywhere in the region. It's remaining, all right? In addition to, while it is remaining over me as I remain in the same region. Do you understand that? That's what the entity is doing. And what you also see is the state stalking via aircraft. You see the people of the state who are stalking in the path using traffic as a systematic means. They're also stalking where they live. As I walk past your venue where you live, that's what I just documented at what is Sierra. That's what I just documented on what is off of Nocta and Pleasant. Those are minions who are sex offenders, as I'm documenting the state stalking in concert with them, law enforcement, through AMR ambulance, through the fire department. This is what state surveillance is, and this is the ability to document the people who are of that same condition. Those are demons living in that venue. That's why the fake sun, Satan itself, is hovering over them. All right, that's why they're engaging in the pattern of conduct, facilitating it while it's underway, while I'm on the streets documenting their license plates. License C296S1-2389983. 6K23221 52973P2 7EIB491 7 I can't really see that one 8RIU509 8FLK261 8VHP936, and it is 11:24 a.m. 24695U2. You're going to recall 11:41 after I have arrived at what is the Fontana Lewis Library, and I'm at the brick wall, and I'm showing you what's the fake sun over my head, and then reminding you about what is the maintenance of that fake sun in alignment with me and in Fontana. It's 11:24 a.m. and the state is keeping a fake sun over me in Ontario. As I am walking west on the street of Hope Boulevard and remaining in Ontario, 7CEY300 is a demon who was stalking in the path while that fake sun remains over my head, 5SSY232. And there will be no, and it is possible to have ever, what is the actual sun? Because there is no actual sun. This is a light source, and this is the presence. You're witnessing the demonic, and you're also witnessing the evidence of demon possession while a people are maintaining presence in that demonic environment, and there is not possible for there to be any light source over that parking lot, which is also documentation of what's not the sun. All right, but nonetheless, let's just use 11:41 a.m. Documenting while I'm at the Fontana Lewis Library, 7NRR201 8VZP490, while a fake sun is remaining in Ontario over my head on a specific street as I go east and west up this street. There is no light source that's present over the sidewalk, over the parking lot, while I'm standing in front of the brick wall, very precise, over me in the city of Fontana at the Fontana Lewis Library, 6XTJ954. And this is speaking to that, and this is what you're mindful of. You don't forget the documentation, which, of course, I'm not forgetting the documentation. I'm speaking to what is everything, every word that I'm stating with regard to fake, with regard to what is impossible, with regard to what is also synonymous with that impossible. It is revealing what is demonic. That's exactly what I mean, and it is based upon substantive evidence that has already been published. 01162R2, 7CWP883. 7814-1C2. And that's why you have a light source here, because you're subject to what is a pattern of conduct everywhere that you're going, and you're revealing that criminal pattern of conduct by what is that deliberately maintained environment. The ability to maintain that environment, it's entirely impossible. It is revealing the supernatural. This is Satan that is present through what is a light source, not possibly the sun that we are taught about and that we are told about. License 7EMM068. And this is, again, the presence of Satan right in your face, unbeknownst to you, though. Very subtle, but at the same time, very much right in your face. 8PME441. It is the same with the demon possession of those who are in your life and who are surrounding you. 6WMC921. While they are of this condition, which it is very much desirable that you never know that. 97867U1. And that is speaking to what is, again, that that which you cannot address it, and what minion you can address it, and there is no way to address, and it is an impossibility, which is irreconcilable. There is no light source that would be the actual sun that's remaining over my head, remaining at the same central position over my head in the city of Fontana, while I am in motion, walking east and west on Hope Boulevard in Ontario. But again, it's not just the contrast between Ontario and Fontana. You're talking about what is an ongoing wealth of documentation. I've shown what is an ongoing pattern of stalking. Let me be clear, the state is documenting keeping a fake sun over the vehicle parked at 630 North Front, where I remain as a matter of documentation all day long. All right, so like I said, not just remaining stationary, but you're talking about going to Fontana, being en route to and from Fontana, and also, as I documented January 30th, remaining at Starbucks and going to Pomona at a later time. Did the same thing, did at a later time, went back and forth and show you what is documentation. All of this is revealing that impossibility, and this is nothing but the living dead, a population of the living dead, demon-possessed. Stalking, HCYE 791, and the demon-possessed driving Omnitrans, bus number 1364, at 11:28 a.m., 6 PHG 873, monitoring with communication devices. It is, by the way, at the intersection of Palm Avenue and Ontario, and there shall be no actual sun. There is no the actual sun. The sun as we know it, like I said, because this is speaking to the non-existence of a single star that is the sun. This is speaking to the ongoing presence of the demon-possessed, a demonic environment that surrounds. 6D XK313. All right, so you have what is a light source that's remaining in Ontario today, because I remain in Ontario, not just in Ontario, over Hope Boulevard in Ontario. And it's over Bonneview when I'm on Bonneview in Ontario. All right, and it's going eastbound, remaining over me while I'm going in that direction on Hope Boulevard in Ontario. All right, it's nowhere near remaining over the roof, over the parking lot of Dunkin' Donuts. And that was never the case. The actual sun's not going to remain over that property all day long. And it is the same while the entity, this is Satan itself, which is then covering up with clouds, while that same impossibility occurs. That light source is present right over my head while the clouds are covering it up. It doesn't change. You're witnessing what is a delusional psychopath. This is personified to the people of the state. They are delusional psychopaths, stalking, just trying to turn the opposite direction, and it does not change. What they are and what they're doing is made clear, all right? License 8CKH212, group stalking and monitoring at the, Hope Boulevard Car Wash. 7KBY 520, 8UFY 369, 7SSR 276, 2875322. It's 11:30 a.m. 15893Z2, 8BOB 604, 25331E3 or 1F3. 5G SP 958 96076Y1, 8 RID 301, 7XAK 170, 6 CSY 987, 3 SYE 527, 5 RBL 391. That's called audible activity while a light source remains directly over my head. All right, and this is third-party facilitating venue, right across from what is Emporia Place at Vine and Holt. This is Lupe's Auto Repair. All right, those are demons. All right, and this is the demon-possessed population. It's ongoing demonic activity systematically underway. This demon possession, this demonic activity is what is surveillance by a people, where you are subject to that in the United States and California, and you don't even know it. All right, and it is in the incorporation of what is the demonic. It is indeed demonic activity. You have what is a demonic environment, that which is not possibly the sun. Because like I said, at 11:41 a.m., there's no sun that's remaining over me as I'm still en route to the Fontana Lewis Library to be present over that sidewalk. And I don't have to be there to see it. I'm standing right here on Hope Boulevard at Vine and Hope Boulevard. I don't have to be literally at that property to see. The light source is clearly right here over this apartment building that I'm standing in front of, right over my head as I take step by step walking west. Okay, and that's just one example. All right, Like I said, you don't have to be inside of the upper public library to show you. That's clearly not the sun that I would ever be able to capture while I'm inside facing the roof and it's remaining on D Street. This is not coexisting. All right, and that's the entity sounding plane activity while it's waiting for me to take a picture. That's amplified audible activity. Demons surround. I'm gonna show you the fake sun right here at Vine and Hope Boulevard at 11:32 a.m. where Lupe's Auto Repair, that's a demon stalking in the path. And the fake sun is right here over me in Ontario. Alrighty, and that's exactly what I captured. Emporia Place, 671ZL Handicap, 6ZKP, 372, 8ADC 915. 7NXF 599, 8MTR 577, 7ZWB 279, 8XPU 081, 7XLC 789, 88YT 956. Seven SAT 122, and it is 11:33 a.m. Alrighty, you have what are the people of the state are group stalking in the bathroom. This is the sex offender, and this is at third-party facilitating venue Stater Brothers inside of the Ontario Village Shopping Center. It's 11:44 a.m. The light source is over the venue, and this is the entity monitoring while a demon-possessed. Understand, it's not just the entity. This is the demon-possessed entity stalking in the bathroom at Stater Brothers. I wanted to get. You're the manager, right? Is this the manager named Brian? Yeah. All right. This is the one that's engaging in the pattern of conduct monitoring me in the bathroom. So I just want to document that. It is currently 11:44 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right. The people of the state engaging in state surveillance and terrorism. This is the sex offender that is engaging in the pattern of conduct inside of the grocery store, flashing directed light inside of the grocery store. And this is, again, the venue that's heavily documented, Stater Brothers. I've showed you what our patches. This is that inexplicable light like you saw inside of the Chevron yesterday under the fake sun in the city of Auckland. You are seeing the patches of directed light on the ceiling above these demons while they stand in line. There is a flashing directed light. This is dynamic light, moving light, while they are standing around stalking in a grocery store. This is state surveillance and terrorism inside of Stater Brothers. It is 11:46 a.m. and I did capture what's relevant positioning, the people stalking, the demon-possessed people stalking in a grocery store, okay? It is currently 11:46 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, Christian Cypress, it's spelled Christian Cypres. He is on camera at register number 5. Hello. This is a tall Latino male, heavyset, wears glasses, a white top, button-down top, and black slacks. This is a managerial. This is what it looks like in Stater Brothers. That's how they dress. Engaged in state surveillance and monitoring terrorism and monitoring me while my panties are down. It is, what is the total? 580. Okay. You want me to add a bag? I will need a bag, please. Yeah. That is Christian Cypress. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, and this is again Christian Cypress at aisle number 5, where I'm on camera completing a purchase. And again, that's just identification of one third party. This is acting on behalf of an entity. And so I remain in that venue, Stater Brothers, where they're engaging in surveillance in a bathroom with the people of the state, as the people of the state at their venue, which is the facilitating venue, and doing so under what is indeed the fake sun. It's not over the roof of the Upland Public Library. All right. At the same time, it's not over what is the property of the Fontana Lewis Library. At the same time, it's not remaining over the vehicle, specifically over the street parked at 630 North Fern Avenue. At the same time, it's not remaining over me while I'm on the bus of Omnitrans going from the Pomona Regional Transit Center at what is also the Montclair Transit Center, as I've also documented. 1126 will call my documentation. These are all the places where I am, and this is the maintenance of the light source over this venue because I am here while they are engaging in state surveillance and terrorism. Not only directed light while I'm in the grocery store, and this is how so you are understanding what is indeed a population of the demon-possessed, what is indeed a system of surveillance, okay? And this surveillance is the direct indicator of what is demonic activity, and it is criminal. And so I'm just identifying Christian Cypress, who is a third party representing the people of the state, and indeed monitoring myself while my panties are down, and that's the reality of what Mr. Cypress is engaged in, and that's exactly how he's being documented, and I'll show you the fake sun right over my head, piercing over the edge of the Stater Brothers in the city of Ontario. at 11:55 in the morning. Alrighty, it is 11:55. I did capture that still image. 8SZV650 is a demon parking in front of me at the entrance where the fake sun's right over here. This demon engaging in directed light conduct while doing so. 4LVK566 FRANIK 6DUP149 5CTW625 8HUL968 8VHZO76 8XRD778 7HZZ741 7WDV677 8FYV858. And by the way, again, you're recognizing the same impossible occurrence. I'm showing, again, relevant to what is the same time of year. The light source is documented over me and over this parking lot, over this venue. You're talking about early in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning. I didn't go this direction this morning. I went to the opposite direction toward the B&G Plaza, went down to Mercy House. Nonetheless, you have what is coming from where this vehicle is in the state, keeping a fake sun over me at the beginning of the day, coming to this venue in the morning, and you have what is, again, in direct conflict with what would be nature if this was the actual sun, and it's directly, not only is it over the parking lot, which is an impossibility, while I'm documenting the ongoing stalking with the light source, it is an impossibility that the actual light source would remain present over, again, an address for hours, a series of hours. This is stationary presence that is uncharacteristic, that is scientifically impossible with regard to the sun as we know it, all right? That is that ongoing documentation capturing that. That is the case at 11:55 where I'm showing you what's the light source was supposed to be the sun at 8 during the 8 o'clock hour. Okay, this is the criminal conduct, the demonic activity by the people of the state. This is the sex offender, okay? 1RVE869, including these sex offenders engaging in surveillance at habit, using their vehicle in the parking lot to come out. Oh, she's by their car, let's go out. That's crossing a path, audible activity, and light activity creation while the fake sun remains over me. License 8CYE791, 7ZVP634. And that's literally what they're doing. That's all that the demon-possessed doing. It's an ongoing pattern of stalking. It's currently 11:57 a.m. This is P.O.C, the fake sun captured over me at the Stater Brothers. The Stater Brothers is encompassed within the Ontario Village Shopping Center. This is the P.O.C. 8DTJ858, 8VVG287. License 6WHT269, 7PLN467, 6MIG390, 7ZKD793. Go on ahead. Go on ahead. Touching with directed light, those are the demons, 8CYE791. On their plain courteous, oh, do you want to go? Do you want to go? They're stalking. And then they touch with directed light while they cross path. 8LJT209, 8VRN541, 7ZKD793, 8LKL069, 6V60381, 7YXJ480, 7HEW782, yeah, 8RZU287, 7XFN042. 4GOY971, 6WVG519, 6NGV702, 8WJN752, 7XRT120, 6WNU733, 6PVN736, 8DCG638, BM47U19, paper, 6VGR331, DU785, handicap, 7FFL539, 93991D1, 6ABC720, 7GEN400, 8EDJ740, 8BES266, 8RRA237, 6PJV560, 8FVX134, 8CHN384, 8CRT301, 19965W1, 7KKL704. License, let me see, 8ECB003, that's what I wanted to get. Eight CRZ301, 6B60381, 7HEW782, 8LKL069. 10746W1, 78UX135, 8S31666, 8NVU561. I think I read that one already. $8MWD731, 5BVE556, 6ZBD890, 7WAY724. You are also understanding what is the sex offender as I document as it's underway. For example, right now it's Ontario Village, which is, again, this is the people that are sex offender. The people being documented at Upland Public Library, for example, 718YES, that's star 718YES. 5 COD 457. The entity being documented as the sex offender that it is. So what I'm showing you, what is at 10:49 a.m., the fake sun over the roof, over the specific window in the roof, 8UND472, by the way, pay attention to that, 8LKL069. And then hours later, I'm showing you what is the maintenance of what is necessarily a fake sun that is aiming, by the way, through the same specific window in the roof of the Upland Public Library hours later, 8NXF770. That is, by the way, paying attention to what is the sustenance, the maintenance, which is impossible to naturally occur. This is impossible. This is scientifically impossible. This is not the sun. That is showing what is the sex offender that is that is engaging in a pattern of conduct which is sexually violent at Upland Public Library, when that which is not the sun, not possibly the sun, but I'm showing you in still images while it is over the roof of the Upland Public Library, over the roof. Okay, and remaining for hours. That's what my still images show. 10:49 a.m. and then hours later showing you what is the same position. 6FGN360, and then I'm showing you what's directed light on the bathroom door, what is directed light all inside of the Upland Public Library, 8MWD731. When I am showing you these still images and these videos of the fake sun as I remain on Hope Boulevard in Ontario, on Bonneview in Ontario, in front of Church's Chicken, 8ECB003 is seen as the sex offender, again, very clearly, that it is. First of all, a demon. Second of all, a stalker. Third of all, a perpetual sex offender on behalf of the government. 7THY970, 93991D1. There is no vantage point where that light source, if it was the sun, would ever be over the roof of the of the Upland Public Library. Well, also the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library. But I'm using Upland. I was just there the other day and I documented this. 8SYR256, 8YIV290. Over the roof of the Upland Public Library. The fake sun right now remains over the roof. I captured it at 10:49 a.m. and then I captured it again hours later as I went to the restroom, and I'm subject to surveillance while my panties are down, and demons such as 4CCE593 are inside of the venue of Upland Public Library, are driving around the Upland Public Library, while the fake sun remains over me as I move around in the Upland Public Library, and directed light is being cycled inside of that venue. Meaning, keeping it present all day long, just moving it around to opposite sides, putting it all over the walls, all over the floors. That's what the entity is doing, while demons surround. That's exactly what they're doing in traffic. It's occurring inside of the building. And that is also showing what is the sex offender. License plate, while I'm showing you the fake sun over me in this parking lot of the Ontario Village Shopping Center, 6ZXJ402, 8HRH710. It's 12:03 p.m. and that's the significance behind identifying by name the people of the state, including Christian Cypress, a sex offender engaging in state surveillance, terrorism, a demon-possessed stalker who is acting on behalf of a government, representing the people of the state, working at nothing other than a venue, and having no legal argument with regard to what is that prosecution for those unprecedented federal crimes. It is currently 12:04 p.m. License 7WVG519, 6SCE683. And this again, it's just one demon after another, 7TDA516, 8MUX195, 7HUG409, 7NRY652, and that is the population of the demon possessed. All right, you're going to restrain such population with federal legislation. 7RUC194. It's not in any way a violation of the individual rights which the demon possessed maintain in the United States. All right, it gets a little tricky. But you're talking about the demon possessed who have what are the criminal impulse to engage in surveillance. This is what the demon possessed are focused on. 7GJB408 and exploiting the fallacy of free society in America. 6V60381. You are not, while you are surrounded by what are demons who are sexually violating you, who are invading your privacy, who are stalking you, and not just individually. They're doing it as an entity. They are doing it pursuant to what is the demonic, supernatural occurrences as well. And this is made known for EFP717. And this is what is relevant, what's revealed, by the way, through the environment. All right, so you're talking about what is no legal argument for any demon. That's exactly what you are when you're captured in still images and video under what's not possibly the sun. 5BVE556, you're touching with directed light. That's not sunlight. You're a demon and you're a sex offender and you're stalking. 8 BBK 582, and you're engaging in interstate stalking. 1 RVE 869 demon, 7 THY 970. These are demons patrolling now out of the parking lot. All they're doing is driving around in circles because this is one entity that's engaging in stalking. All they're doing is maintaining presence. All right, license JSJJSJ5. It is currently 12:05 p.m. So I just wanted to go through that and remind you of that because that's directly relevant what I just documented about the sex offender that is acting at the state facilitating the Upland Public Library, and I'm showing you what is supposed to be the sun. That's not going to be over the parking lot, let alone the actual sun is not going to be present over this, which is a matter of documentation, this venue in the morning, and then I come here and it's present in the middle of the day, 12 o'clock, no, AWIN 139. That is defined scientifically impossible. All right, 670258A3. How do you have this occurrence? Because you're witnessing what is demonic. Witnessing the supernatural. 8WGM 297, 8SZV 650, 6JIX 158, 8EMS 291, 8WZW 380. Alrighty, and this is identification of more sex offenders to be prosecuted as, again, this is the vicarious actor on behalf of the state. This is the people of the state. The people of the state are a demon-possessed population. They are criminals of the worst. Literally, you're talking about unfathomable and sexually predatory crimes while they're placing you under surveillance, 8 BKU 186, and then in seeking to, which you cannot because of documentation anymore, 7 JUG 457, the conduct of that psychopath is the intent to try to defame. The demon possessed would like to claim, would like to assert that you are hallucinating, that you are making it up, that you are a schizophrenic. This is textbook P.O.C. All right. And so you are showing what is that scientific impossibility that they are surrounded by. That scientific impossibility is showing what is your demon possession, because it is a matter of fact that you are present under what is an environment that is deliberately maintained around one who was subject to surveillance by a state, and it's a satanic targeting system. And you are to be prosecuted as an entity for all of the crimes that the entity engages in together as one. All right. License 7K75388, 8HQZ 647. And things such as directed light needs to be known with regard to what is underway and what you are in the presence of where you are witnessing directed light. All right, that is something to be understood with regard to identifying and the ways in which you are able to document and know what you're looking at, know what you are being subject to. 7FRW 637. License 6PVN 736. Demon possession is directly relevant to the ability of a very real threat, a very dangerous person with regard to the maintenance of children, being in the possession of children. You're talking about the type of job that you have. You're talking about the type of threats which are posed by those of this condition. This is criminal. This is lawlessness. That Satan is having its way through a people. This is not in any way, again, it is directly relevant to the creation of federal policy. It's directly relevant to ongoing criminal conduct. It is directly relevant to what is necessary legislation. That is why. It is no exercise of any religious right whatsoever. They are violating the rights of another. You don't have a religious right to do that. You're engaging in criminal conduct with the state. You don't have any religious right to do that. 8LSZ 800. License 91189R1. That condition is directly relevant under the law and for purposes of a prosecution. License 8TQL120. And it is not a mystery. It is that which is capable of being known as a matter of objective evidence, not as a matter of what would be, in other words, some subjective discernment of a person that cannot in any way materialize what it is that they are asserting. Oh no, you know it through what is objective evidence. The environment, directed light, stalking with the demonic conduct of stalking with activity creation, 6RFX 839. That's the conduct of the demon possessed. 8GZF 836. And they're doing it in a specific environment. It is currently 12:10 p.m. (8MTP211). 8FYV 858, 6KUM 233. And just want to document that's a demon stalking with audible activity. That's 8MTP211. The creation of any kind of noise as I engage in touching my phone screen. That's a demon. 7FCS419. It's currently 12:10 p.m. and this demon touching with directed light 7FCS419. That is as while they are driving west in the parking lot on the street. I'm standing on the curb right here getting license plates. You have inexplicable light just streaming toward me. By streaming, I mean appearing next to their vehicle, coming in the direction from their vehicle while they are driving west. It is coming the direction south toward me while they are crossing path. This is a demon. This is one demonstrating demon possession, which is a terrorizing threat for that prosecution. And this is repeated over and over again, 9AEZ001. All right. And you've seen that as I'm describing it. You've seen it in videos. You've seen it occurring inside of venues. All right. The directed light that's occurring on the wall inside of Dunkin' Donuts on February 6, 2022. That's a directed light. All right, that's a people that is at a facilitating venue, the ongoing demonstration in the presence of a demonic environment and the demon-possessed surround. 6ZBD890, 8TPA321, 7SSY742. All right, and then you are understanding literally what our demons doing. All they're doing is circulating all around, stalking. All right, all focused together. And you know this because this ongoing impossible occurrence. They're not actually focused on going to the store to buy a sandwich. They are engaging in what is maintenance of presence. That's why a fake sun, the presence of Satan itself, is hovering over me, and you have what are nothing other than Satan's minions who are coming around just maintaining presence all around, all around. That's all they're doing. It's entirely demented. License. Let's see. 7XEN044. 7GJB408. 8TQL120, just pacing around and directed light while they do so. 8RUB075. This is what is surveillance. It is currently 12:12 p.m. This is P.O.C. Naming more sex offenders engaging in monitoring as one, engaging in surveillance while my panties are down while they are then stalking in the bathroom. This is the people of the state of California. It's P.O.C. Alrighty, you have demons stalking with audible activity, opening and closing their car doors as I'm functioning on my phone, turning off the camera, opening up a podcast. This demon, whose license plate I already read, 8EMS291. In operation of a communication device, this is surveillance. All right, they're sitting in relevant position, and you see the fake sun right over the car because I'm standing in front of their car. I'm in the parking lot of Ontario Village Shopping Center on the grounds of the Stater Brothers, right next to what is the Chuck's cashing place right here. This is where I'm standing, and the fake sun is right here. I am facing south at the Ontario Village Shopping Center. A demon is stalking in the path, sitting in the vehicle. Another demon is in the parking lot, using their car doors, stalking with audible activity. Directed light surrounds, all right? That's what they're doing while I'm standing over there, and repeatedly just directed light all over the place. They're monitoring together. This demon's sitting in the car. Again, this license 8EMS291. The entity also patrolling, flying over the parking lot, all right? So let me be clear. While I am here, the entity is monitoring in concert with Starbucks. That's facilitating conduct. This old white crusty bag of bones with liver spots with license 6ZXJ402 uses his vehicle as a means of audible activity. Starbucks at 706 West Holt is monitoring. All right, the Golden Bear Inn, they're monitoring. Tom's Chili Burgers, they're monitoring. Surrounding me with the fake sun, keeping the fake sun over me, surrounding with directed light. Demons such as this one using audible activity, what they have at their disposal, an old crusty bag of bones, who is using their vehicle as a means of audible activity, and the fake sun is right over my head. That is speaking to the deliberate engagement in such elements, all right? So I want to be clear, Starbucks and Tom's Burgers, they're all monitoring. They're in relevant position. They are not the only ones, but I want to specifically add them. They are right here, right next to the Ontario Village, where the fake sun is over me. And so I want to be clear, it is 12:15 p.m. They are engaged in that same bathroom monitoring. It is the same sexual violence and terrorism. They are documented as a sex offender. This is one entity, and that is a company that is also monitoring with the demons who are using a drive-through of Starbucks as a means of stalking in the path. This is the P.O.C., all right, while demons are patrolling in traffic. All they're doing is driving on Hope Boulevard in San Antonio, patrolling all around. There are a bunch of demons, and they captured the fake sun right over here, right over me, where this demon with 6ZXJ402 and license 8EMS291 are monitoring. This is P.O.C. It's currently 12:16 p.m. 6VAT035. American Medical Response Group Stalking. Let me show you. Hi, what's your name?
I'm Jeff.
You're Jeff? What's your name? Oh, don't want to be... Well, let me use the surveillance cameras because they're stalking inside of Stater Brothers. This is P.O.C. All right, I captured their images under the fake sun while they're walking inside of third-party facilitated venue, Stater Brothers at inside of the Ontario Village Shopping Center at 12:18 p.m. And you see the fake sun right over me while they are crossing path. License 7AEH802. 08264U1, and this demon that is wearing an American Medical Response uniform, tall white male. Hi, what's your name? They were so friendly saying, hi, what's your name? He hesitates and just continues walking. They're on surveillance camera. Let me be clear, they're Stalking, they are monitoring, and they are monitoring the documentation. Anyway, license of American Medical Response 1159426. It is, oh, I'm sorry, this is not American Medical Response. This is Ontario Fire Department. Vehicle with the license plate 1159426. This is the state acting directly. It's 12:18 p.m. Righty, license. This is a demon with babies in the vehicle, stalking, directed light streaming from that vehicle, 8EQK616, driving a white Sonata. I captured an image right now at 12:19 p.m. And I'm showing you what is the paramedic vehicle of the Ontario Fire Department, and you see the fake sun right over me, and I'm standing in the parking lot of the Ontario Village Shopping Center in the city of Ontario at this time, and I'm showing you what is the fake sun while I'm facing south in that parking lot. All right, so I just want to be clear as to my location, the time of day, and even the direction that I am facing, showing that ongoing impossibility with regard to the maintenance of this light source. It is that scientific impossibility. That scientific impossibility is regarding what is entirely demonic. All right, and that is the demon possession of the fire department, by the way. 5BVE653. They're demons. Light activity across the storefronts, for example, Merino Salon, 8VVV918, and the CarQuest Auto Parts at 645 Hope Boulevard. I showed you this in the morning, documenting the Ontario Police Department present pursuant to criminal summoning. The light source is over me while I'm on the street, and then the demons are engaging in their conduct, just like you saw at the 10 freeway, crossing the path with light. 8VLP430, license 60552C3, 8RU06, I can't see that, you can 8ERE370, 7LNP249. That's how you have what is a massive system. That is speaking to the documentation as I walk through a neighborhood. 8BHH450, 6VJT584. These same minions who are coming out, driving by, engaging in demonic activity, are living in the venues, in the neighborhoods that I'm walking through, and engaging and documenting them, naming them. The same minions that are driving by the vehicle, wherever it is that I'm sleeping, inside and aiming directed light, those are the minions as I'm getting their addresses, and the pattern of conduct is underway as I'm documenting them, where they live, and their license plates. License C440XDE 6UOV279. VJS395, 7ZFH401, 7YOU108, 8CVS420, 8XVY050, 6RDH323, 7PWX983, 00652X2, 6GCL949, and it is 12:22 p.m. 7LST063. 4WVU 386, 10066B3, 7YOU 670, SKELETO 8UJK 146, 53428V1, 7CIT 105, 6RRK 793, 7RUG 589, 5TND 408, 7ZTG 308, 8YAS 208, 5PJB 865, 8WDL 221. Excuse me, I'm eating ice, so I'm doing that while I'm documenting. Oopsie. Okay. License 23653B3. And so I read a license plate. It's a green Toyota Camry. I didn't state it while I was reading the license plate because I was trying to hurry up and recite the license plate. But you have this minion. This is an old man driving. And again, the old age, the race, none of this is relevant to demonic possession. All right, I cite that because you need to learn about demonic activity. It has nothing to do with the things that we as human beings are distracted by, which is race, age, how much money they have in the bank, what status that they're holding. For example, a demon that works at the court as a judge. Yes, a demon, okay, period. An inferior creature brings you right on down to what is the reality and things that matter in life. And it doesn't matter what you are doing in life while you are serving Satan. 8VPC 442, that demon's going to be brought to its knees. Nonetheless, this one, 8PJB 865, this is an old man driving a green Toyota Camry. What he's doing is, first of all, he's stalking, but he's crossing path, and what he's doing is he's going out of his way to hurry up and drive in front of me instead of letting me walk first, which, first of all, is improper while I have the right of way. And second of all, this is the pattern of conduct. This is the same thing that's underway, by the way, while I'm in the side of the grocery store, and these demons are stalking in the grocery aisles. They're stalking because they are maintaining presence as an entity, okay? And so while I am walking, and you have what is insisting on passing by me on a specific side of me, instead of just, if I'm walking already over here on this side and they are insisting on crossing on my left side when I'm closer to what is the left part of the aisle, so just walk to the right, but they insist on walking to the left side. They are crossing path. I want to be clear on that. So this is what this third party is doing, and insisting on driving in front of me is another iteration of that. I just wanted to point that out. Anyway, it's currently 12:30 p.m. 8YDW038. Following behind those demons, 8CFW398. All right, so the first license plate I just recited right now, the 8YDW, this is a demon that stops at the intersection of Fern and B Street where I'm at right now. This is indeed a demon tracking my steps, meeting at the intersection as I'm crossing the street. This is an open pathway. They drive to the street, they make a U-turn, and while I'm on the opposite side of the street, directed light is reaching on the sidewalk. This is by a little bony, skinny, probably a Latino or a white boy. He's very skinny. He's wearing a hat. He's got calf tattoos on both of his calves, left and right. He's wearing shorts and some high socks. Okay, this is a demon, and he's also a little freak. Again, that's the license plate. As I recite, as I pull out my phone, that's when I read the second license plate. This is a demon that's already present, ready to arrive to maintain presence in the path. As I then touch my phone, engage in using it. Okay. So anyway, it's currently 12:37 p.m. License 8X. OR060 or 8XD R060 6BHL047 8RGX351. Alrighty, it is currently 12:38 p.m. Alrighty, at what is the Rock of Faith, the alleged church, 325 West B Street in Ontario, California. Let me be clear, the ongoing evidence of the first of all, demonic activity, where this is, again, the name of a venue. It doesn't mean anything. They're calling a venue a church. Demonic activity is underway at this venue, and you have what is a demon that is stalking, knowing exactly who I am. Again, the pattern of conduct reveals everything. Not only are you a stalker, you have knowledge of who I am, where I am. That's speaking to what is the directed light that moves across the Rock of Faith, the alleged church. Okay, and I captured what is a demon that is stalking on foot. All right, in relevant position at this venue while this directed light is moving across an alleged church, where that is, by the way, demonic activity underway on the grounds of an alleged church. License 5VND972. While I'm at it, let me document more. This is called Rock of Faith, Foursquare Church. And let me let you know them by their deeds, not what they want to call themselves. Okay, Satan itself calls itself a Christian. Calls himself a Jesus lover. Okay, let me be clear. This is, who's the pastor here? They got their names. Pastors Jesse and Linda Tuthill. I do not have to personally know them or meet them in order to identify what are minions and the venue, the location of a minion, the fake sun itself. Let me be clear, Satan itself. Let me show you this. The fake sun is directly over this alleged church. Alrighty, I did capture 12:40 p.m. I'm in the city of Ontario. I'm at the address of 325 West B Street. And the light source is directly over 45156G3 is a demon engaging in demonic activity while I am on the grounds of an alleged church. I want to be clear, there is no provisionary protective spirit on these grounds. There's no exception, in other words, to what is the presence of Satan hovering with a light source. You see the fake sun and you see that cross, which means absolutely nothing. Satan itself is having its way. A minion is on the ground, stalking on the grounds of the Rock Faith Church. All right, while directed light is moving across the grounds of this alleged church called Rock of Faith, while minions Jesse and Linda Tuthill are the alleged senior pastors. So those are words that have absolutely no significance because any minion can say that. 7PCU048, you know them by their deeds, and these are demons engaging in stalking outside of a venue, which is an alleged church. Let me be clear, Satan is hovering over this alleged church, the light source itself, which is also documentation for what is a prosecution. Terrorism and state surveillance is underway at this alleged church. That is P.O.C. That is P.O.C. and that is the quintessential example of what is understanding demonic activity, not based on what it is that they look like or what this minion, a particular venue full of minions, want to call itself. License 8XWG271, license 7XEN044, a Mexican wannabe Rick Ross stalking on a communication device, crossing path in a vehicle. All right, he's fat with a lot of facial hair. That's why I said wannabe Rick Ross. 7UBC694. So you have what is, the image you can see, it's called Rock of Faith Church. It's got a cross on top of the building. What do you see? The impossibility. It's literally a scientific fact with regard to the impossibility of that actually being the sun over this venue. All right, and it's 12:42 p.m. There's a wealth of documentation already establishing this. Demonic activity is underway at Rock of Faith. The presence of Satan itself is hovering over this building. You're understanding the presence of Satan through the environment. You don't have to see a physical body, but there is a physical body there, a demon-possessed stalker who is engaging in the P.O.C. while directed light's moving across this alleged church. This demon is walking right up to the venue to sit there right in front of it, manning the path. Manning the path. 6BHB324, while the fake sun is directly over that venue. That venue happens to call itself Rock of Faith Church. Okay, 7MSY929. 8KVY272. 6XXU653. 8TCK817. It is 12:43 p.m. 48078K1. That's a demon stalking in the path, a black-faced demon stalking and monitoring with law enforcement, stalking in the path and using a dog as a means of audible activity. 7YNF927. He is studying his communication device, monitoring the entire time where I'm showing you pictures of the fake sun over this church, while I'm standing over here reading license plates and giving you the breakdown of what is the significance of this image that I just captured. License 7YXH521, he is stalking in the path on the sidewalk. 8VYN781. 8HHM010. 7PWU135. 6RQH544. That's a minion keeping the door of its vehicle open where a dog is repeatedly barking. This is intentional conduct. Directed light is right here. This is the ongoing demonic formula. 4YZX946, 8ZEP009, 7117, 3H1. 4RVA64L, 7868. Hold on, let me back up, get these demons. 17868C2. Looks like they're engaging in like dog fighting or something, which is a whole other illegal conduct. All right. Well, anyway, it's 8LXE328. Understand while demons are engaging in that conduct, it is also the pattern of conduct while audible activity is created thereby. And I want to be clear, they are under what is the same fake sun. There is nothing that an entity is engaging in where they are ignorantly in the environment. You'll have the ongoing ability, in other words, to what is appear to be engaging in what is multitasking, appearing to be focused on an entirely, again, superficially appearing to be distinct from what is stalking another as an ordinary target individual would assert, right? What are you talking about? We're having a dog fight. I don't even know her. What are you talking about? We're over here. We've been over here, right? This is what the ordinary minion's going to say. You're talking about what is the fake sun that's over them and directed light that coexists. You also have what are demons. So you don't have to talk to them. You don't even have to be near them. Demons know where you're at. That's why the fake sun is over you. 8ZIV812. 8DUM872. 7PWU135, and you also have what is that environment that surrounds their ability to do so, 5CVR918. Everything that they are doing while claiming to be distinct and apart from you is achieving that demonic activity while they are at a distance, not even physically necessarily looking at you or aware of your presence to your knowledge, monitoring you. It's demonic. 6FBD292. Here is another so-called iglesia with the fake sun over them. The microphone, the amplified audible activity, they're monitoring, and the light source is directly over them. Iglesia Fuente de Vida. 207, I believe this is B Street. This is P.O.C. 8MHP352. 6FBD292. 7YXR259, that minion that is speaking Spanish, allegedly preaching the Bible itself. Let me be clear, they can yell as much as they want. The more that they yell, the more that they're creating audible activity. They are doing so in directed light, which is on the sidewalk. The fake sun is over me. You are looking at also understanding what's the big picture as I go from venue to venue, library to Starbucks to your neighborhood church. It doesn't change. And this is revealing what is a demon-possessed population. All right, and this is the reality contrary to what you are ignorant of. When you are judging people based on the outfit that they're wearing or what they call themselves, they want to wear a bow tie and call themselves a Christian or Muslim or whatever, it doesn't matter. Do you know that you are understanding and recognizing it by their deeds? There is a demon crossing path, 8Z40539. And while directed light is streaming and surrounding me on the opposite block, it is directly related to what is this preacher who's speaking Spanish in an alleged church while the light source remains over me. That hasn't stopped. That has not stopped. And so this is what I'm saying with regard to understanding the big picture. I said it at the outset. This is not only a prosecution, it is understanding and educating about demonic activity, contrary to everything that you've seen on TV, contrary to everything that you've even had minions preach to you about. You're sitting in churches, they call themselves churches, and they call themselves preaching the truth to you. This is Satan itself, giving you a false notions about Satan itself, okay? Satan deceiving you. 7PAM080. It is not about any of that. None of it. All right. This preacher is creating audible activity on a microphone. And let me be clear. This minion knows that I'm present. It is the pattern of conduct. It's demonic activity. While you're standing in a venue that you have done nothing other than call an iglesia. The fake sun is over your iglesia. This is the scientific fact with regard to that's not the sun. This is Satan itself. The pattern of conduct doesn't change. 3EIX927. The same demon possession stalking outside of the grounds of this iglesia. Okay. That is the P.O.C. and that's what needs to be understood. All right. So like I said, it's currently 12:48 p.m. And what my point was with regard to documenting what was, it looks like they were standing around with a whole bunch of dogs, like they're about to have a dog fight, which I believe is illegal. But anyway, I want to be clear with regard to you'll do the same thing. You can use the fire truck. I've documented them. The fake sun is over me, and you have what are the people of the state engaging in criminal conduct with the ambulance, and their focus is me. They're demons outwardly engaging in another activity that appears to be focused on something else. But you're looking at that that impossible environment, that is scientifically, as a fact, it is a scientific impossibility. All right, so you're talking about understanding and recognizing demonic activity. All right, regardless of what is the form, demons are intentionally appearing as though they're doing something else. Or you're talking about what is an agenda on behalf of Satan that's supposed to be occurring unbeknownst to you. Okay, license 8XNT975 7BPJ709 in directed light in the shade. Patrolling all around, getting in and out, closing the trunk doors, closing car doors. They're patrolling and creating audible activity in directed light. License 94278D3, that's D, it's towing. It's currently 12:49 p.m. 8LFS553. These are blackface minions. Where am I at? By blackface, I mean these are African Americans monitoring, serving Satan, first of all, monitoring with law enforcement, okay? Satan doesn't have a race. Satan doesn't have a particular job, okay? Let me be clear. Satan has a bunch of servants. No, thank you. Okay. That's audible activity and relevant positioning while she's walking in directed light from her car. It is currently 12:50 p.m. So anyway, like I said, these are African Americans who are monitoring another with law enforcement, or monitoring another African American woman. This has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. Minions are telling you that. Minions are reporting that. Minions are claiming that. 83407W1. Minions are creating a false narrative to throw you off the track, okay? Throw you off the track. And those minions, those African American ones, are monitoring while this iglesia, right, on the microphone, monitoring me, right? These blackface demons on this opposite side of the same block, while directed light is streaming across that iglesia. License 8PXL084, a demon. 8ZIV812, a demon. While directed light across that iglesia. Okay, and these black faces, like what I'm saying, Satan doesn't have a race, Satan doesn't have an ethnicity, Satan doesn't have an age. Satan is a spirit using people to deceive you and to place you under surveillance. License 8LHL613. You have an impossibility of what is directed light, which you already know exists as a matter of fact. This directed light is ongoing while they are driving by this iglesia. They are Satan possessed minions inside of this iglesia, and I'm just exposing that reality while I document their criminal conduct. 8N FJ807. Because like I said, I'm not only going to show you to be the minions that you are, I'm also going to prosecute you. That's criminal conduct. All right. So you have what is engagement in that pattern of conduct, and they're doing it with, these are Spanish speaking minions. So we can get to, because you need to cross every line and understand it is not, no barriers to race or language, linguistics. The Satan is not barred by any of that. 8DWJ361. Minions speak the same language. Okay. 8YEG330. It's in your spirit. It's something that you don't even have to articulate. This is Satan in operation over a people. Satan over a person is what creates directed light while you're driving by in a car, by the way. And that's occurring outside of this iglesia. That minion speaking Spanish on a microphone, appearing under the form of what is preaching, is a minion indeed, monitoring the same. Okay? Demonic activity is underway. All right? And so you have what is that pattern of conduct directed light on the sidewalk? That's not separate from what's going on at this alleged church. It's equally demonic. 6AMK592. And it is not a there is no pause with the pattern of conduct. There is none. Ontario police are monitoring to that activity that those demons inside of an iglesia are creating intentionally with knowledge. They know who I am. They know where I'm at. That's why the fake sun is over their iglesia. Okay? License 6BAA212. 7VNY376. It is, by the way, 12:53 p.m. 7JMV290. TNV 668 66334C2 6GRX 066 8YCV 665. Here comes OPD monitoring 1591428 license 8RGX351 license 78CN884. Yeah, that's vehicle 1039 OPD. Showing you what's the fake sun over me while OPD is stalking with license 8ZTG649. They are demons alike. Alrighty, this is stalking in the path and the demonstration of demon possession, and you're understanding what is an entirety, a comprehensive system that's underway, which is criminal, while demons alike, just demons in different positions. All right, the Ontario Police Department versus third party 7TNV668, both demons, 6FBD292, 8UZS850, 7GEA977, a license 4KGX672, 7KDZ048, 42162D3, 8CDS832, 8K38052, and I am that is B Street. So the address that I was citing and the street that I was stating I'm on, I am indeed on B Street. And that was demonic activity as I walked down the street, passing by multiple venues calling themselves churches where demonic activity is underway. License, let's see, 8CDS832, LDFOOT, 7RNF822, 8VRN541, GO76YO, 8DCL018, 8GWV714, 7KYJ343, 45916F2, 7MYB772, 7XTY002, 5YNR162, 7ZJV625, 6WSK415, 6DAW963, 8KIT644, 8FUS098, 8YQY199, let's see. RYA61F, Arizona. Those are white face minions stalking in the path, directed light manifesting in the shade. because they want to make sure they maintain light while they are stalking. Not only because they are demons doing this, they are also monitoring with communication devices. All right, this is facilitation. All these license plates I already read, they're monitoring. I'm going to get the back license plate on this Lexus. Stalking at a red light while that directed light is occurring. License 7YHJ825 and 4XYE856. I'm sorry, 4YXE856. License 5GMJ986. 8NRZ698. 7TNV668. 7RUB765. 6TQR598, because I did not read that one already. $563,372, 8KKS141, 8SWY675. That's demons surrounding with audible activity. License 7YLY571. You pay attention to the pattern as I document it, walking through the neighborhood. As I'm walking through a parking lot, as I begin venturing off, you hear car alarms, sirens. That's what they're doing. It's surrounding with an environment. They're demons. 8 PSA 381, that's demonic while they do that. The fake sun is right here in the city of Ontario at the intersection of B Street and Euclid. License 80616G2, and not just at the intersection, over my head. Nowhere near over the roof of Upland Public Library or D Street at Upland Public Library. 8 PSA 381. 5RXR960, or over the Fontana Lewis Library, already documented as well, let alone present over what is the Ovid Family Community Library. You're remembering not only is it not present, you're talking about what is maintaining presence all over me as I go to different locations, remaining on one street essentially, going in all manner of direction. 8XBF142, it's not going to occur if that's actually the sun. At any of those aforesaid venues, any of them. 5CWB861. 5GMJ986. It is 12:58 p.m. 5CWB 861. That's a demon. Okay. 6YUG746. License. Good. See, it's towing. Yep. License 9427803. 5YTX 438, 6ZRG278, BU34C25, paper, 8EKX072, Omnitrans 1370398, Route 83, bus 1327, at 12:59 p.m. Where I'm at B Street right now, I'm documenting the entity monitoring under a fake sun in the morning coming from 6015, by the way. That is a minion whose license plate I already recited, 94278D3. And I specifically documented D its towing before as well, CA52K94. That's a company demonstrating demon possession, acting on behalf of the entity. 6WFN852, 7ZVV686. Honking their horn is a means of audible activity, anticipating what I'm about to reveal about these demons who are stalking. It's not about traffic and a third party that's not paying attention. They're demons acting as one. Everything that they're doing is entirely pathetic, and it is pursuant to an ongoing documented pattern as well. So 7DVD926, in addition to the fact that honking the horn is ongoing audible activity creation. License 7ZYW075, 5KCN187. It is 1 p.m. on the dot. 8HHM010. And like I'm stating while D it's towing is stalking in the path. This intersection is where I'm in the vehicle showing on video the Ontario Police Group stalking under the fake sun that is present at the same exact intersection, not stationary, moving as the vehicle moves. Okay, moving while stopping while it's at a red light, proceeding and turning as the vehicle turns to go onto Euclid Avenue, as I documented, go on to Holt Boulevard, as I've documented, whichever way she turns, 5KJT619 in the morning. It is 1 p.m. I already went to Mercy House. Remember, February 4th, 2022, didn't go to Mercy House until 1:02 p.m., which is when the light source that's not already present over the Mercy House is then present over at 1:02 p.m. as I document. All right, and then remaining over me as I then go to Upland Public Library. This same street I'm on, getting on the bus, the state kept the fake sun that I'm present on, again, walking this morning, in the morning yesterday, Going in the morning every day, Euclid Avenue to Upland, the State's Fake Sun in the afternoon, at the end of the day. All right, this is the pattern of conduct. That's what DH towing is engaging in. Stalking, knowing exactly who I am, going to the exact same intersection where I am in order to stalk as a demon representing a company on behalf of a state. License 7KAZ425 4MADDOX 6ZNK615. While you're listening to the audible activity being created inside of an alleged church, an iglesia, they're demons. All right, license 7L715668 8GIU785. License 8GMG556. License 6NWW100. CB65W84, I believe, paper. BF23R52, paper. 7ZGL598, 8KYT443. 6CBR850, 6ZRN932, and it is 1:02 p.m. I'm going to show you 1:02 p.m. where I'm at, B Street in Euclid. All right, I showed you where I'm at, the license plates I'm reading while they're stalking under the fake sun at 1:02 p.m. 7EAY404, 8ZQV569, 7SXG574, I believe. License 8LHC786. 8WOG387, 8RAL57L, 467C00, Oregon, 7J77670, 8AHH743, BF96N11, paper, 4MFY497, 8TZK797, 6EWU474, 8ZJZ818, 7LYD273, 7BXW838, 7UWB8009, 5AVG995, 7YXC195, 8TTG589. If this was the actual sun, which it's not, but again, I can run down the analysis for you. The light source is captured over me, over the roof of the Upland Public Library, yet again at 1:02 p.m., which I used as an example, 7TBY589, because I'm going to prosecute this entity, this demon-possessed entity, and speaking to what is the groundwork for what is understanding terrorism amongst the demon-possessed population in the United States who are engaging in violating constitutional rights, placing American citizens under surveillance in concert with the government. Okay, at 1:02 p.m., the actual light source is remaining over me over the Upland Public Library roof, which I want you to juxtapose that, because that's exactly what I did, reminding you about what was over me at the property, on the property of 435 South Bondview Mercy House on February 4th, 2022. 7EZL057, 8FOD932, which again, place of origin, I'm at the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library where the fake sun is over me at 11:26 in the morning. All right, then you remember, and then I go to Mercy House, right? Then I go to Route 61 on Holt Boulevard, where I was already down there this morning. Fake sun was over me. Remember this. This is the ongoing P.O.C. 1:02 p.m. This is not the sun while I'm showing you these demons whose license plates I'm reading. All right, because it's not also remaining over. Let me get this. 8CSC628, 5YUK372, 2R56365, 8VMP658. 1:02 p.m. The state's fake sun documented remaining present over what is the not only the roof of the Upland Public Library, and I juxtapose that with what is, again, being at Mercy House at 1:02 p.m. 8VJK257, and I did this deliberately with regard to what is showing that ongoing impossibility. And also you're looking at what is the presence on this street at this intersection where I'm at in the morning, okay? I'm just using 1:02 as an ongoing example. You're surrounded with what is literally a scientific impossibility. It's impossible. This is demonic. 8FBH105 all of them are demons, including Spectrum 53163T2, 7EMF641, 6VVF175. I think I read that one already. And you have what is engaging in this pattern of conduct, which is relevant to what is revealing their demon possession. And you have a demon-possessed population. That's how I'm capturing thousands, identifying them while they're engaging in criminal conduct with the government. License 8Y, let's see, 8YRH456, 8RBF798, 8XBF142, 5BHU306, 71173H1. Also recall my documentation on December 31st, 2022. Excuse me, we haven't got there yet. December 31st, 2021. 1:06 p.m. right now, and remember where I was coming from American Inn. I documented my journey coming down Euclid Avenue, which I took my time doing, documenting the population that is demon possessed, and then going to what is the B&G Plaza. You remember that? Documenting what is the entity acting through companies, acting through the people of the state, individually, ED011 handicap, Heart, GENCA, 8CXN069. 8CXN069, yeah. 7HVN224. 8UJU046. 8LBF461. 8CZZ553. 6UYE986. 7HDA290. 8NVN937. 7RQH715. 8WHR353. And it is currently 1:06 p.m. Alrighty, and I did use the time of 1:02 p.m. Illustrating that in ongoing documentation that I captured at Mercy House as of late. I also captured this in 2021. It was equally not the sun in 2021 as well. You have what is February 4th, 2022, them incorporating themselves. That's exactly what they're doing. That's why they're asking, oh, can we take you to Mercy House? That's not helping you. There's a whole big picture with regard to showing what is not the sun, and it is based on what we have been told about the sun. It's a scientific impossibility with regard to the very lies that we were told about the sun and the environment. W571LO. It is revealing demon possession. And while you want to incorporate yourself in the P.O.C, while in 2021 it was the fake sun at 1:02 p.m. By the way, I documented that. But it's relevant also. It's not just any time. It's also to the time of year. I've been very specific and deliberate with regard to what is showing in every way that's not the sun, and it's not possibly the sun, based on what we use to analyze what is and identify the conduct of the sun and what the sun would actually do and where you're going to see the sun during any time of day and where in the world it is located. It ain't remaining in San Bernardino County. Excuse my language, but that I'm just being frank. This is patently ridiculous, and it's revealing what is Satan, which is clear before your eyes. It's clear before your eyes in directed light. It's clear before your eyes under the fake sun. It's clear before your eyes before the demons that are the people of the state. 8KAU999. It's 1:08 p.m. 8VJT614. 8YNE434. 6YAJ786. 5UTT077. 6UOG889. 8GZP552. 7HCM088. 7BHA746. You have a whole meeting of demons at the Ontario Town Square townhomes. A state surveillance is underway. This is demonic activity. Holding a church service, having a dog fight, holding a farmer's market under the same exact fake sun and indirect light is state surveillance, which is coexisting with everything that the demons are doing. Monitoring, license 7BHA746, 8BZR264, license 8UHS096, and it's 1:09 p.m. 7CLC241, 7BSN142. 5PHL474 is a demon touching from the opposite side of the street. All right, that speaks to what is inferiority. License 7YWB094, 7YVX412, 7F83345, 8RVE706, 05189B2, 7F, I read that one, 8JWN871, 517Y handicap, 4ZSZ377, 7HDH870, 7RGF558, 7SMN450. That's amplified audible activity. The farmers market at Ontario Town Square, they're monitoring systematically. Fake sun is over me, directed light all over me and around me in relevant position at the Ontario Town Square is surveillance and terrorism. That is the P.O.C. That's why that which is a scientific impossibility, the light source that's over me at this intersection, right over the side of the building, which you see in my image captured at 1:02 p.m., all right, that's why that's ongoing, because they are demons and because they are engaged in monitoring. 7UHB211, 7VPJ894, 7EID253, 8MKP743, 8KPW789, 8EBN006, 8XZG251, 5D, I can't really see that one. 17868C2, I read that one already. 7ZTR297. See, license 78CN884. molesting. License 7BOD 907, molesting. A bunch of inferior minions. License 8EJS 585. 7FOO 931, a bunch of inferior minions. It is currently 1:12 p.m. Like I said, the farmers market is on the cameras of the Ontario Town Square. It's criminal activity. It's sexual violence. That's what they're doing. License CB, I can't really see that one. That's a paper plate on a motorcycle. RXU 7037. You could stand over there and make empanadas and make enchiladas and make tamales, right? And while they're across the street doing that, and a molestation by a government and by a demon possessor underway, you are a sex offender. You're not separate. You're going to be prosecuted as a sex offender. This is the nature of the crime of monitoring, and this is demonic activity. And these demons are acting as one. Okay? That's the P.O.C. They're not missing a beat. They're going to be prosecuted, and it's on the surveillance cameras of Ontario Town Square. License 7AVW421, 8YCU839, 80841H2, 8XNO. I'm sorry, 8XO and 064, I believe, 8YCM760. This is 8XO and 064. Yeah. All right, license 6HRP682, 6N05025, 8LVE408, 6TIM264, 8EBL538, 8BSN466. 75570Z2, 7DND114, 20833 and 2. Coming by to touch on me, license 7GEA977, an inferior demon, license 02343D3, touching the same. And so is all of Ontario Town Square at a farmer's market. That's called state surveillance. They're calling it the farmer's market. 7TDW180. You ship them out of the country if they're not even natural-born citizens. A family of Asians driving this van, molesting with directed light, stalking in the path on behalf of a government in the United States. 7BSN142. It's currently 1:13 p.m. 7CDX013, 8RSX204, AX24FO2 paper. 61214D2. 179. JCG, that is Oregon, 7WKU155, R29J136, 78090J3, 7HRU599. Ontario police are molesting as well. You already know they're sex offenders and they're stalkers, and they are very heavily infected agency, infected with demon possession, and they are patrolling with the rest of those demons. 6VAT035 is stalking at the red light. And as I capture the image of the fake sun right here at B Street and Euclid Avenue, you're going to remember what is the presence of the fake sun at 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:14. This is, again, a block away from the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. That is also understanding what is not the sun. That is also understanding the demon possession of the Ontario Police. That is also understanding the state surveillance and monitoring at the Ontario Town Square. License 7ULF306, 7SEZ917. License 029, yeah, that's right. License 17868C2, 8YMT675, 7LBY062, 6SQP195. So at this intersection of B Street and Euclid, this is where Furniture Dreams is. 5GMJ986, you have, again, this ongoing pattern of keeping a fake sun, and I'm showing you at the beginning of the day where it is 8:14 in the morning. Do you think the actual sun? Because I'm going to let you know it's not. Remaining on the same block, you're talking about less than your feet away, 6SQP195. It is 1:15 p.m., 7FCD133. 7AQW218. It is indeed 218. Excuse me. It is indeed the prosecution for what is a sex offender while you're flipping burgers across the street at the Ontario Town Square. License 8MZL510. This is how you are restraining what is a demon-possessed entity. Okay, that is a sex offender and a stalker. 5MGJ986. License 7TDH682. All right. In addition to what I'm pointing out to you, it's also, again, while I am at the Mercy House, that's not the sun. It's not the sun as you would then compare it to being over me while I am at what is the Dunkin' Donuts, while I am at 355 South Mountain Avenue, Upland, California, while I am at the Upland Public Library. License 8R28919, 25224G2, UBER-US2, 6NVC078, 8SDP770, 8LDR440, 999BY handicap, 6MYH 795. 5PHL 474. 4324. I can't really see the rest of them. 5AVG 995 is monitoring while this demon 5PHL 474 is patrolling back and forth, touching again with directed light. License 8LDR 440, 8VES 665. Eight VDE 598. I'm sorry, 8 VOE 598. 7H4 3730. 8 DBP 079. 8 YGK 837. 5 AVG 995 is reversing, touching with light. This is a fat pot belly minion stalking in the path. License 8YLJ 659. 7VQX 799. I read that license plate already. License 7HYF 211. While that demon, again, he reverses from being parked on what is Euclid Avenue, reverses around into during a red light. Absolutely impossible. Not impossible, but illegal driving conduct. It's serving a criminal purpose and it's facilitation. While he does so, he is touching me with directed light. He is also aiming direct light onto what is Furniture Dreams. This demon 8YLJ 659 is monitoring to that, and is a sex offender the same. 6SCM 708, 7VQX 799. That is all going for what is the venue of Wells Fargo, used as a means of stalking in the path for the Ontario Town Square. 7MRS 427. All of them are monitoring with communication devices. Demon possessed under the same exact fake sun that has not gone anywhere. If that was the actual sun over the museum, and now it's right here over me at the corner where I'm standing at Furniture Dreams. That is not even 350 steps away. Okay, 65414Y2, where it remained again as I go in all manner of direction. I have walked east and west, and this is again remaining and not moving anywhere from the same region, let alone being at distinctly different locations, which is where I show you you're juxtaposing different locations where I'm at the same time. 6CAA246, 08236Y2, 8BET137, 8JTW 429, 8HCW 127, 7VVF 344, 7UTE 864, 7RNK 077, CB 627Z37, excuse me. 8WY, can't see the rest of them, you can scratch that one. 7RNK 077. See, another blackface minion, 8TBR 971. License 8JHX 835, 16494H3, 7 U.S.C 387. 67370X3, yeah, I read that one already. 7ADK 596. It's 1:20 p.m. 8BIM 850, 6SDM 295, 8MNE 027, FK 5816A, 38133J2, 7KWN 381. 8SPU 157, 7TQA 338, 8XRE 828, 6NQE 714, 8HYJ 659, 67370X2. I think I read that one already. Alrighty, and again, these are minions who are not only stalking and engaging in terrorism, they're demons and they're engaging in interstate stalking. They are also engaging in intentionally crossing paths as they know that their license plates have been recited already. They're going to pay for that at a prosecution. You're not going to obstruct justice. You have what is the intent, 8WUE 066. 8RDH247, you have the intent to want to limit it, so you'll have minions that are pacing up. They're all stalking. They all know who I am. They're all coming to the street to engage in partaking in demonic conduct, which is criminal. Second of all, what they are doing is you're hearing a lot of the same license plates. This is seeking to limit what has already been documented. You're going to pay for that. That's going to be addressed in federal law as well, because this is a tactic by the demon possessed. BAAE12 out of state. 8VPL619, 8CZPO23, 96787S2, 7LUL459, 6EOL639, 8ABN635, or 6FOL639. Let me see. Yeah, that's 6E. No, that's 6FOL639. Alrighty, like I said, this is not ordinary traffic. It is relevant as I'm revealing it what is a pattern of conduct. And so where you're looking at this pattern of conduct, then you're seeing what you have. Okay, so they're stalking and they're monitoring. These are demons everywhere. With regard to all of this, you also have knowledge. So you have what is the intentional engagement of what is crossing path after having with knowledge of the fact that you've been documented before. That's not to say that you're not going to drive your car anymore. All right, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's specific knowledge with regard to their intent to stalk and monitor me, who they are. They're monitoring that documentation of that. That's intentional. Security investigations. Investigate this. License 8FQP001. They're monitoring 86985R1 7TKW135. And they're molesting that company to be prosecuted as a sex offender. LIZJELI 4S4U325. This is necessary. What am I speaking to? The intent by the entity to limit, all right, the amount of exposure to being documented. You're not limiting anything. This is prosecution of a government, and like I said, there's stuff that the entity hasn't even anticipated, and it's going to happen. 8SWT505, 8KFB744, because it's revealing what is with regard to there's no exception. I've shown you how there's no exception. Going to any neighborhood, any zip code, there's no exception. You're showing what is conduct of a government on behalf of the people. There is no exception. There is not going to be any escaping. And while you're engaging in what is repeatedly crossing path, that's going to be addressed. All right, where you're documented, you're monitoring, you're not going to want to have any parts of that. You certainly are not going to want to be named 40, 50 times. Engaging in stalking by a government, engaging in sexual violence with and on behalf of a government. So like I'm stating, that is to be addressed under federal law, and it shall be. What you are also recognizing is that you are not limiting anything. This is documentation where I have shown there's no exception. It doesn't matter where you're going. They're going to be prosecuted. License plate, ATBN 753, 5ZHR 337, 8SIX 316, 7NMF 035, 25061D1, 8FCJ 085, 4HYB 178, 1A, well, I can't really see that one. 7CID 863, and it is currently, by the way, 1:24 p.m. This is P.O.C. Let me show you the fake sun that remains right here over this intersection over the side of this building. Alrighty, and I did capture that. License 5VWG070 and 52404E3 is the demon that is in the white truck, the Chevy, in relevant position. And this is where I'm reading what are demons who are patrolling. This is one entity that is repeatedly crossing path over and over again. This is stalking, group stalking, and it's terrorism. While they're also a sex offender being monitoring the documentation. This is the same entity stalking at nightfall, wherever it is that I'm sleeping. This is the same entity stalking in bathrooms. This is the same entity stalking with audible activity, which is an ongoing act of terrorism by an entity that is of this condition, very specific, demon possession. Demons have the uncanny ability to do so. You're not dealing with human nature, flesh and blood. You're dealing with the spirit that is on them. Demons aware of what you're doing on the opposite side of a wall where you don't see anybody looking at you. All right, this is Satan that you're dealing with. License BM92V30 paper. And I captured that fake sun that remains here, 8MGE173, and here being at the intersection of B Street and Euclid, 6YTN049, 8WOG387. And while I'm here, understand this is simultaneous documentation of the rest of the entity as well. But Ontario Town Square right here, I want to document that whole on occasion, calling it a Town Square Farmers Market. It's criminal conduct, and they're in relevant position, and it is documented on surveillance cameras while I remain subject. It's also the same thing while I'm at B&G Plaza. Ontario Town Square is in relevant position. Monitoring, JEFAGG. 8YKF280, 7MZR191, 8HGX761, 21508F3, 8XID458, 7DVX562, 8SLS691, 8JIN980, 8TOR337, 8VYZ137, 8JXM265, 17547T1. 7ZGS104, 4LEY963, 8YMN298, 8KLH072, 2755282, 8KGK622, 6BSS512. Righty, license 8R28919. And it is 1:26 p.m. and like I was stating, I just wanted to get this round of demons over here. I did capture that light source that's remaining stationary. Okay, and the location, I'm right here at B Street in Euclid. I captured the B Street. You can see it right there. I'm showing exactly where I'm at, and you also are listening on my podcast. I'm remaining here, reading license plates right here in Ontario, where I remain, which is fully documented. It's not a question where I'm at. It is no question with regard to what you are witnessing, which is a scientific impossibility. A light source remaining over, not only remaining over me, regardless of where I'm at, which is remaining in Ontario, walking up and down the same street, being on what is the street north of Holt Boulevard, walking east on that street, which is tantamount to being on Hobo. I'm going east and west and east and west, and the state is keeping a fake sun over me. This is the scientific impossibility, the non-movement of what's supposed to be the sun from one portion of the region, a very small specific portion. All right. And not only that, that ongoing impossibility, while I'm showing you another way of looking at this, which is that comparison where I'm at the Upland Public Library, showing you the roof. Oh, that's not visible to be over. That's not coexisting. It's not. No, that's an impossibility. And this is documentation of that. So I captured that 98CC752, and while I'm reading these license plates, identifying the demon-possessed population, 7YML309, 8PAT062, I am capturing that because I want you to see where I'm at. This is also an impossibility while the light source is captured hours earlier, which is in the morning at 8. A little bit after 8 o'clock, and then I captured video at 8:14. The light source is right here at B Street over the building, right piercing over the edge, right over me. And this is an impossibility with regard to what is, first of all, movement, what would be north up Euclid Avenue, and doing so steps away from the Ontario Museum. But again, that's just one vantage point because the entity engaged in moving east and west as I'm walking up and down the street. And then migration, which is north from the Ontario Museum. This demon 7YML309 is a Latina female going into third-party facilitating venue Dole X, where I documented Amazon Prime on December 31st, 2021, and the state's fake sun is over me, and that demon is using hazard lights and then stops her hazard lights. This demon knows that I turned around, and she's going into a third-party facilitating venue where she has no legal shelter whatsoever. License 8UND821. Dole X is the third-party facilitating venue who is under a fake sun. ATOGRNDO, I believe. 7KEU915, 8FJB471, 20626J1, 7U36705, 6Y33585, 93272D3. And it is 7HNK651, 1:29 p.m., and this is P.O.C. Alrighty, so I showed you, meaning I just took pictures of 8YPP444, their prosecution. The fake sun moves across the street as I walk across the street. It's no longer over the edge, piercing over that building at the intersection of B Street and Euclid. As I cross the street, these demons are stalking as well. 8TIM755, U684VR. That's an out-of-state license plate. In the light source is right over me while I'm showing you the opposite side of the street. So I remain this is 1:02 p.m. It's 1:31 p.m. right now, and I'm showing you what is the light source moving as I move. That's also also witnessing that impossibility with regard to what is this light source not only present north of what is the Ontario Museum, which is less than 350 feet steps. I'm not being literally. I could step less than 350 of my steps to the museum right here on the opposite side of Holt right here. That is also an impossibility as the light sources I'm speaking to what is 1:02 p.m. and it's remaining over me at this intersection. It is also an impossibility while it is remaining stationary and this light source is over the edge of the building. And then the moment that I start walking, it is no longer over that building. It moves as I move. That is speaking to that distinction between third parties who are moving in all manner of direction. That's not the experience. It's not remaining over the Upland Public Library. It's not present. It's not possible. It's a scientific impossibility. You're witnessing what's demonic. 71755Y1 is a demon. All right. 5DJR969, and so is 4SO3998. These are demons who surround while a light source remains over me. Okay. This is that conduct, and this is speaking to what is going on at the farmers market of Ontario Town Square Ontario Town Square. All right. A state facilitating venue. That conduct is what prefaces the P.O.C. And that is just, again, another way of looking at what is surrounding with that impossibility. And that impossibility speaking to that scientific fact as to what is not the actual sun. It's not possibly the sun. So somebody is lying about what's going on in our universe. Okay. And it's not me. I'm telling you what I have been told, the same as you have. Okay. About what's the sun. And that's how I noticed what is going, this is not normal, this is very weird. And I also know, based on what I already had discerned was of the demonic, it's a matter of documentation. All right, everything about the pattern of conduct is designed to, unfortunately and unjustly, falsely depict the targeted individual. All right, and why is that? Because lying, demon-possessed stalkers are going to claim that you, especially when you don't have any evidence of it, are going to claim that you're making it up. They act oblivious as to the fake sun. It's Satan itself. All right, they are minions under that fake sun. They're acting oblivious to it. They act oblivious the same way with regard to helicopter activity, with regard to what is the state stalking around, going up and down, going nowhere with sirens all day and all night. It's facilitating their group demonic activity. They're all psychopaths together. All right, they act oblivious to all of that. They can act oblivious all they want, because what they can't ignore is what is that direct evidence. And so that is that impossibility, and that is the correct term, because that impossibility is directly bearing upon, directly bearing upon the criminal conduct that's underway. Oh, no, that's dirty. The criminal conduct that is underway. So this is why you have, and I just captured that because I remained there, and I did that on purpose. And so as I walk away from there, I did the same thing on what was February 4th, 2022. Ontario Police Department engaging in surveillance. They're focused on me. All right, what's their claim? Oh, this has nothing to do with you, ma'am. When I ask him his name, this has nothing to do with you, ma'am. They're focused on somebody else. The fake sun is right over me while I'm standing there and I'm documenting this. This is February 4th. All right, and then I capture what is at seconds later. I just walk across the same street, and you're looking at what is the movement of the light source. It keeps maintaining its perfect presence over me, as you see a wealth of difference in my closeness and proximity to the Ontario police, who remain in the same position. You don't see the light source remaining right there over them at that property where I'm standing right next to them. As I walk away from them, this is the intersection of Washington and Bonneview, you see the fake sun that's right over me where I am, as I have moved away from that location. It's very vivid. You can see it very clearly where I use the Ontario police as what is, again, a gauge as to what is my movement. I'm standing here right next to them, watching me move away from them, watch the fake sun remain over me. All right, that's exactly what I just documented right now. I stand at the edge of the intersection, and that's February 4th, 2022. I documented that. You have what is and what else do you see in that video where I move away? You see Amazon Prime hovers and a fake sun. Let me be clear, this is the maniacal conduct of the demon possessed. All manner of demons in school buses and third parties crossing path, and you see all manner of directed light shooting all over the asphalt while I use the Ontario police in that manner, showing you what are the demons that they are, while they are indeed stalking me, acting as though they are focused on something. You can act like whatever you want when you're in that impossible environment. You are stalking in that environment. It is present because you are stalking, and it is present because you are a demon in that environment for that criminal purpose. All right, and so like I said, the entity starts crossing path. Well, not starts, because they were already doing it. But as I capture that video, Amazon Prime hovers in a commercial airline plane right there where the fake sun is over me. The demons in school buses crossing path. You see the directed light on the asphalt moving across the car, and the activity ratchets up. Okay, the entity is watching me documented, and as I do so, you see Satan literally reacts through what are the minions who are surrounding, engaging in the P.O.C. That's literally what you're witnessing, and it is the demented pattern of conduct that's underway. Anyway, it's 1:36 p.m. and I capture the fake sun that's no longer over that building where it was cozy over the edge. And that's why I document that, because you are paying attention to the devil, which is seen in the details. The devil is seen through the people of the state, their conduct, okay, and the environment that they are in while they are engaging in that conduct. This is how you are seeing the devil, okay? So like I said, that is what I captured in images. That's the significance of it, and it is the same iteration, my same ability to capture that. It's not because I am engaging in some sort of there is nothing, I can't do anything but take a picture. There's nothing sophisticated about documentation. Any ordinary target individual can document when you are subject to the system. All right, documentation is that which eternity has brought down in order to understand, defeat what is the very unsophisticated. And it is not intricate. You're talking about what is Satan. Satan is a defeated creature, right? Satan is first of all, a created creature. Satan is not a god. Satan is not all-knowing, all right? Satan has a bunch of minions who are going to burn in hell with it, all right? This is nothing to fear. I am showing you the ways in which Satan itself is going to be dragged in the natural in court. Something Satan never fathomed. Okay? All of its minions. Naming them by name, shaming them. Whatever job, whatever reputation, whatever it is that they have, they're going to lose that. Okay? So like I said, you were talking about what is revealing that system that is underway, and you are also understanding what is necessary to realizing the reality of the population that is demon possessed. You're talking about has nothing to do with race. So you are not excusing somebody because they are an old, crippled, wealthy, or say they're not wealthy, say they are impoverished. There is nothing that you are making an exception to. Let me be clear. These are the masks that Satan wears. Okay, using and exploiting whatever weaknesses or vulnerabilities that Satan very well knows that you have. Okay. All right, if you have a bias toward white folks, or if you have a bias toward black folks, let me be clear, Satan, who is studying you, knows this and will use that. All right, if you have a bias toward a certain type of man that you want to attract in your life, or it's something that you want, let me be clear, Satan will use that. Satan knows. Satan is studying you. All right, so like I said, I'm just speaking to what the ways in which Satan is acting in everyday life, in your life. But I want to be clear, demonic activity and demon possession, and this what I'm speaking of is relevant because it is made known. Demonic activity is real. Satan is present, which is literally in the environment and through the people who surround you, and you may very well be blood related to it. And by it, let me be clear, because I unfortunately am blood related to those who are demon possessed. I was raised by a woman who's demon possessed. I was in church, and I put that in air quotes, not a genuine church, but I was in a church serving, or thought I was serving God with those who are, love the Lord, or so you would say. You're talking about filled with demons, every single last one of them. Fake sun over the venue. This is nothing other than Satan calling itself a church. You have what is law enforcement, demons that would engage in the pattern of conduct at that church. I'm referencing Sunrise Church. I was at that venue for years, okay? And so when you had, for example, what are large gatherings such as Easter, guess who would arrive? Law enforcement. Law enforcement are there, and they're calling it church. It's the pattern of conduct. It's demonic activity occurring under the guise of a church service. Oh, and the church service is so large that they need police to come there and help them to keep the traffic, keep order. Those are minions, and they're engaging in demonic activity. They're engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct, and it was right in my face, and I was not aware of it. Having this knowledge, though, having this experience, this exposure to the demon possessed, you need to understand that, first of all, Satan does not have a race. Satan does not have an age. Satan is a spirit. Satan is a spirit that's present in the environment that surrounds you. That's what the fake sun is about. Okay? Satan is present through people who surround you. Satan is a spirit. People are demon possessed. Yes. Okay? And you know them by their deeds, not their claiming that they're some Christian. In other words, trying to demonstrate, oh, I'm an exception. I'm not demon possessed. I love Jesus, or I love Muhammad, or I love, whoever, whatever religious leader you want to assert. I'm my own being. I am not subservient to any claim, some fictitious claim of some invisible deity. Whatever they want to claim, seeking that there's some exception to demon possession, there is not. The demonic environment, and this is what is so probative and what's relevant, what's necessary with regard to my documentation, because it's speaking to what is comprehensive revealing of that. You're not accepted. It is directly relevant, first of all, to what is a scientific fact. So when you're getting to what you know to be scientific fact, those of you who claim that you don't believe in God, you rely on science, well, guess what? Science is telling you something about the natural environment. What are you doing to address this? What do you do with this information when it is literally the denial of those so-called scientific facts? Do you know that these who are calling themselves scientists, they're minions? Did you know that? Minions lying to you, lying. Okay? Satan in positions. Exercising influence, all right? So that your mindset, you are preconditioned to think a certain way, all right? To address things from a certain vantage point. You're told about Satan when you're sitting in church or when you're watching TV, a church service on TV, and guess what? Guess who you're listening to? You're listening to Satan tell you about itself, giving you a false idea about what Satan looks like, what Satan acts like, where Satan's located, what car Satan's going to drive, the type of quote-unquote bad conduct that Satan engages in. All that. And Satan itself is telling you, they're puppets, they're minions. All right? And so, like I said, it's currently 1:42 p.m., and this revealing of this demonic environment, this revealing of this demonic conduct, this is not about religiosity. This is not about preaching some specific, sect of a faith. It's not about that. You're talking about what is the very real existence of good versus evil. All right. And so you're talking about what is the existence of the spiritual, which you cannot see. All I am doing is making manifest before you. Not only have I made very specific allegations, as I am subject to what is criminal conduct. And so I'm using my legal skill set and I'm prosecuting a government that's engaged in criminal activity. Not only that, this criminal activity is rooted in that which is satanic. Okay. Now, when you are understanding the bigger picture, you're understanding there are two things. First of all, this criminal activity, where it is underway by a very specific type of people. All right. The demon possessed, which is relevant to what is existing law, because the demon possessed are engaging in surveillance and they're doing it with the government. This is directly relevant to what is the necessity of federal legislation. You're not exercising any religious rights. There is no First Amendment protection. No, it's not. You're a president on behalf of the government. You're a demon acting with these puppets of Satan, the public entity itself. Stalking in helicopters, that's the government. Stalking as law enforcement, that's the government. And they're all minions. Monitoring with these demons who are patrolling on the street right now while a fake sun, Satan itself, is hovering over these minions. This is the necessity of understanding what that demonic activity is, what that means. All right, removing all of these preconceived notions and all of these false ideas you've been told about what is religion. Oh, demonic activity only applies to those who are religious, only those that are going to church. And no, that's a lie. Demonic activity, the presence of Satan, the demonic environment, which you are aware of by virtue of what is this ongoing scientific impossibility. That which is the maintenance of a light source. Let me be clear. It's a scientific impossibility that I captured on video, 8:14 a.m. at 225 South Euclid Avenue, the Ontario Museum. And I am capturing what is a documentation, visible images for you to see with your own eyes, the light source, which is over Furniture Dreams. Excuse me, while I'm standing at Furniture Dreams over the intersection of B Street and Euclid Avenue at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Not only is that an impossibility, you're talking about what is the maintenance of central presence over my head while doing so. You're talking about also what is an impossibility. I didn't just start documenting today. There's a whole body of evidence with regard to what is this ongoing maintenance of this light source day to day. And so if that's the actual sun that's over the venue at this time, the Upland Public Library, it would never be present. And it is a scientific fact. It is impossible that it is maintaining presence over the precise edge again. Again, you have this common pattern. It's over my head, while it is impossible to ever be present under any circumstances over the building at that intersection of B Street and Euclid. This is a scientific impossibility, let alone the fact that it's remaining present on the very specific same region of as we are progressing throughout the day. The actual sun is not doing that. And it is also exclusive with regard to what is the absence, by necessity, by virtue of what we have learned as a matter of scientific fact regarding this so-called sun that is present in any other state. Where is it? Because it's remaining over me at the Ontario Town Square right now, where I'm at. Okay? That is not warming any globe. That is not global warming. That is not climate change. You're understanding what are the false ideas you have been told. You've been told these fables. All right. And so, like I said, that is necessary to understanding what is documentation of a pattern of conduct, which is criminal. And it is relevant to what is also necessary to understand the presence of what are those who are under a specific condition, who are engaging in this criminal pattern of conduct on behalf of an entity. And it is relevant to, again, what are the end of times, whether you want to acknowledge that or not. We're not going to live and exist in the United States, as it is so-called, is not going to exist in perpetuity forever. We're not. It's not. It's just not going to. And with regard to what is the reality, you need to understand that there is an ultimate agenda with regard to literally the theft of souls. Okay, and so without getting into, I'm not going to get preachy. I'm going to document these demons right now at Ontario Town Square who've been monitoring under the fake sun at Ontario Town Square real quick, and then I'm going to go finish my thought. Or while you hear the fake suns remaining over me across the street, these minions over here serving food at the farmer's market, they're monitoring 88769 B3. Minions patrolling with loud traffic. It facilitates the ability of this minion, 61124K3. All right, removing property. They're all on surveillance cameras. It's called relevant positioning, monitoring me the whole time while the fake sun's over me on the opposite side of the same street. License, let's see, 7L 0983. I can't see the rest of them. Hold on. And then you have the demons that are in relevant position at Wells Fargo. Goodness. Anyway, let me get this license plate. This is license 7 L09839. 7SRD292, excuse me. 8CXU191, 8UXH481, 8YKG047. Smoking Rubens, they're monitoring and they are demon possessed. License FL17964. That is a Mississippi license plate on a road service vehicle, rubber on wheels, mobile tire company, 04987L1. All right, and this is relevant positioning outside of Wells Fargo. They're demons that are wrapping around the building of Wells Fargo to engage in ongoing maintenance of presence under the fake sun that remains over the Ontario Town Square. That ongoing scientific impossibility remains while you are doing whatever it is you want to call yourself doing. State surveillance is ceaselessly underway. So with regard to what is understanding not only the criminal conduct, it is relevant to this criminal conduct is engaged in exclusively by those who are of that condition that is demon possession. This is relevant to what is necessary with regard to prosecution for terrorism. The demon possessed engaging in absolutely demented and disturbing conduct while they are also aware of the fact that you are beginning to enforce your constitutional rights, your human rights. That's the pattern of conduct as I've revealed it. All right. So you're talking about what is ceaseless obsessive level stalking by a people who then are made aware as you become aware because they're hovering over you. They're stalking you. They are paying close attention to what you're doing. You're dealing with Satan. All right. Satan uses people. Satan uses the environment around you. So you were talking about what is understanding. This is necessary because when you are approached with the necessity, when you are approached with what is the reality of such a population, if you will, and when you are approached with the reality of such criminal conduct by the public entity, which again has never been, and it never should be, and this is very troubling again with the times that we're in, because I'm talking about what is literally the restrictions of your constitutional rights to speak on whatever topic you want to speak on. And then you'll have what is claiming that you cannot do so because you're waging a threat to the public. That's based on the presupposition that what the government is stating is even true. All right, so there is no grounds for what is violating freedom of speech. All right. And what the government is literally doing, and let me be clear, the entity is doing it through third parties who have a lot of money, third parties who have a platform, who exercise that influence. All right. Able to engage in what is steering a narrative in the way that they want to go, shutting up, silencing, in other words, those who are not speaking what is favorable, what is the narrative that is sought to be established. Okay. So you disagree with the notion of COVID-19, or you have what are platforms that want to seek to shut you down. And why? Claiming because you're causing a harm to those who are going to listen to your opinion. So in other words, you can flip that because you have what is assuming that you are telling the truth, and you being the government, which again, you maintain a constitutional right and the freedom of speech to disagree with that. But like I said, assuming that the government is telling the truth and that the government is as what the government is saying it is, you're not able to disagree in any public manner. And so were the government lying, you're talking about what is engaging in more of that deception, spreading more so than any disagreement with that deception. All right. So that is a breakdown of that sort of conduct, and it's unconstitutional in the United States. And I also want to be clear, it is entirely within the bounds of the Constitution, and this is what was pontificated. This is exactly what was considered when the Constitution was created. All right. So I want to be clear. There is no grounds, constitutionally speaking, there is no grounds. You are only doing it because they are stating that you are doing it. It's not an actual cause to form. I am not placing anybody in a chokehold because I want to disagree with the actual existence of COVID-19. All right. Or Black Lives Matter, or any sort of issue that climate control. Okay. Alrighty. You've got me. And you're talking about what is, I've addressed it in what is documentation. The scientific impossibility is revealing climate control is a fallacy. Okay. So I want to be clear. Who's telling you that though? The government. The government's telling you that. Politicians are speaking on this, all right? You have what is using it to engage in what is a certain type of agenda, and it also is that which is forming your mindset, conditioning your mind to think in a certain way, all right? So I want to be clear, where you are exercising your constitutional right, you're not placing anybody in a physical chokehold. You are stating that I'm placing somebody in danger based on what's supposed to be the truth as the government is stating it. That's not constitutional. The Constitution is not built on and created under the basis that the government is right. The government may very well be wrong. Hello, the Constitution is supposed to be for the protection of our rights and the with regard to what is the corruption of government, with what is the criminal conduct of government, the violation of government. This is what this was founded on. This is where this is born from, by the way. All right, but this is right in your face. And what's ongoing with that? The dumbing down of everyday people. You're being dumbed down. You're being distracted by the dances on YouTube and on TikTok, not paying attention to the bigger picture. They're lying on the news, okay? Feeding ongoing narratives, all right? And you're basing it based on not only what the government is representing, and who are they relying on to verify that? The very people of the state. I'm showing you what's wrong with the people of the state. The people of the state are lying minions who will say, oh, I was discriminated by the police because of my race. I'm scared of the police. You know, they target me all the time because I'm a black woman. I'm a black man. Guess what? A black man and a black woman that I'm related to engaging in targeting with law enforcement. Okay, welcome them on many occasions to where they live for absolutely no reason. Absolutely no reason. They made up reasons, welcome law enforcement, and engaged in what is the pattern of conduct. They're monitoring together. And guess what? That black woman and that black man, Eric Corey Spencer and Tracy Banks, they're demons. They are demon possessed. And those law enforcement agents, they're all demon possessed. And it was occurring in the same environment, which is literally a scientific impossibility. The light source, directed light, all right, criminal defamation while they were engaging in that targeting conduct together. But you have on the surface, on the news, what you're looking at. Now, like I said, that is an experience, that is a situation that is directly in conflict. It directly opposes the notion of Black Lives Matter. This black man, Eric Royce, was supposedly a victim of police violence before, so he told me before. All right, we used to sit up and talk about the news and what's going on with regard to social topics. This is when I had a relationship with him before I knew that this was a demon engaging in this demonic activity. Let me be clear. Demons don't have a race. Demons don't have a affection for with regard to what is a blood relationship. That's my brother in flesh and blood. And let me not say brother. That is a sibling by blood. All right, but let me be clear. In this, you're dealing with demons. They don't have a race. Satan is. You're talking about what is Satan in operation over a minion going by the name of Eric Corey Spencer. That minion is not operating as a blood relative who is a loving, protective brother. Okay, that's not what you're dealing with. It's the same with Tracy Banks, and I've documented this. Okay, so this is understand another way you're understanding demonic activity. So, like I said, you have what is a situation that is directly opposing the notion of what is this Black Lives Matter, something that's very real. We've had very many passionate conversations about this very real, and I put this in air quotes, this very real social issue, Black Lives Matter. Oh yeah, Black Lives Matter. Until you're aware of the fact that these are demons that surround you, and they're engaging in very highly demented conduct. All right, and then all of a sudden you have what are you calling the police for? Because that's one thing. So let me break this down. Or because you have what is the defamatory claims of minions. So you want to claim all of a sudden Erica Spencer lost her mind, and she's talking about we're demons, you know, okay, so you can leave that there. You have what is then engaging in what is taking it to a whole other level, making up. This is what Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer did, making up information, stating that I attacked you when I never attacked you. You're blatantly lying. And this is while they then engage in summoning law enforcement. All right. So you're talking about what is beyond the intent to defame. All right. You're talking about what is literally engaging in the pattern of conduct. These are demons who are hostile. I'm not dealing with a flesh and blood, a brother and a mother. Okay. So like I said, this is the pattern of conduct as I documented them engaging in. That's not something that is in any way in conformity or, in any way with regard to relevance to some Black Lives Matter. I am not separate from that. I used to watch the news and watch, black men with their, being killed in the streets while a Caucasian officer has their knee on their neck. I saw that, okay? I was affected by that the same way. It's very bombastic. It is designed to literally evoke emotion. That's what it's designed for, okay? And I want to be clear because it is very, very unpopular. But that which is unpopular is that which tends to be very, very true. Okay? And everything that I am stating with regard to the reality of demonic activity and criminal conduct by a public entity that is acting through the people of the state, it's entirely satanic. And it is also revealing with regard to the times that we are in. It is unpopular. And let me be clear. Satan goes to the extent of engaging in such creation of situations in order for the masses to witness it, in order to create such a distracting narrative. What am I stating? What am I stating by that? What am I saying? You have what are minions that engage in conduct with law enforcement. So on the outside, in other words, you are looking at what appears to be law enforcement on the opposite side. All right. They appear in the natural to be on different sides of the team. Wait a minute. You have the police. They're attacking this young black man. Oh my goodness. This is wrong. What is going on? Oh my gosh. Okay. So you have what is appearance in the natural that they appear to be on two different sides of the fence, one being attacked by law enforcement while they are outside of the bounds of their job, engaging in what is targeting, because you're going to naturally include race in this. And so you have, and then what is this young black man? All right, already a sympathetic person with regard to being targeted by law enforcement. This is a narrative that's already created in the U.S. Let me be clear with regard to what is demonic activity, as you are ignorant to it. All right, this young black man is a demon-possessed person. The law enforcement officers, likewise, of this same condition. And let me be clear, the extent to which Satan is going to engage in deception, all right, to engage in what is the creation of distracting narratives, especially in our country, in order that you remain ignorant about what Satan is doing, about who Satan is doing it through, and about what exactly you are witnessing. All right, attributing it to everything other than what is Satan at work through a people in an environment where you're subject to surveillance. All right, so I want to be clear. Yes, you are talking about what is understanding demonic activity, and you are separating that from what you're looking at in the natural, where you're assuming that one is opposed to the other. In the spirit, you're looking at what is demonic activity, and they are not on different sides of the team. All right, so you have what is a demon, and they are actually cooperatively engaging in conduct as one another. And I want to be clear, I am speaking to what is the creation of such a narrative. Those who are claiming I've been targeted by law enforcement, this is then publicized. This is creation of such narratives. And it's intentionally published to the public. All right, it's published, and it is shared with the public. And this is creating that sort of distracting narrative. And I want to be clear, Black Lives Matter is that which is serving that. All right. So, and this is also saying these, the third parties who I'm documenting, they are of the black race. All right. And they are not engaging in any sort of conduct targeting me because they hate black people. It is because you are talking about what is demon possession. All right. And it is that which is working its way through what are minions. All right. And so this is the reality of that. And I just want to give an example of that, because you are looking at things that are on the surface and ignorant as to what is the spiritual component. And that spiritual component is not irrelevant. It is actually central. It is key. That spiritual component is relevant when I'm showing you what is not the actual sun that remains over the environment. That spiritual component is directly relevant with regard to the conduct that the people who are surrounding are engaging in that environment, which is literally a scientific anomaly. It's an impossibility. The fact that it's even occurring. All right. You are talking about what is a spiritual component that is directly relevant with regard to what are social issues, which are given as the explanation for what it is that you're documenting. I've been told before, this pattern of conduct that I'm documenting, this happened since the Patriot Act. This is something that a third party gets online stating. That's a false narrative. It has nothing to do with anything. It has nothing to do with that. All right. So like I said, it has nothing to do with the particular location I'm at. If I were to get on a plane and go to the opposite corner of the country, let's go to Maine or something, guess what will be ongoing? Okay. Minions in that state, Satan, which is a spirit, which is not limited to the state lines of California and San Bernardino County. That is what is underway. Okay. This is that which is a population in the United States, a population which is to be recognized with regard to the threat and the criminal conduct that it is engaging in on behalf of Satan itself, which is a very real spiritual entity, operating influence over the government, operating influence over people, and is present in the environment, contrary to what you're told about things such as global warming. All right. And then you do what you want with that. I would I would tread very carefully, though. You ought to walk circumspectly with regard to what is knowledge as to the fallibility of the government and the people when you're listening to things such as COVID-19. Okay? And that's all I'm going to say about that. That is how that is relevant, and that is the big picture. Okay? So like I said, it's currently 2:02 p.m. and I captured those still images, and the light source remains here at Ontario Town Square, where you hear a demon using a broom and a dustpan. This is surrounding with audible activity. It's demonic activity. They are under what is the scientific impossibility. The light source is over the Ontario Town Square. Take a good gander at a map. The Ontario Museum and the Ontario Town Square, feet apart. Okay, that's not the sun. Let alone, again, this is not in any way distinct or separate because I'm now sleeping at the museum. Because when I was sleeping in the vehicle at 630 North Fern, guess what? The state was engaging. And while I was going to the Ovid Family Community Library, the state was keeping the fake sun in alignment with that Ovid Family Community Library. For the entity to engage in that, it is the same ongoing impossibility that it was as I documented it on that day. Okay, this is the same time of year, and this is how you are understanding, and this is how you are incapable of escaping what is documentation of a pattern of conduct and an ongoing scientific impossibility. Okay, that scientific impossibility is revealing what is the presence of Satan. Satan is present in this country, using the people of the state, present through what are puppets of in the government, placing us criminally under surveillance. Satan knows exactly where you're working. Satan knows your social security number. Satan knows where you are going, who you're dating, who you're sleeping with, how many romantic partners you have, what you want that one person versus another person to know. This is the reality of what is the presence of Satan in your life. As opposed to what is the fallacy of having privacy, as we are, again, in a supposedly, allegedly civilized society in the U.S., we have all these laws that are in place, and you're supposedly having this expectation of privacy. Let me be clear, the pattern of conduct directly rebuts that. All right? That's a fallacy. Second of all, you're talking about what are the people of the state of California, the demons themselves, knowing all about your business, not only because they're engaged in surveillance, but because these are minions. Satan itself, the demon possessed. Satan, that is a spirit. Let me be clear. That spirit comes with what is knowledge. All right? Knowledge as to what it is that Satan knows about you. The demon possessed knowing you personally. Knowing your dislikes, and this is the reality of that spiritual component, that component, that is very, very relevant. Okay, so anyway, it's currently 2:04 p.m. And I went through that. I wanted to finish that thought and go through the breakdown. Again, this is not only prosecution. This is understanding what is also prescription, but this is revealing what is very, very necessary in order to arm yourselves. You're dealing with what is a government. While you are intertwined with the reality of Satan, you're dealing with what are the people of the state. People. It doesn't matter whether you're blood related to them. It doesn't matter whether you are working with them, whether you are surrounded by them in your ordinary, neighborhood mall. You're talking about the identity to recognize that condition, which is directly relevant. Demon possession. It's a real concern. It's amongst a population, and it is relevant in that which is able to and capable of being evidenced through capable of being witnessed through objective evidence. Not just stating, oh, this person has a demon on them, and you have no way of verifying that. That's not what this is, and that's not what I have provided. You're talking about what is a matter of discernment. The impossibility, literally the demonic conduct of directed light, is that very evidence of what I told you, but even before I showed you about directed light. Okay? It's the demonstration of demon possession. The light source itself, a scientific impossibility, and I told you about what is this demonic conduct that I was subject to. It's showing you what is that scientific impossibility. This is literally the supernatural. It is the presence of Satan, who maintains presence all around us in the environment. Of the environment around you, which you again are recognizing the very direct relevance of the spiritual component, whether you regard it, whether you acknowledge it or not. So you have what is the recognition of that and the ability through what is an environment that you are able to see with your own eyes. You are able to see directed light with your own eyes. This is an impossibility. You know that as you are driving your car, there is not any sort of sunlight reflection that's going to shoot from your vehicle onto a wall or across a street to the opposite side, touching on a person. That's impossible. That you know that this is common sense. This is not something that is beyond one's ability to recognize and accept, because that's just a common sense fact, and it's literally unreasonable to even try to posit otherwise. All right, this is common sense. All right, so you're talking about what is that which is a scientific impossibility. You know, 225 South Euclid Avenue to what is the Ontario Town Square where I'm sitting now. You're talking, what is this? The address is essentially, I believe it's like 224. I forgot that. I'll get the address of the Ontario Town Square in a moment. This is on the same street. And this is, again, when the entity, that's just because I stayed here. What about remaining over the Fontana Lewis Library? How am I able to capture that at 5 p.m. when I'm leaving out of the library? This is what I'm saying. This is blatant stalking. Blatant stalking by an environment. That's terrorism. This is Satan that is present. Satan is very, very real, okay? And this is the demon possessed, the presence of Satan, stalking by Satan, okay? This minion stalking with their hazard lights under the fake sun. This is license plate 5AMW142. All right, that's P.O.C. All right, stalking, wearing a nice white button-down shirt, wearing glasses, all right, wearing a long sleeve sweater, engaging in demonic activity under a fake sun, okay? Everything which is revealing that condition. You don't have to know that demon's name. 5AMW142, you know their name because you prosecute them for the terrorism that they're engaging in. It's facilitation of criminal conduct. They are under a fake sun, which is over the Ontario Town Square. The Ontario Museum is feet away on the opposite side of the same street. That's a scientific impossibility. That's how you are able to know what it is, first of all, that I said at the outset, and then I provided your own ability to verify it with your own eyes. This is, in other words, the ability to see the impossibility, see the invisible. All right, the demon possession, the spirit of death that is on a person is invisible. All right, where you have not been given the spiritual gift of discernment to be able to see the invisible with regard to, and by see the invisible, what I mean is able to discern the spirit of death on another person, able to discern the wicked intentions of another person, where there is no natural ability to, and by a natural meaning, you don't even know their name, and you are able to deduce what is a wicked intent, a wicked a disposition that they hold toward you, and it's spiritual. All right, you're talking about what is the ability to discern evil, where you do not have this ability. All right, whether you want to acknowledge the reality of such spiritual gifts or not, where you do not have that. Let me be clear. If it was a lie, if it was a joke, there would be no meat. There would be no substance to everything that I've documented. All right, there would be no scientific impossibility, in other words. All right, there would be nothing to see here, folks. All right, the sun will be going about on its orbit, not present over me in the morning to the end of the day, in other words. Okay, that's not the case. That is not the case. You have what is a scientific impossibility. Let me break that down. Let me translate that for you. That is demonic. The scientific impossibility is the demonic. The scientific impossibility is witnessing the demonic. It defies what you understand with regard to, and what you've been told with regard to scientific facts. And guess who's telling you those scientific facts? Guess who's typing up that information in books where you're reading about scientific facts? Minions themselves. Okay, minions. Minions telling you about the universe and what's going on, and they're lying to you. Okay, it's talking about preconditioning. All right, so in whatever corner of the world that you're in, you also know, as I have revealed to this, I've not only have I stated it, but then I provided what is the objective evidence for you to witness what it is that is supposed to be maintained a secret. Again, an unspoken society. All right, it's referred to as a secret society. I refer to them as the demon-possessed population. That's what they are. And guess what? It's not limited to the jurisdiction within the United States. Demonic activity, the demon-possessed, the presence of Satan itself. Satan is hovering over, you're talking about what is a people, okay? That's not, outside of getting out of our own universe, we tend to think that the world revolves around us. The world does not revolve around California, all right, around the U.S.A. It doesn't. There's much more going on. But like I said, you are opening and broadening your mind to understand what is demonic activity and the presence of Satan, which is not just, I'm just speaking to, because I happen to be in California, in the United States, in Southern California, in San Bernardino County, in the United States. All right, where I'm showing this scientific impossibility that follows everywhere that I go. And then what I even juxtapose, I'll stay one place all day long so you can see the scientific impossibility, and then I'll go to a distinctly different location, including Los Angeles County. All right, and when I'm nowhere near Los Angeles County and you see that light source that's over me there, how is it remaining present over me in San Bernardino County over a specific address all day? How is that the case? How does that coexist? It doesn't coexist. It doesn't. All right, and let alone you do not have the actual sun that is remaining over over one street, which is again what I documented again today, for the duration of the day. It is the presence of Satan, and the presence of Satan is also through what are people. And then you're getting to the bigger picture. The people, as they are engaging in a pattern of conduct, which is achieving surveillance, the people are acting through companies. They're acting through organizations. They are acting through any way in which anything that you are distracted with under the guise of what is quote unquote civilized society. Satan calling itself a church, Satan calling itself a United States Postal Service employee, Satan calling itself some sort of company or restaurant, Satan calling itself some commercial airlines company, Satan calling itself your neighborhood coffee shop, Satan calling itself the bank where you frequent, Satan calling itself your employer, Satan calling itself your family members or your romantic interests. All right, and so, and how are you deducing that? It is not just some miracle whip. It is here. I've documented the pattern of conduct, but I don't know where you are. I don't know, who you are, who all is listening to this. You're talking about what is the ability for you to know. This is arming you with knowledge for you to engage in using what has been, this demonic formula with regard to the conduct that the demon possessed engage in, not only what they engage in, they do it in a specific environment. You pay attention to that environment. It's a demonic environment. While they're engaging in demonic conduct, while they are around you anywhere, that's called stalking in the path. And those are demons that are focused on you. Right? Now that is terrorizing, that is overwhelming when you are become aware of it. But it is nothing to fear. Let me be clear. The demon possessed are focused on you because they are inferior to you. They're inferior. All right. It is an inferior population. Guess what? That inferiority goes up to what the bench. I documented demons in the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. All right. They are nothing to fear. Minions. Inferior. Trying to stop that which you cannot stop. Eternity has already said it as such, and it shall be. Period. Not only revealed what your condition is, but the criminal conduct that you're engaging in, and then the criminal conduct that you're trying to silence one from telling about. You're going to be prosecuted for all of that. All right. So like I said, I have documented from the top of the bottom, whatever it is that you hold respect for, some sort of title in the natural that a minion, an inferior creature holds. All right. There's nothing impressive about that. Nothing. All right. And what at the end of the day, they are a living dead. They're the living dead in a position serving Satan itself. All right. So it's currently 2:15 p.m. And I am speaking to what is the equipping for your own good, the ability to witness the objective evidence. All right. It is no mystery. It is no secret with regard to this population that is demon possessed. Witnessing the objective evidence of demon possession. And also that criminal conduct, which is ongoing, where that condition is capable of being evidenced. I mean, and that is evidence that you are then able to use in a court of law to prosecute. All right. This is prosecution for what is terrorism while you're under surveillance, and they're doing it on behalf of a government. They're not acting as individuals. Don't forget that. The big picture. This is the state of California's pattern of conduct, where I am, whatever state that you are in. All right. So it's currently 2:16 p.m. and this is P.O.C. All right, I did capture in images 2:45 p.m. I'm sitting on the bench at the Ontario Town Square where the people are pacing in relevant position, directed light moving across the Valley Depot, big and tall, the Yeast and Flour Pizza, these are venues, the Juedas, this is I guess like a country store, Spanish-speaking country store. These are demons. This is the people of the state who are stalking, and they're patrolling on the street of Euclid Avenue. And directed light is moving across the venues while doing so, those venues that I'm naming. And the entity is maintaining presence by going to, for example, the Wells Fargo, sitting on the property of the Ontario Town Square. They are monitoring inside of the Ovid Family Community Library. And you are talking about that this is speaking to relevant positioning. And the entities, the fake sun itself, this is witnessing the demonic. The fake sun itself is literally above my head while I'm sitting on the bus bench on the grounds of the Ontario Town Square facing Euclid Avenue. This is what I captured in still image at 2:45 p.m. That is an ongoing scientific impossibility with regard to what would possibly be the sun, as that light object is over my head on the property of the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. 2:45 p.m. You can see that image. You can see the light source, and it's positioned right above me. The people of the state are engaging in what is pacing around me, and doing so while they are stalking in the path. That's what that is. While directed light sweeps all across the buildings. You saw this while I was in the morning walking to Upland yesterday, and the fake sun is over me at that 10 freeway, ingress and egress, and I'm documenting the people of the state on a massive level right here, and you're seeing what is a systematic basis. This is speaking to the documentation of what is literally the people of the state, whose name you don't need to know. You're going to prosecute the people, and you're going to prosecute the government. You have what is the fake sun that's right over me at the freeway, the 10 freeway, while I'm at the Euclid Avenue. The nearest address being the Inland Valley Emergency Pet Clinic at 7th Street and Euclid. This is where I'm standing, and this is within the 9 o'clock hour. The light source is directly over my head, just like it is here in the city of Ontario at 2:45 p.m. as I captured it, and it remains now right now, but this is what I captured a picture of. And this is remaining in Ontario. And in the morning, you have what is the light source that remains over me at that 10 freeway, while the people of the state, who are demons, one after another, stalking, all right, and then maintaining light all around, engaging in conduct of what is essentially the Tasmanian devil, except the Tasmanian devil it's not just one Tasmanian devil. They're all a bunch of minions engaging in this, essentially spinning all around. When you're looking at the big picture, all the entity is doing is just moving all around me, and you see directed light moving on the walls, the concrete structures, while they're driving by on in their vehicles at the 10 freeway. And I pointed this out in the video. You see the fake sun above me while they are patrolling all around, including the 10 freeway, where they're not getting off, where they're proceeding on the 10 freeway east and west. The people of the state, who are demons, are monitoring and stalking while I am being surrounded in that environment at that 10 freeway with that fake sun over my head, directed light all around. All right, and then that continues, and I go to the Upland Public Library, and the presence of the fake sun over that public library roof, remaining visible through the windows facing D Street, and remaining until the end of the day, is in direct conflict with it ever being present outside and in alignment with the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library nonetheless. And as I remain, again, just what I captured at 9 o'clock, during the 9 o'clock hour yesterday, and what is present at 2:45 p.m. here in Ontario, in addition to the consideration that the state is keeping a fake sun over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts directly over my head this morning during the 8 o'clock hour, 8:14 to be exact. And that is feet away from where I'm sitting right now, and that light source remains over my head. That is witnessing the presence of Satan. Okay? And these demons are patrolling in the streets using vehicles and maintaining presence all around on the grounds of the Ontario Town Square, for example, on surveillance cameras, and you're witnessing what's stalking. You're witnessing demonic activity. You're witnessing terrorism. All right? And the entity is also engaging in sexual violence. They are being sex offenders while they are doing so. The entity keeping a fake sun over me and progressively moving, touching all over my thighs with directed light, while that which is not the sun, not possibly the sun, is engaging in increasingly touching, moving farther and farther up my body with this directed light. It was initially shade as I sit here, and this is the pattern of conduct. This is the removal, in other words, as I documented before, the removal of shade underneath that massive tree. That's demonic. The entity doing the same thing at the College of Law, University of Laverne. Removal of the shade underneath that massive tree. That's demonic. In order to touch, that's the sex offender. Who is stalking in that unprecedented manner, that's the demonic. Okay, that is the ongoing conduct. And so while you are engaging in this sexual violence, this is documentation of what is understood as that, understand how the government is a sex offender. You're not going to see what is a mattress laid out while they are sexually penetrating one. And I'm being this specific because you need to understand what is the documentation of what is a sex offender. One who is perpetually violating the person who you are in violation of the law, placing under surveillance, and you are necessarily stalking while you're doing so. Violation of that person is a method of touching in any manner, and it is also pursuant to what is also specific knowledge with regard to where they are engaging in that pattern of conduct as well. This is also relevant to that sex offender. Understand that. Okay, so this is speaking to and opening your mind to what is the government that is demon possessed, that is the sex offender, and it shall be prosecuted as such because it is engaging in the conduct of a sex offender. And it is an unprecedented sex offender as it is doing so via and in concert with the people of the state who are demons as well. Stalking in the bathroom where you are engaging in the pattern of conduct, you are engaging in the conduct of a sex offender. where you are molesting with light, touching and violating the physical person while you are criminally placing under surveillance, which you are necessarily stalking while doing so, you are a sex offender. Okay, you are talking about what is all manner of invasion of privacy in ways which are unfathomable. All right. And you are witnessing, first of all, what is that demon possession? And you're also understanding what the demon possessed are engaging in. And that demon possession is witnessed through objective evidence. All right, so this is not a prosecution based on some intuitive knowledge that you cannot verify. This is documentation which is providing objective evidence of what is a very relevant spiritual state, which is demon possession, engaging in criminal conduct, which is the prerequisite of this criminal activity. And that's what's directly revealed while the fake sun is over me in Ontario at the Ontario Town Square at 2:45. You see it right here over my head sitting on the bench. My documentation yesterday at 7:35 in the morning. Where am I at? 7:35 in the morning. Yeah, Satan knows exactly where I'm at. I was at the Ovid Family Community Library. The Ontario Town Square is right here, sharing the same plaza of the Ovid Family Community Library, where I provided what is a video documentation for you to witness. It's an impossibility while I'm at the Ontario Museum this morning at 8:14. It's an impossibility while yesterday I was at the Ovid Family Community Library at 7:35 in the morning. It is 2:45 in the afternoon. Right now it is 2:55. Any way you want to flip it, it is a scientific impossibility. This is the documentation of what is the prosecution of a government as a sex offender. It is necessary as a matter of justice. This is documentation of what is the prosecution of the people of the state who are a sex offender. It is necessary as a matter of justice. All of these demons engaging in state surveillance, while they go and access their bank accounts or talk to whatever they're doing at the Wells Fargo, they're engaging in state stalking. They know exactly who I am. You know that because that which is a scientific impossibility is present over me. That's why the ordinary target individual shall document. And there is no legal argument for being in relevant position, period. The sexual violence that the target individual suffers while you are engaging in that, you will be prosecuted for it, period. You are a demon-possessed stalker in a demonic environment, engaging in what is the outward demonstration of demon possession. That's why that scientific impossibility, i.e. the fake sun, is over that targeted individual. And you do not have a legally relevant argument. You don't have nothing you can preach. There is nothing. It doesn't matter what you say. You know them by their deeds. You want to throw out scripture. How about that? You know them by their deeds. Okay. Satan is a lying, desperate, pathetic liar. You surround Satan with that which is insurmountable evidence. All right. And then you deflate it and all of its minions. Okay. You were talking about the creation of policy whereby this secret society, so-called, this demon possessed population are in no way provided any means of engaging in participation with the government to surveil and violate and escape it in any way whatsoever. So I want to be clear. This is what is revealed while you have necessarily the absence of any light source, contrary to what I'm documenting. When I'm at the Upland Public Library, when I'm at Fontana Lewis Library, what is it that you are looking at in my videos and images? The fake sun out the window of the Fontana Lewis Library, the fake sun over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library, right there over me. All right. And what are you capturing? What are you seeing? With your own eyes while I'm inside of the Upland Public Library? The fake sun right over the roof of the Upland Public Library. The fake sun aimed directly over me while directed light fills the inside of that building, covering all the floors, moving at all manner of position. Just ridiculous light. That wouldn't even be occurring if the actual sun was present. I mean, it's just ridiculous what Satan is doing inside of these venues with this light. All right. But it's present all over there. You see it over the roof, remaining until the end of the day. The light source being here is the scientific impossibility. And those documented occurrences are revealing that same scientific impossibility. It was the fake sun then. It's the fake sun now. You have what is the light source that is not mutually at those same venues at the same time. It's not. It's the same time of year. And you have what is the entity maintaining a fake sun over me at the Ontario Town Square, which is feet away from what is the Ovid Family Community Library, where I was present on these grounds at 7:35 in the morning. That's a scientific impossibility. All right. This is the demon possession of an entity, and this is the prosecution of a sex offender. So let me be clear. The government has no mask to wear behind the anonymity. That's what the people of the state intentionally are designed to be, the anonymity. All right. Your inability to identify who's stalking you because they're all strangers. And then you're a paranoid schizophrenic because you think strangers are stalking you. All right. But for documentation. Satan is a loser, and Satan loses very, very badly. And what you have with regard to what is this documentation, there is no anonymity. Every single last one, and let me document some more. Amazon Prime engaging in crossing path, FedEx engaging in what is crossing path, stalking while the state is keeping a fake son over me, and they will be prosecuted for that perpetual sex offense that they are engaging in. While the state is molesting, touching all over my thighs, touching on my private areas, touching on my breasts, touching all over my legs, all over my person with light, in the same way that any other stalker has no consent whatsoever to touch on my body with anything or any extension of themselves. You have what is that prosecution for that government that is engaging in stalking, and it has a name. It's called the people of the state, and they're going to be prosecuted for that sexual violence while state surveillance is underway. It's 2:59 p.m. The state's fake sun remains over my head at the Ontario Town Square townhomes. At the Ontario Town Square. And you can clearly see it's not the Ontario Town Square townhomes, it's the Ontario Town Square. Let me break something down though. The fake sun being over me at the Ontario Town Square, which all I would have to do is walk over there, and guess where the fake sun will be? Bam, right there. Not remaining for hours over here as of 1:02 p.m. at the same B Street, Euclid Avenue intersection, by the way. It would be right over there at the Ontario Town Square townhomes, equally an impossibility with regard to what is not the sun. But I am exactly at the Ontario Town Square. Okay. It is 3 p.m. on the dot. This is P.O.C. Southwest Airlines group stalking at 3:05 p.m. Southwest Airlines also engaging in molesting all over my body with what is directed light. The fake sun is right here over me at 3:05 p.m. Southwest Airlines is hovering under that fake sun. This is what I continue to capture. The fake sun that's over me, and you'll see these planes. They're flying right there next to the fake sun. All right, this is demonic activity. These are the demon possessed this is the people of the state who are demon possessed, using what they have at their disposal to engage in not only relevant positioning. This is demonic, using a company to do so. And I capture what is at 3:05 p.m. That is Southwest Airlines stalking in the path while molesting. All right, so let me be clear. The entity not only keeping a fake sun over the bus bench, not the bus bench, the bench where I'm sitting at Ontario Town Square, and engaging in an ongoing progression and doing so within seconds after I document it. All right, so after I documented seconds ago while the entity is molesting on my person, the entity then immediately engages in what is touching all over the rest. So the light then all covers all over my upper portion of my body, where it was only touching the legs, which I captured in a picture. This is Satan listening in real time, and like I said, that is the manifestation into a very real and materialize into a very real prosecution for sexual violence. And this is the demonic, and that is speaking to what is the intent to engage in such sexual violence. That's how you are deducing that. It is an impossibility, and it is it is also deliberate conduct. And while Southwest Airlines is stalking under the fake sun over the Ontario Town Square, Southwest Airlines is prosecuted as that sex offender again, and this is also relevant as a matter of justice. Necessary as a matter of justice. This is a prosecution of companies who are engaging in that sexual violence with the entity under what is a light source, in doing so while monitoring as the demons that they are, and maliciously so using company names to do so, as though it's any different. It's not any different. You are seeing the same demonic, ritualistic stalking conduct in Southwest in particular. Flying over while demons are stalking in the path. That is the people of the state, whom I've identified by the thousands. And also this Southwest Airlines company that is engaging in molestation. The entity engaging, in other words, let me specify and spell this out. The entity intentionally engaging in immediately covering my upper portion, covering my breast area, touching all over my stomach and my upper arms, as after I captured the entity touching with what is impossible light activity, because that's not even the sun that would ever be present at 7:35 in the morning over the Ovid Family Community Library. And then moving, as you saw, not only from the parking lot, as I walked to the opposite side, you see that fake sun right there. I documented it. You saw that. That's not the actual sun that's remaining over me at 8:14 in the morning at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, again, feet away. And then you have what is remaining over me at 2:45 p.m. And that's that direct evidence. Not only that, you have what is then seconds listening and reacting to what I'm documenting, touching all over my breast with light. All right, that's the sex offender. And then that is the sex offender engaging in more of what it is listening to me document. Southwest Airlines is engaging in that sexually violent and predatory conduct while it is demonstrating what is demon possession, acting as a company, all right, monitoring and terrorizing. It's 3:08 p.m. Here goes another Southwest Airlines plane. That is Southwest Airlines. I'm capturing still image of flying seconds later. Patrolling, again, increasing the frequency with which they're patrolling as I document them. That's what the entity did with directed light. Begins touching on my breast as I document that they're touching on my thighs. Okay. It is currently 3:09 p.m. All right, I'm capturing what are the minions, the people of the state who are monitoring as an entity under the fake sun at the Ontario Town Square townhomes. And I captured their still images. They are on surveillance camera as well, but this is speaking to those who are on engaging in criminal activity, engaging in demonic activity at the venue, and doing so in plain sight. And so you're understanding what is the context. All I'm doing is capturing what would be captured with regard to their surveillance cameras, including the Securitas company. They're monitoring. All right, and I've heavily documented them already before, but they are present. I want to make sure I include that as well. Securitas is present, not the Securitas employee who's going to federal prison, the African American, the sex offender stalking in the bathroom, and then engaging in what is harassment while she's going to federal prison with the rest of them Ontario Police Department officers. But like I said, you have the entity acting at Securitas is present at Ontario Town Square. All right, it is currently 3:10 p.m. and I captured those minions images as well. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, so I'm sitting at the, I'm standing when I took the picture, but sitting at the same bench on the grounds of the Ontario Town Square, the Ontario Town Square. And you're looking at, in the image, you see the fake sun right in alignment with me where I'm standing. That is the ongoing direct evidence of the people of the state engaging in what is not only demonic, it's criminal. This is surveillance that the demon-possessed engage in, and they're doing it with the government. I want to be clear, the entity is in relevant position. That's the building you see under the fake sun on the opposite side of the street. That's the same building I was standing in front of at 1:02 p.m. when I captured the fake sun over the edge of that building. So what you're looking at is the fake sun that advanced to be over me on the grounds of the Ontario Town Square townhomes. And you see that in that image, and that's what I captured because I want you to see that. It's currently 3:13 p.m. While that is also speaking to what is an ongoing impossibility, let alone the fact that you're remaining next door to the Ontario Museum, and by you I mean the light source. You're remaining next door to the Ontario Museum, and next door meaning north. That is no migration whatsoever, east or west. The light source remained over me as I walked east to west up Holt and back down the street, and it is remaining what is north of the, and by a sharp north, I mean Euclid Avenue, right on the opposite side of Hope Boulevard. Okay, this is the same street where the Ontario Museum is, and it's the same grounds of the Ovid Family Community Library. 7:35 in the morning, just there yesterday, like I said. So like I said, that is the non-movement of that light source. This is not possibly the sun. This is Satan itself that engages in what is that sexual violence, immediately engages in touching on my breast, rising up this directed light from my thighs and my legs. As I document that, all of a sudden, all the light touches all my upper body. I'm capturing images of this fake sun that remains there. That building, that's what I'm pointing out. That's the same building where I was standing documenting all of those license plates as of 1:02 p.m. That's where the entity's fake sun is over me while I'm standing at that building. Okay, so that's why I want you to see this is the maintenance. This is also not only remember the museum where I was this morning, the Ovid Family Community Library where I was yesterday morning. You are also remembering what you're witnessing on a day-to-day, what I've already documented. What is this light source doing, and how is this going to coexist today? The light source that has remained over me, and that's how you know it's not anywhere in Upland or anywhere else, because it has not even advanced beyond what is Hope Boulevard. All right, so by advanced I mean it has not advanced north beyond B Street, because that's where I was. I was at B Street. B Street is north of Hope Boulevard. It's the next street over. And whereas yesterday I'm walking way north beyond Hope Boulevard, I'm walking to the city of Upland. Okay, and I'm walking around and documenting the people of the state. But today it has not advanced anywhere. It's remaining right now as in the 3 o'clock hour, right here over the Ontario Town Square townhomes in alignment, sitting directly over my head, molesting me with light. Unmistakable with regard to what is that presence, as you see the stalker and the sex offender, that is the company Southwest Airlines, as you are also able to use, not only you see that stalker, that is the plane that's flying under a hovering light source that's not possibly the sun. You are also seeing what is the clear, unmistakable presence of that light source right there. As clearly as you see that plane flying in front of me, that's where the light source is. It's not at the same time over the Upland Public Library. All right. And like I said, I'm only addressing that because that is absolutely ridiculous. While if to even suggest that this is clearly the presence of the light source that has not in any way advanced north of any street. It's remained over my head, having not advanced outside of the block of what is literally transit where the Ontario Museum is to B Street as I walked from the Ontario Village because I walked down Hall Boulevard and then I took what was B Street to walk back toward this direction. The light source is not advanced north up the street, which is necessarily north in order to be over the roof of the Upland Public Library. And again, not on any sort of predictable schedule, as would be the case of the sun, even though the sun goes from east to west. Even though the entity is doing that on a specific street, it's not even going east to west. It's remaining over a venue north in the city of Upland, because I'm going to Upland. When I'm remaining at the Ovid Family Community Library, what does the entity do? It's certainly not anywhere over what would be visible. It's not coexisting. It's not over the roof of the Upland Public Library. And that's an impossibility. You're talking about what is the light source remaining where I am. That's why you have what is a light source. Understanding every method of every identification of this impossibility, why it is remaining and has not advanced anywhere beyond what is the a block of what is B Street, where it still is right now. B Street and Hope Boulevard. Excuse me, B Street and Euclid, as I'm sitting at the Ontario Town Square Townhomes. Okay, that is the pattern of conduct, and you clearly see it moving over me. That's why I show you the fake sun over the people of the state, over their venues where they live, because you're seeing that fake sun that moves over me. But then you have it today. How was that? If that's the sun, then at what point in its orbit throughout the day, since it remains on the specific street in Hall Boulevard and Euclid Avenue in San Bernardino County, at what point is it over the house on Rosewood Court or the house on Pearl Street in Upland? At what point is it on 9th Street over Western Christian? At what point is it over the 7-Eleven today when it did not advance beyond Hope Boulevard and Euclid? It didn't advance beyond that. All right. So like I said, this is the P.O.C. and this is documentation of what is a sex offender. And that is a very violent sex offender. That sex offending conduct is personified through the use of light. All right. Demons are identified through what is their stalking activity. They're stalking in the path all around you, and stalking with light. Stalking with light, and the light that they are present around you in is engineered light. And second of all, demons themselves are stalking with methods of light activity, any method of light activity. Demons walking around with flashlights, spotlights, using their vehicle lights, using the property lights where they live, where it doesn't matter whether they live or another third party lives there, but using property lights. I mean, any sort of property lights, such as in a parking lot. You're talking about what is a master. You're not just talking about the demons that are around you. You're talking about what is a demonic system. The municipality uses the lights on the properties in parking lots, on streets of buildings, to stalk with activity. This is how massive that demonic system is. And that's exactly what I've documented. That is not an ongoing occurrence, coincidence. It's impossible that I'll be able to document that coincidence. I can't control that. I cannot control that. You're talking about what is an ongoing pattern, and it's entirely demonic. Entirely demonic. All right. So like I said, the entity is engaging in this conduct under what is the glaring evidence of that clear impossibility. That is not the sun. How did I capture any light source over any property on Rosewood Court yesterday? How did I capture the entity that is necessarily present while I am in the city of Upland, and I'm showing you that the light source while I'm at 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue in Upland, but yet today I remain in Ontario? How was I able to even capture that? You're talking about what is not possibly the sun. It's not coexisting, and it's not engaging in what is identical movement on an ongoing basis, which is what the sun does. All right. And so it's not doing that. And it is also implausible and not the case. It's an impossibility that it is over that venue at the same time where it's remaining stationary over me, not exceeding beyond the block where I woke up this morning. It's not occurring at the same time. It's not present over that parking lot. That's not the explanation, and that is not an explanation, and that is not possible. That is stating that I'm actually not seeing the light source over me as I'm seeing it. It's actually over there, or it's actually no, it's not. That is, again, the purpose of documentation, because those are the claims of minions. Oh no, she's imagining. It's not really there. It is really there. You can see it with your own eyes, and so it's a conflict that cannot be addressed. All right. And it is a glaring direct evidence of what is that pattern of conduct. And these demons are engaging in what is conduct of a sex offender. While Southwest Airlines hears me document them, they engage in immediately seconds later flying over in another plane. While this demon-possessed entity, and this is Satan that you're dealing with, while the entity is touching my legs, and this is exactly the case, because not only is this not the actual sun, so then when it's not the sun, you're talking about what is occurring for purposes of monitoring and touching me. You don't have a right to touch, and you're stalking. And you're stalking with an entirely artificially engineered environment. All right. You're going to prosecute for that. You don't have a right to touch. This is manufactured for the purpose of your touching me. So because you're doing it in a demonic method, is no less criminal, it's no less sexually predatory, it's no less demented. It's even more so. All right, so you're talking about the difference between somebody touching you with their genitalia, or somebody touching you with their hands, or touching you with anything else that you don't want them touching you with, versus touching you with a method of criminal monitoring, light. It's not different. Okay. And so you're understanding when you're getting into the realm of demonic activity. Now, this sex offender that is touching is listening to me document. While it's touching my thighs, seconds later, you have that directed light immediately touching all over the rest of my upper body, which is the touch on my breast. You're touching all over my stomach. You're touching on my arms, and you're stalking. You don't have any consent to do any of the above. While Southwest Airlines is stalking and monitoring that documentation, they're already stalking. You're crossing path. With the same knowledge, listening to me document, Southwest Airlines then flies over again. Okay, this is the knowledge that the demon possessed maintain while they're engaging in the P.O.C. And like I said, Southwest Airlines is a sex offender. And while I'm documenting the sexual violence I'm subject to, Southwest Airlines, that prosecution that is tailored for that criminal actor is going to be prosecuted for that conduct. Every single last act of the entity is going to be attributed under that federal prosecution to each and every last one. And I've documented thousands. And this is how you are addressing what is an unfathomable criminal act by the government. And it is state surveillance. And this is the reality of what is conduct on behalf of an entity. All right. And so, like I said, it's 3:22 p.m. But let me be clear also, you're able to literally substantially cut down on the population, because many of these minions, these demon possessed criminals, are not even natural born citizens. And that will do wonders for the population and for the economy in California. That's just as an aside. OK, you deport them immediately. They have no business in this country. It's absolutely un-American. And also, you are a demon, one more demon that is not needed in this country, engaging in that criminal conduct and contributing in all of those egregious manners to what is going on in this state, in this country. So like I said, it's 3:23 p.m. This is P.O.C. at Ontario Town Square Townhomes. All right, I want to document the minions at the Ontario Town Square. Monitoring with, again, Omnitrans Crossing Path, monitoring with Amazon Prime, monitoring with Southwest Airlines. Demons engaging in sexual violence, standing at a distance while a demonic entity is touching all over my breast with direct light, while they're monitoring with communication devices and playing around with their little demon-possessed children as though they're separate and distinct. These are psychopaths who are going to be prosecuted. 6WXM856. See, 8ZMZ382. All right, and just to be clear, the fake sun moves from remaining in alignment with B Street and Euclid as I document those third parties, and you see the fake sun right there behind what's the amphitheater, while I'm in front of their vehicle documenting their license plate. All right, they are indeed monitoring. They are minions, and the fake sun moves over me, which is ongoing direct evidence of that. First of all, it's even present. Second of all, you're seeing that ongoing movement as I move. That's the P.O.C. All right, it's currently 3:25 p.m.
Why are you telling people my plates over the phone, dude? What are you trying to do to my car? You legit walked by my car right now and told somebody over the phone the plates of my car.
Excuse me? Hey, why are you taking pictures of us? Because the cops are going to come right now. You want to keep sitting there. All of a sudden you don't know English?
Throw a plate to somebody. Throw a plate to somebody.
I'm going to get the cops to come right now. I got pictures of you too, bitch. Fucking crackhead ass bitch. Hi, I'm at the Ontario Town Square, and there's this woman that keeps stalking me and my family, and she's taking pictures of our car plates and of us. She's telling people our plates are
It's 3:33 p.m.
At the Ontario Town Square. She's just sitting on the wall, like on her phone. Like that. I don't know. She has a bunch of stuff with her.
This is the third party whose license plate I already documented, and this is P.O.C. And this is referred to as criminal summoning. You hear all of the threats, and then you hear them summoning the police who are already monitoring. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, you are listening to this minion speak of what is FUB. I'm gonna F you up. I'll take pictures of you. She's doing the same thing and then calling the police as she is using her phone as well, stating that I'm recording them and I'm not addressing them whatsoever. And you have what is coming over to me, holding up their camera, recording me while they are asking questions about what is absolutely lawful, by the way. And so this is hostility to documentation, and this is criminal summoning, and I did document them, and they're going to federal prison. It's 3:34 p.m. I'm on the phone with someone. You need to call the police. You need to come right now. That's what they said. This is criminal summoning. This is why the entity, they are going to federal prison. This is a tactic of an entity that is hostile to documentation, and it does not matter. This is obstruction of justice. This is the inherent pattern of conduct. This is operation of a communication device. Don't be distracted by this. This is the P.O.C. This operation of a communication device and directed light under the fake sun that remains over the Ontario Town Square at 3:35 p.m. Those are threats of harm by the entity engaging in federal stalking as well. I find it funny. Did you hear the verbiage that they use? She's stalking us. She's been stalking us. Do you know what stalking is? Stalking by definition is following around. The entity is stalking, but you're talking about what is having never come across them before and sitting on the bench for the duration of my time at the Ontario Town Square. Walking up to your vehicle and documenting a picture of the fake sun over you is not stalking. And you also have what is that unfounded hostility while you're talking about you're going, and let me be clear, this little bony girl could not harm a fly while she's seeking to incite a reaction from me. I'm just documenting here. Pay attention to all of this, though. This is under the fake sun and directed lights, P.O.C. But listen to the terms that they use. This is what Satan engages in while it is the sex offender being documented, using those terms while it is in fact the sex offender. It is in fact the one that is stalking. That's why I just let the tape run, though. I find that laughable, though. I did document them. They're going to federal prison. You're talking about criminal summoning, even engaging in what is the federal group stalking and monitoring, and then threatening, which is your audible activity. All right, threatening to engage in criminal summoning while you are engaging in criminal conduct because you're hostile, because you're being documented. Capturing what is not the actual sun over your head is not a criminal act, and let alone you're not going to obstruct the ability of anyone documenting the government engaging in surveilling you, period. All right, so it's currently 3:38 p.m.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Who are you?
What's that?
Who are you?
Officer Patty.
Hello, Patty. What's your badge number?
19945. Do you remember me, Erica?
What do you want?
What?
What do you want? Why are you here?
I was called because of the people that you're recording. They just wanted to make sure.
They called you?
They
They called you?
Yes, they did.
Oh, really? Interesting.
The Ontario Police Department. Yeah. Make sure.
Oh, they had called the Ontario Police Department and you
Yes.
just happened to randomly
Yes,
come
they did.
out by chance?
This is my area that I pursue.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay.
So-
What else?
I informed them that it's a public area and you're allowed to record. They just wanted.
No, they're alleging that I'm recording, but go ahead.
All right. I'm not trying to harass you, Erica.
This is harassment while you're approaching me. You've engaged in kidnapping. This is harassment.
Okay. All right. Try to leave them alone. All right?
I'm not bothering them.
It's
They
a public
approached me.
park. Okay.
It's a public park,
Try to
exactly.
Stay away from them. All right.
This is a threat while you are monitoring. But second of all, you just said it yourself. It's public. So I can walk around where I want because they want to wage false allegations. And that's supposed to be the grounds for your coming and approaching me. Is not bothering them at all. So because they want to make false allegations, you just said it's public.
Okay,
So
is
you're
there
saying that
anything
they
I can
can't
help
walk
you with
over there?
today? Is there anything I can help you with today, Erica?
No, don't change the subject. You said that this is public. He's walking. Is he bothering me because he's walking over there? Is he bothering me if he takes a picture of the sky above me?
Okay. I'm not here because I decided to come over here and talk to you, okay?
Really?
I'm here because
Actually, the pattern of conduct directs
Okay.
is
Erica, I'm
actually
pretty
direct
sure-
opposite
I'm
of
pretty sure
that.
We've had multiple conversations exactly.
You're pretty
like this.
sure?
So if you're gonna stay here, that's fine. Okay.
You're pretty sure?
I already informed them that you weren't doing anything illegal. All
How
right?
do you know what
So
I'm doing?
Have a nice day, Erica.
How do you? Then why did you come over here? Why did you come over here, Patty?
Okay. Bye, Erica.
That's Patty that's going to federal prison, like I told her when she engaged in kidnapping on June 18, 2021. She comes out upon criminal summoning. They're going to federal prison. There is nothing nice or friendly or neutral about what Patty is doing. She is monitoring, and that's why I had her identify her badge number. I knew that minion when she approached. She is under the fake sun. Let me get this. Hold on. Alrighty, I did want to capture video of that, which I did. You have the Ontario police officer, Patty, who engaged in kidnapping with S.I.I.S, and the officer whose badge number, this is the male I documented, 19994, which I noted was very, very similar to 19993, Officer J. Burnett. You have what is, again, let me just, as an aside, this same officer arrived pursuant to criminal summoning at Starbucks at 706 West Hope. And he provided a different badge number. All right. So I want to be clear. The entity engages in manufacturing of information. So in other words, you're talking about what is a badge number that I have a very excellent memory. Officer Burnett's badge number is 19993, right? So this officer arrives, and that's why it was so easy for me to remember, because the entity has engaged in this before, by the way. You'll have what is somebody with a very similar ID or badge number, which the entity knows that I'm documenting, and it's like the next number up from another state actor who I documented. They engage in this very, very often. And so not necessarily next number up or the next number down, but just very similar to one other state actor that I have previously documented. And again, the entity is monitoring the documentation. So anyway, the entity engages in kidnapping on June 18, 2021. This same officer who is engaging in what is present audible activity creation. She's monitoring with communication devices. She is present in concert and on behalf of what are those third parties who you hear engaging in what is the grounds of federal prison. Like I said, it is not based on the conduct of the police as they arrive. The criminal act is accomplished where you are engaging in what is threatening while you are engaged in interstate stalking. The arrival of police is the purpose of criminal summoning, all right? And it is a threat to engage in what is kidnapping, which this very officer has engaged in, okay? On more than one occasion. So like I said, her reaction is not based on whether, it's not going to be the determination as to whether those third parties are going to federal prison. You're going to federal prison. Criminal summoning is the tactic of what is facilitation in order to aid in what is the harassment and terrorism by law enforcement, demon-possessed actors who are engaging in interstate stalking with the people of the state. Let me be clear, it is also intentional while Officer Patty is the officer who arrives to engage in presence, which is entirely unfounded. There was nothing, it could have been said over the phone, no, she's not doing anything illegal, so what? But like I said, it is pursuant to what is an intent to maintain presence by law enforcement directly. And it is all occurring under what is the ongoing pattern of conduct. The Ontario police could arrive and be like, hey, we just wanted to come say what's up. We know you're not doing anything wrong. Peace out. All right. Which is essentially what Patty tried to do. It's not based on that. You're going to federal prison because it's facilitation of that system. The people of the state thinking that they can harass and terrorize you more so as you're documenting. Documentation is here to stay. Okay, you're going to be documenting the people. You're talking about monitoring with communication devices. Satan needs to put on its seatbelt and get prepared, because your picture, your videos of what you're doing, you ain't got no privacy while you're engaging in what is state surveillance. You are literally engaged in invasion of privacy on an unprecedented basis. And so then you cannot handle it when then you're going to be documented, and it's going to be published on the internet. Right. This is necessary when you are confronting a government who is literally infected. You don't have any measure of what is, redress in that state court. It is entirely defective. All right. You're talking about what is public corruption. And so you are essentially you're dealing with what is obstruction of justice. Oh, you don't like it that your criminal activity is being documented. It doesn't matter what you like or not. And no other ordinary robber or kidnapper likes to be kidnapped for the crimes that they committed. Nobody likes that. And it doesn't matter. It's what you call legally irrelevant. All right. So anyway, you have what is arrival pursuant to criminal summoning. That's grounds for federal prison. Engaging in the threat of criminal summoning. Again, this is the entity engaging in what is an ongoing act to harass while you are monitoring. This is what I'm documenting in Upland. This minions under the fake sun during the day at Dunkin' Donuts in the Mountain Green Plaza. And then directed light at nightfall. You're talking about what is monitoring, stalking in the path of light, and then you're talking about criminal summoning. The police are there. The police are already monitoring. They're stalking. You're subject to surveillance. They already know where you're at, so you're engaging in nothing other than, oh my gosh, why did you take my picture? I'm going to call the police, which is not grounds to call the police anyway. But like I said, you have what is the holding of the hands with the people of the state. This is teamwork. And that is all that was about. Engaging in what is some threat, like she's going to hurt me. She cannot. Let me just leave it at that. This is why I'm not regarding. This is very predictable. This is the P.O.C. You are going, and just like that, she's going to federal prison. Okay. The officer that arrived, she's going to federal prison. All right. You're talking about kidnapping. She literally engaged in kidnapping. And I documented the people of the state who are engaged in kidnapping while that entity acting via S. Patty is present, engaging in what is telling me about what I don't need her to tell me about anything. She's present to engage in the pattern of conduct in my face. I'm sitting in the shade. The entity's objective is to molest with light. So you have what is supplementing for that using harassment. Even they've got a substantially delayed reaction. I'm taking a picture of the fake sun over them. And then 5 minutes later, after I'm engaging in deleting stuff off my phone, that is operation of my phone, you have them, hey, why are you taking pictures of my car, while they're holding up their phone recording me? Okay. And they're recording me not acknowledging them. And then they are engaging in what is voicing threats. And then they are engaging while they are getting themselves excited. They are then calling the police. Okay. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what you heard. So like I said, you have the entity engaging what is hostility to documentation while you're monitoring with the agency. Not only does the agency have no legitimacy, it is clear with regard to what is wrong with the Ontario Police Department, what they are doing, and who they are doing it with. And this is literally, you're going to federal, just as easy as they engaged in that little routine for presence of the Ontario Police, visible presence, I guess. You're talking about, no, not I guess. It is visible presence. That's what that is. But I mean, I'm saying I guess because that was really lame what they tried to roll out right here. That's why I don't even say anything arrive, because you're going to federal prison. That's how easy it is. All right. And so you're talking about what is the P.O.C. And I captured video of what is the fake sun arriving on, not arriving, but remaining present right behind this clock where I'm at. Patty is arriving, again, an actor engaging in repeated acts of kidnapping. Pursuant to what are the assertions of fictitious warrants, and claiming fictitious warrants referencing a fictitious prosecution. That's what that pattern of conduct is published on the internet about. While she arrives, this particular officer, again, this is the intent behind the entity. This is, I mean, you're dealing with Satan, though. Satan is a very much delusional actor that uses people. And I find it personally, if I'm not on team Satan, though, I'm not a loser. I'm not on team losing. But if it was, I would not arrive with those officers that have engaged in that. I find it to be something that's not helpful when you want to portray yourself as though engaging in normal society. No stalking here, no monitoring here. I don't know what you're talking about. All right. But that's not what they do. They use, it's a pattern. All right. They use the officers that engage in the previously documented criminal activity, which understand why are they doing that? That is also reasonably construed as a threat. So while Patty is out of her mouth, monitoring, first of all, the substance of what she is saying is achieving the criminal purpose of monitoring. Second of all, her presence is a threat. Third of all, what she is saying out of her mouth while she is stating, I told them that you're not violent. She's not any friend of mine. Do not be deceived. This is the P.O.C. Her presence, by virtue of what she has already engaged in, is the threat. while she is then demonstrating outwardly like she is not posing any threat. I told them you're not doing anything wrong. Understand what's going on there, okay? This is the P.O.C. The pattern is to arrive with officers who are present pursuant to criminal summoning. This is how the entity is imploding, by the way, because when you want to engage in summoning the police, whether they want to act nice, all right, you're already done. Criminal summoning, you're going to federal prison. Patty's going to federal prison. She's a kidnapper, okay? So you're talking about what is, regardless of her audible activity that she wants to use. Now, don't get me wrong. It gets worse depending on what audible activity you want to use. It can get worse from there. But what I say, it doesn't get any worse than going to federal prison. She's going to federal prison. Yes, she could have used not nice audible activity, I suppose. Okay, but she's like, oh, I told them that you're not doing anything wrong. But my thing is, we can go down this line of reasoning. You don't even have any ground. And my point is, you don't even have any grounds to be here because they called you and told you that I said peekaboo does not mean the police arrived. But it does when you're engaged in interstate stalking and you're an entity monitoring me together and you're hostile and you're also looking for what is a way to provide form, the outward appearance. Oh, we were called here. I'm only here because I was called here. Second of all, you're talking about what is the fact that you're here. They're going to federal prison. That's the pattern of conduct. Understand how that very conduct easily escalates into what is a kidnapping by one who doesn't know their rights, doesn't know the law, has no idea what they are subject to, right? You don't know that the people are not separate actually from the law. The police officers who arrive, they're actually all demons who are monitoring together. This is demonic activity that you're surrounded by. But ignorant of that, you're not aware of that. And you also don't know the law. You also don't know your rights. You also don't know how to deal with what is the chicanery that people engage in, hoping that you're ignorant, engaging in little mind games, all right? Trying to see what you recall, trying to see if you actually know what's going on. This is the type of stuff that you're dealing with when you're dealing with criminals who are in positions such as law enforcement, and they are looking for a way to how they might be able to exploit that position, just seizing your person and harassing you and telling you they did it for one reason. And they expect you to never be able to figure out what happened anyway. All right. So like I said, that is something that is easily escalated. And I have documented that before into what is a kidnapping. While you are documenting an entity, that is federal prison. OK, period. You're right. You are addressing what is the tactic of a demon-possessed entity who is monitoring you, who is engaged in terrorism, and then summoning the police. You don't have any grounds to do that. You are the one subject to that pattern of conduct. You're the one subject to the P.O.C. So upon bringing that prima facie case, you are documenting what is the arrival of police. You document that, okay? The police arrived, and I was documenting, and you indeed have established the pattern of conduct. They're going to federal prison, period, point blank, okay? Because that is the pattern of conduct. That's a tactic, as I've shown you. This is an ongoing use that the entity uses to harass. All right. And while it is also a desperate form of arriving to engage in up and close and personal monitoring while they're surveilling you. Patty knew where I was before this heifer arrived. OK, she's pathetic, as is the agency. I've been documenting them all day, stalking under a fake sun. OK, and so you're talking about what is revealing what is demonic conduct, the conduct of a delusional psychopath that are the demon possessed. The demon possessed happen to be wearing uniforms of the Ontario Police Department. The demon possessed are identified as the people of the state, making threats like, well, you're going to hurt me. But see, I'm smarter than you. And so I'm just going to document that. OK, because you're going to federal prison for that. As Patty, and you're talking about the people of the state who are also documented engaging in an ongoing attempt to engage in kidnapping. This is attempted kidnapping every time they engage in that. That is what that is reasonably construed as, the entity that is hostile. Law enforcement serve a purpose of what is intimidation, what is obstruction of justice, engaging in what is fictitious authority under the law while they are in fact the criminals. That is an attempt to, and that is an attempt to not only terrorize, it is an ongoing attempt to kidnap, as the entity has engaged in numerous of times. Okay, Ontario PD have engaged in a pattern of that. All right, and that's just one aspect of the entity acting directly. So I wanted to go through all that because you are understanding this is a third party that just monitored themselves into federal prison. And as surely as I am sitting here speaking these words, that's as surely as that is going to come to fruition. They're going to federal prison. And I documented this. She's a courageous minion in relevant position under the fake sun. You're talking about what is going to be a silent, quiet little minion mouse in that federal court. All right. And she's going to federal prison for that. It's 3:54 p.m. And it's not just her, all of them together. Those third parties who you see in relevant position, engaging in terrorism, using children as activity creators, stalking and engaging and monitoring another out at the Ontario Town Square townhomes, and then engaging in what is criminal summoning while you're monitoring and you know that you're being documented. So in other words, the government that is placing you under surveillance is going to take it. You're going to take it and you're going to shut up. All right. And if you don't, you'll take what else is coming, because you are going to face justice, period. You're going to. All right. You are a stalker, and it's not going to change. It needs to be known who that stalker is. Not only is it Satan, you're talking about what Satan is using the government. The government is placing you under surveillance, and it's entirely demonic. All of the devices used, the methods employed in order to engage in that criminal system. It's 3:55 p.m. and I did capture that video. This is P.O.C. All right, stalking in the path with light activity. This is at Inland Conservatory of the Performing Arts. The minion, the red t-shirt, black cap, is at Wells Fargo on surveillance cameras. There's another one at the ATM they're monitoring, 92520M2. The license plate of that third party. He's looking at his communication device right now. They're on surveillance cameras. There's another Latino male with a dark blue t-shirt on, blue jeans, and gray and black tennis shoes. They're monitoring with the Inland Valley Conservatory. This is for the Performing Arts. This is a minion. I'm sorry, these are minions, and they're monitoring together. This is facilitation while I'm at the Ontario Town Square Townhomes. Excuse me, not the Ontario Town Square Townhomes, the Ontario Town Square, where this is creation of light activity around the perimeter of the property. So minions are group stalking using the Wells Fargo ATM as a means of stalking in the path, and doing so while they are creating that light activity. The venue, Lavos, they are monitoring. Those are demons. That church is not an actual church, by the way. It's actually a facilitating venue where they are engaging in using, for example, essentially the name of Jesus while they are engaged in demonic activities. 6FAE075, 8VQB326. All right, these demons creating light activity outside of the Inland Conservatory for the Performing Arts, 8EKS464, 8WIE392. These are all demons walking around in directed light as well while they're creating that light activity. All right, these are demons outside of what's supposed to be the performing arts. All right, license 5PXX874. And again, Lavos, this is the third party facilitating venue they're monitoring as well. License 7RIJ693. And by the way, it's currently 7:40 p.m. 8YTE502. 5XXR578. 8ZRH312. All right, these minions standing in front of what's supposed to be a church. They're in directed light, and they're holding their communication devices while they're monitoring as the demons that they are. And let me show you, actually, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a demonic environment in front of what's supposedly a church, okay? I'm looking at my multiple shadows on the ground. This is the demonic environment. This is P.O.C. And you'll see the minions. I captured their images, and you have what is, by the way, they're holding their communication devices. They're stalking in the path, and this is monitoring. This is ongoing surveillance. Again, this is called La Voz. This is P.O.C. It's currently 7:41 p.m. License plate. Directed light while this demon crosses path. All these demons in front of La Voz and the Conservatory for the Performing Arts are monitoring. This is license plate. Let's see. 7CMK928, 7EOE133, 8GZU283, 8PTA303, 7LDV338, 8CBF094, 8SOD286, 8NTY333, 7NSL226, 7PAF552, 8LDN742, 8JUU926, 8ACR500, license 8EKS464, 7PAU261, 6LNZ704, 7KSR171. Coming from the Conservatory for the Performing Arts, this demon license 7AJP039 with their underage little minion, engaging in demonic activity, monitoring with communication devices, and including children in that pattern of conduct, which is what the people of the state are doing anyway. This is a demon-possessed population. 7DGR514, 23876G3, 8EKS464, CB26L97, that's paper, 7ZBK796, 78324Y2, 7EON038, 8XVM482, LPL2133, 8PNX353, 8YAM070, 7WGW394. This is the same entity engaging in, including every single last one of them, including the minions at third-party facilitating venue La Voz. Okay, this is a Spanish-speaking, demon-possessed entity at a third-party facilitating venue in relevant position at what they want to call a church. Okay, criminal conduct of what are the demon-possessed at that venue, standing in front of their church, talking in their Spanish language, standing in directed light while demons are creating light activity, holding their communication devices. Okay, it was the exact same P.O.C. So I want to be clear. They are also documenting, I want to go the entity going out of its way to molest me with light while I'm sitting at that same big clock at the Ontario Town Square, 8SZG560, and the entity going out of its way to touch me. There are no headlights that are going to reach that distance. There is no vehicles driving on the Ontario Town Square that are going to reach that. The entity engages in this molestation, going out of their way to do that. Not only is this the sex offender, this is the stalker. They're all sitting around in relevant position, stalking with light like the Inland Conservatory of the Performing Arts are doing right now as I documented them. They're doing this the entire time. And so while I'm on my website and I'm uploading a map, because you need to look at a map, like I was pointing out, and look at how the fake sun today remained not just in Ontario, California, which is a scientific impossibility. Not just in Ontario, but you're looking at what is this morning, 8:14 in the morning. But as a matter of images, I started documenting for your eyes to see at 8:08 a.m. at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. Let me get the license, 8JDC 516, 8ZAA011. At the Ontario Museum of History and Arts at 225 South Euclid Avenue in Ontario. And as I remain at the Ontario Town Square, the fake sun is at the Ontario Town Square. You see that large light object in perfect alignment with the clock where my property is, sitting there, remaining in alignment with me, where I am, in Ontario, at the Ontario Town Square, which is, again, as you see on the map, it's on the opposite side of Hope Boulevard. License 88KV165. That is documentation of what is, again, shown through what is evidence, because this very demonic and scientifically impossible environment that I remain subject to because criminal conduct by government is underway. This is evidence of what is today, the fake sun remaining not just in the city of Ontario. This is over me from the museum to the Ontario Town Square. That's a block. That not going anywhere, remaining on the block all day long. That is the scientific impossibility. This is the documentation of the fake sun remaining over an address all day long. And this is also including the yesterday, which is the fake sun over the Ovid Family Community Library at 7:35 in the morning as I capture on video. Okay, so yesterday morning, if that was the actual sun, not last night and nor tonight would the actual sun ever at any time, just like I stated in that video today at 5:11 p.m. is the actual sun going to be present, visible anywhere in the visible space for me to capture on video at the end of the day at 5:11 p.m. That is a scientific impossibility. In addition to that, I am also using this time as that which you may use as a comparison, because at 5:11 p.m. I am standing at the Ontario Town Square at 5:11, and you have what is not going to be visible through while I'm standing, remaining in the property of, on the property inside of the building of the Upland Public Library. All right, I'm not able, in other words, to see the light source that is hovering directly over the storefront in perfect alignment with this big clock on the property of the Ontario Town Square, aiming light, which is in alignment with the property of the Ovid Family Community Library. As you can see that light touching over there, that's supposed to be sunlight. It's not. It's directed light. You're looking at directed light all over the property, and you have what is the appearance of light. Let me get this demon license. See, 6WVW204. Yeah, 6WVW206, excuse me. You have what is the entity keeping a fake sun in alignment with the large clock at Ontario Town Square. That's a marker. So you can see exactly where it's at. There's no comparison. There's no ability to misjudge with regard to perception of depth and distance. It isn't going anywhere. You wouldn't even see that object if that was the actual, so you wouldn't even see it. From the morning at 8:08 in the morning or 7:35 in the morning. Either one, you would not see that object. That's not the sun. It's impossibility. It's a scientific impossibility. This is Satan itself that is present. And let me be clear, directly relevant, as I documented in that video, what is, again, you're understanding the necessity, you're understanding the reality of what is documentation with regard to what is revealing the demonic environment. I'll say, so you're understanding this is not just making up some or preachy, like I'm just out here trying to preach that, which no, this is not about me. I'm not a preacher. I'm nobody's preacher. I could care less about that. I'm not consumed with that in the slightest. This is starting with what is documenting what is criminal. It is inevitable that you are addressing the demonic because this criminal conduct is of the demonic. You are getting to a pattern of conduct where the entity is keeping a light source over me. They're keeping light because the entity is stalking with light. Well, it's directly relevant. This conduct of stalking with light is demonic. It's rooted in that which is literally of Satan. That is directly relevant. And it's also relevant to see what is part of this criminal system. This is not the sun that's remaining over me all day long, let alone remaining over me as I remain on the same block today. Okay? So at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day. So you are witnessing what is inevitable to be revealed with regard to this documentation. You are understanding the necessity of what is legislation to address what is conduct of a government through a people, and their condition is directly tied to that criminal system. The entity is stalking with communication devices. This is referred to as what is surveillance. And the people of the state are doing that. And the people of the state are of a specific condition doing that. And this is documentation today of what is the kidnapper that engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring and obstruction of justice on June 18, 2021, where the entity today engaged in criminal summoning because while they are criminally surveilling me, they are just mad about the fact that I'm documenting them. And they are going to federal prison. The direct evidence of what is not possibly the sun remaining over me today, 7XMF091, this minion is going to be prosecuted for what is an attempted kidnapping, engaging in what is terrorism. They're acting as one entity. Let me be clear. Police officers engaging in interstate stalking under the condition of demon possession, their sole role is to engage in what is terrorism, kidnapping the entity. They are operating under fictitious authority under the law. They're engaged in criminal conduct, first of all. Second of all, they are demon-possessed, engaging in criminal conduct. These are demons that are then using their positions as law enforcement and then acting as though they are ordinary officers of the law, engaging in what is the ordinary conduct of a police officer. And they're not. They're engaged in surveillance. They already know who you are, where you are, what you're doing. Then you're talking about the criminal system, the partnership with the people of the state, calling the police on you. You can say that I actually stole a candy bar from you and call the police. All right. First of all, the police already know what you stole, what you didn't steal. These psychopaths who are demon-possessed, placing you under surveillance, then arrive. This is means for them to come and surveil you personally. And then they are engaging in what is the escalation of a non-situation. Starting at the outset, it is criminal on the part of the government. So you have this kidnapper, S. Patty of the Ontario Police Department, who is present, as I documented on my podcast. She is going to federal prison for engaging in criminal summoning. Criminal summoning is a criminal act of the people and law enforcement together. Why is that? Because the entity is monitoring together. So you have what is the people doing their part, calling the police, and then police following through, arriving pursuant to that call. And on the outside, it's supposed to appear as though the police don't know what's going on. They're being called. They're being summoned somewhere. The police need to arrive in order to, do their job, protect somebody, execute the law. 8 TEF 568. All right. This is the fictitious exercise of authority under the law. All right. And so you're a criminal in this regard. You're a criminal while you're engaging in interstate stalking. This pattern of conduct is already established when you are understanding also what is the environment. It's directly relevant the fact that this is not possibly the sun. It's a scientific impossibility. And this is the pretext to what is the arrival of a law enforcement officer who has also engaged in previous acts of kidnapping. S. Patty engaged in more than one act of kidnapping. All right. July 2020 and also June 18, 2021. All right, and so I want to be clear, this is while I am publishing the map on my website today, which is already published for today, and I will be adding the video documentation, but I've added the names and the titles. The video will be published as soon as possible. All of the images that I captured are already published. Images are equally probative with regard to the presence of the fake sun that remains over my head, and I was documenting on my podcast the whole time when I captured video and the times when I captured a picture, for example, at 10:19 in the morning when the fake sun is supposedly over the Upland Public Library. No, that's not possibly the case. While I'm standing at campus and Hope Boulevard, in the city of Ontario, where I remained all day, and the fake sun's right there over me where I'm standing at the church's chicken. No, it is not. The actual sun is not over any roof of the Upland Public Library. It is mutually exclusive. It is a scientific impossibility. So these are what I captured. And so with regard to these images, you are listening to the podcast, and this is where the time that I'm citing and I'm taking those pictures. The pictures themselves are, the names are, the time is the literal timestamp. All right, and so this is the ongoing chronology with regard to the stalking with this light source. And this is revealed as I am documenting this pattern of conduct. This is an ongoing act. You're talking about what is federal prison for the people of the state. Law enforcement officers exercising fictitious authority. This is an attempt to engage in kidnapping. You are at the outset arriving pursuant to what is interstate stalking, and then you are present representing a threat by virtue of your identity, and then seeking to engage in what is none other than, there is nothing legitimate about the arrival of law enforcement as federal group stalking and monitoring is underway. And this is what is necessary to understand. This is an entity that is hostile to being documented upon arrival, upon summoning, upon arrival. You are talking about what is an intent. There is no other purpose for law enforcement while they are engaging in interstate stalking to then approach you pursuant to what is the summoning by a third party who is monitoring you, and they're monitoring together. There is no other purpose other than to engage in what is criminal with regard to harassment. You are harassing and you are terrorizing with regard to your identity. And then you're engaging in what is surveillance, and you are present, which is facilitation by the people who are monitoring together, all because you're hostile, because you're documented, which you're going to be documented. And you're talking about what is an attempt to engage in not only intimidation, this is harassment, it is ongoing terrorism, and it is also relevant to what is an attempted kidnapping. The demon-possessed, the law enforcement agencies that are engaging in interstate stalking are of this condition of demon possession, are consumed with, okay, obstruction of justice. All right, they know that you're documenting. The intent is to obstruct that, to stop that, to deter that, to harass you and stop you from doing that. It is entirely criminal as law enforcement are summoned, and it is entirely criminal as they then arrive. It is the criminal teamwork of the entity, and you are talking about what is indeed the grounds of federal prison. So as I'm capturing this scientifically impossible environment above the Overfamily Community Library at 7:35 in the morning, over me, all right, at that venue, over me at 8:14 in the morning at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts at 225 South Euclid Avenue in the city of Ontario, never advancing north up Euclid Avenue at all whatsoever, which flies in the face of what I document day in and day out when I'm going north up Euclid Avenue into the city of Upland and remaining there. But not today. You're talking about what is an impossibility in that regard as well. You clearly see the object. It is not at the same time remaining everywhere all the same time, which is what you are impliedly stating that is the case. 19281 F2, when you are keeping a light source over, this is what defies common sense. All right, it defies common sense, and it is literally that scientific impossibility. It is asininity. All right, and so, but let me be clear, this asininity as it's documented is the direct evidence with which law enforcement officers are going to federal prison. Now let me be clear, S. Patty is going to federal prison because she engaged in kidnapping on more than one occasion. And it is also an act to intimidate and to threaten, while that officer that is engaged in that documented act of kidnapping then arrives pursuant to criminal summoning. License 8LEV605, 8GU U003. So all of this is what is reasonably construed from this conduct which is documented today. And today was a day of the alleged sun, right? It's clearly not the sun, but the alleged sun, which you are deducing the fact that it's not the sun based on what I'm going to say, the alleged sun rising in Ontario and setting on the opposite side in the same block in Ontario, 5:11 p.m., which again is not even going to be present, visible through any property in the city of Upland. And so what does this represent? 6EQR212. The light source is moving from the city of Ontario over me. As I go to the city of Upland, it would never be present, and it is not present at the same time, nor is it visible through the property windows of Upland Public Library, as it is remaining over in a perfect alignment with me at the Ontario Town Square, which is steps away from the Overfamily Community Library, where this light source is present over me at 7:35 in the morning. I mean, in every way that you were looking at it, this is an impossibility. And so this is what prefaces, this is what I captured. And so I want to document, this is the same environment where these demons at Lavos are holding their communication devices. I'm being molested with directed light. Demons are surrounding the building, stalking with lights using their vehicles. This is the same exact environment, and this is indeed the pattern of conduct that is ceaselessly underway, and the same entity engaging in molesting me with directed light while I am uploading a map onto my website in order that you will see vividly what is literally the street that the fake sun remained on what is the south side of Hope Boulevard this morning to what is the north side of Hope Boulevard this evening at 5:11 p.m. All right, it is currently 7:57 p.m. This is P.O.C. at the venue of Stater Brothers, where I heavily documented the fake sun is over the venue this morning. Excuse me. Upon my arrival, hold on, let me get these third parties. You have the minions just lined up. While I'm walking through AGUU003 is just crossing path again. License 6EQR212, 8TWJ463, 5NFW473, 8PTM910, 7NLK321, 8XGA967, BM52S09, paper. License 4X17238, 8NNE206, 7UDR151, 7PAE846. And so, like I'm stating, this entity engaging in criminal activity together, not only is S. Patty going to federal prison, she's going to be prosecuted as a sex offender that she is. She is molesting me as the same entity that she is acting as a part of, acting directly of the same as a part of the same entity, 7LEH448, while the entity is touching me while I'm sitting next to this big clock on the grounds of the Ontario Town Square with impossible light activity just moving all over my breast area while I'm uploading a map onto my website. 8CEA326. 7SOW591, AW43B39, that's paper. 7XIN764, and that's the sort of desperation that this entity engages in, wanting to be even, and that's exactly what these demons engaged in. They lose, okay? You're willing to even go to federal prison. That's how much, and this is what's sad, because you lose, all right? You lose, period. You're willing to go to federal prison because that's what's going to happen. All right, so this is exactly what they engaged in today at the Ontario Town Square. You have what is engaging in a method of monitoring. That's what that's about. Criminal summoning is about the ongoing P.O.C. It is a method of continuing the pattern of conduct, doing so in an incredibly threatening manner. All right, law enforcement are only engaged in that P.O.C. visibly and personally to engage in a threat to your liberty. All right, to harass and to terrorize, intimidate, deter prosecution. It's obstruction of justice. All right, it is currently 8 p.m. on the dot. This is P.O.C. Molesting 7NLK321 and 4PIN785. EDDIE85 and Stater Brothers. My legs are appearing. That's specifically my legs appearing behind a column. This is impossible light activity that my legs are appearing. This is part of my anatomy. The shadow of that, of my legs appearing on the wall. This is speaking to what is directed light. It's just being scattered about. And while you are pushing around carts, this is the pattern of conduct. It's facilitation. All these minions are monitoring together. I just want to speak to that. Eddie, EDDIE85. This demon pulls up in order to touch me with light as I engage in change of conduct. So I'm walking. I stop walking in order to put something in my bag. This demon pulls up. This is stalking activity, and this is the intent to touch. 302 UP. That's a handicap. 8N. DM513. Alrighty, again, that's Eddie. Good thing his name is on his license plate, even though I already know that demon by documentation. That's how you can identify those demons. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, and EDDIE85 is driven by a female right now. They're on surveillance camera entering and exiting. It is, by the way, 8:17 p.m. on surveillance cameras of Stater Brothers, 7VEC138, specifically walking out what is the west entrance on that surveillance camera, entering and exiting. 8HOY787, 8BEY719. It is 8:17 p.m. BADCHIK, I doubt it. 8ZLK757, 7PAE846. I find it hilarious how demons lie to themselves, boy. Whew. Anyway, 8WEM616, 65359K3. Yes, I did not read that one already. And currently, anyway, it's at 8:18 p.m. This is P.O.C. 8YEE024, 5PRL155, 6NAW203, 34090Y1, 7NLT378. Thank you. 7JAU 484. It's 8:19 p.m. 8ZFTO33. 8XUB 98L. These are sex offenders molesting on the street of Bonita at Holt. 4ZLM 655. It's 8:21 p.m. The Ontario Police Group stalking at First Baptist Church that I documented today. Fake sun over me at that venue. They are loitering in relevant position at that venue right now. It is a third-party facilitating venue. The Ontario Police are loitering in relevant position. Let me be clear. They are monitoring while I am in the bathroom while my panties are down. I speak that explicitly because that's a sexual violence that they are engaging in while ceaseless surveillance is underway. Sitting around being demons and listening to one who they are surveilling pull my panties off. All right? That's what they're doing. They are doing so in relevant position, and then the demons are monitoring with the people of the state, pulling over a minion, a third party, sitting them on the sidewalk, using their police lights while they're all together demons and directed light. All right, this is the criminal activity of the law enforcement agencies engaging in federal stalking with the people of the state. They are in relevant position at what is, again, third-party facilitated venue of I believe this is First Christian Church. I'll get the name of it right now. License 6TJH419. And this is where this third party is molesting me on Bonview, on Bonita. All right, this is facilitating conduct. This is P.O.C. It is 8:23 p.m. Alrighty, it is currently 8:23 p.m. License 1546951, 8PHE680. That's the third party monitoring with Ontario Police. License 1567633. That's vehicle 217. This is Upland Police on the in the city of Ontario, monitoring with Ontario Police. License 1576659, and that is Ontario Police vehicle number 1099. Alrighty, capturing video again of all of the demons that are Ontario and Upland Police and the people of the state. Again, these third parties, 8PHE680, Ontario Police 1591718, Upland Police, again, license 1567633, and Ontario Police 1576659. This is P.O.C. You've got the third parties acting. That is the people of the state acting with law enforcement while they are demons together, stalking in the path with light. You see the demons that are the Ontario Police using their flashlights. They're creating light activity. You see the shadows of their persons on the building of the church and possible light activity. You see the shadows on the side of the vehicles, while you also see the shadows, their shadows on the ground and possible light activity. You see me with two shadows on both sides of me and possible light activity. This is demonic conduct. This is law enforcement engaging in interstate stalking. Let me be clear. This is also going toward what is S. Patty, who is going to federal prison. This is the demon who arrived today pursuant to criminal summoning, monitoring with the people of the state, just like you see on this video, monitoring with the people of the state. That's what law enforcement does. That's what their role is. This is a communication of a threat by an entity that is monitoring my documentation. You want to give your name, sir?
No.
No? You don't? Well, you're a public servant. Can I get your name?
Go ahead.
Can I get your name, sir?
Go ahead.
Can I get your name? What is your name? You're with Upland Police, right? What's your name? You don't want to give your name while you have two shadows? You don't want to give your name? Okay. That's Upland Police denying their name. That's a public servant. All right. Proud to serve. Don't sound too proud to me. License. Again, Upland Police 1567633. This is P.O.C. All right. I'll see you later, minions. That's P.O.C. That's demonic activity. So I want to be clear. That is speaking to what is the demon possession of law enforcement agencies and their role. The pattern of conduct, sitting around with third parties who are demon possessed as well, who are monitoring with communication devices as well, who are engaging in that criminal system together. All right. So you're talking about what is supposed to look like on the surface as though they are on two different teams. Law enforcement exercising authority under the law to what is, again, contrary to what your interests are. But in the reality, these are demons who are engaging in criminal conduct together, and maliciously so. And this is shown through what is the impossible light. These demons and their condition is revealed through that demonic environment. First of all, I have two shadows, like I broke down, and their shadows are appearing upright on the body of the vehicle. You see it moving while there is no light that would cause that. He is not moving, the shadow is moving. That is speaking to what is the movement of directed light. Directed light is none other than a manner for me to articulate to you what is necessarily occurring, which is unnatural. All right, meaning there's no headlights aiming toward his person to project his shadow on the car door. And also, if that was the case, headlights, even if that was the case, which is not, you see the headlights that are driving toward me on this side, on the side of the street that I'm on, but you see with simultaneity, the officer's shadow is moving in the opposite direction of the vehicle. That is not going to occur by vehicle driving by you. It is a simultaneous creation of activity. This is dynamic light. This is light activity, and that's demonic. All right. These are minions telling of their condition. These are minions telling of their condition while in the position of law enforcement. It is literally an admission while you are paying attention to that environment. And I'm pointing it out while it's occurring. So you have what are the demon possessed of the Upland Police, the demon possessed of the Ontario Police, the demon possessed the people of the state who are sitting there on their communication devices monitoring with law enforcement, standing outside of the car, creating light activity using their hazard lights, light activity via directed light. Large shadows are appearing on the building of what's supposed to be a church. Let me be clear, that's demonic activity. Calling the venue, again, like I said earlier, doesn't mean anything. It means absolutely nothing. Okay? Like I said, this is an intent to engage in an ongoing threat. While they are listening to me document the fact, S. Patty is going to federal prison. She's not the only one going to federal prison. She's going to federal prison on several grounds as well. And you have what is this is the conduct of demons who lose, all right? They've already lost. This is a show of hostility. You will go to federal prison for that as well, okay? Let me be clear. Understand what the role is. Just like I explained it to you, you saw it in this video, which I'll be publishing as soon as possible. You see it in the video. They are doing nothing other than engaging in interstate stalking with the people of the state. And they are going out of their way to do so visibly before me in relevant position in order to communicate a threat. All right, so you're talking about what is relevant positioning regardless of what way that I walk. Okay, so you want to think ahead. Well, how do they know which way? First of all, they're stalking. They're stalking in the path. Okay, so even if I were to walk, for example, down Vesta, you're talking about what is, first of all, the creation of directed light. The entity is stalking with light. And so you're talking about what is the use of blue and red light. And stalking with that light activity is also the communication of that threat. So while I'm way down, regardless of which way that I walk, you're talking about what is the appearance of directed light, which is going to be the color blue and red. All right, so this is the intent. Let me be clear. The entity engages in, as I have already shown, the sex offender, that is the entity. Stalking with light is the demonic and criminal objective. You're talking about the communication of a threat through the conduct of directed light. All right, so while the entity is listening, 7 BIC 475 and this minion with no license plate on their vehicle at Sam's Liquor, 7 ZTM 022, they do have a license plate. 4BTE 883. And Fiesta Motors, who I documented earlier, light activity, facilitating light activity on their property. And I documented them, the fake sun over me at this intersection earlier today. Light activity created using that property, flickering lights. It's not a malfunction, it's demonic. All right, and so it is called light activity. So you have what is the entity listening to me document this. I captured it on video. And let me also break down all the way, this is common sense. Where I am a block up at the Ontario Town Square and you're encountering law enforcement, they are in the same environment where there is not the actual sun, where the scientific impossibility is ongoing in the neighborhood. Let me be clear, the police are in no way exempted. They are in the neighborhood where there is a fake sun that's remaining over the target individual. These are the demon possessed. But not only that, I'm capturing video of what is demonstrating, the police demonstrating their demon possession. Directed light, their projected shadows upright at a distance away. This is all impossible light. I am being molested in this demonic environment with this light for the criminal purpose of monitoring. They are demonstrating their demon possession. That's why the demonic environment is there. Targeting one who is not of that condition. That's me. All right, so I want to be clear. They are doing nothing other than stalking. And they're stalking together as an entity, third parties with law enforcement. And then you have Upland going out of their way to come to Ontario and engage in, partake in being documented. Partaking in. 7ZOV 543. Go ahead, partake in it. All right, so you want to engage in, they're going to wind up in federal prison as well. Kidnapping is not the only grounds for federal prison for law enforcement officers. All right, they are on very, very thin ice, law enforcement. They have so many inappropriate ways of engaging in. You're talking about the government, which shall be barred from engaging in any means of intimidation, obstruction of justice, in other words, which is the sole role of the police where federal group stalking and monitoring is underway. So you are cutting that off at the chase. Every tactic that is engaged in, because that is all that they are doing. The demon possessed, that are the police, their role, period, is to engage in obstruction of justice. That is what all that, that is all that they serve. It's criminal conduct underway. And so you have Satan that's in positions, and their position as law enforcement, their whole role is to obstruct justice. All right, and you're talking about demons that are in this position, exploiting that role that they're in because their demon possession is not physically perceived. Well, it's not a secret anymore. So while you're a demon engaging in interstate stalking, facilitating this system with the people of the state, you're going to be prosecuted as a criminal that you are. You're exercising fictitious authority under the law. So while you're exercising that fictitious authority, and then you are engaging in what is abuse of the legal process, and then engaging in what is everything that precipitates from that, that's exactly what you could be prosecuted for. That's exactly how you're going to be prosecuted. That's exactly what they're doing. All right? That's exactly what you are doing. So you have the entity engaging in this, and this is a very rich video. It's even so rich because you're talking about the criminals that are law enforcement. Ironic, right? You're talking about what are the criminals engaging in that criminal activity with the people of the state, as opposed to what is the law enforcing what would be lawful conduct. You have law enforcement, the position, that's it. They're not genuine. They're criminals. And law enforcement officers engaging in criminal activity with the people, all of them demon possessed, and they're doing it on the grounds of a church. And it's demonic. I mean, you're talking about what is just rich with irony. All right, but anyway, this is what I captured on video. It is currently 8:36 p.m. 8 PRA 613. I will be publishing that as soon as possible. And let me also, like I was stating, because I mean it. And it's not just a matter of me meaning it and me being passionate. I mean, this logically follows. I just got through documenting, showing you again today what is the scientific impossibility. The fake sun remained in the city of Ontario, not just the city of Ontario, on the block of Hope Boulevard. Hope Boulevard, not the Hope Boulevard that runs all the way into Pomona. Hope Boulevard in between Transit and Euclid. That's it. That is it in Ontario. That is a scientific impossibility. Where this is the case, you are talking about what is the P.O.C. Everybody is tainted with this condition. Every single last one of them. It's a system. It's a state system. So you were talking about then what is literally the delusional psychopath. Sitting around on a corner, using your flashlight, excuse me, I can go. Using your lights on your police vehicles as though, first of all, this is what I mean by delusional. You are, first of all, highly documented already. And second of all, you're not separate from what's being documented. An entity is being documented. You're not separate from that. The fact that there was a fake sun, and that's by necessity, this supernatural occurrence, this phenomenon, this scientific impossibility of what is the fake sun directly speaks to what they are doing 24 hours a day. It doesn't stop. It's not just during the day. All right. And so this is what I mean by delusional. Okay. Anyway, this is a video that I will publish, and it is speaking directly to what is necessary with regard, as a matter of justice, with regard to the people of the state, law enforcement, what S.I.I.S, what her criminal objective. Let me get these sex offenders at the light. 8JBN 645, and we've got more coming to molest. 8UUV 657. Let me get these. 7WUY 047. I'm sorry, 7WUY 407, I believe. No, 047. 7F68193. So you drive over here in front of me and then stops and honks. Okay? This is the Latino male. You ship him out if he's not a natural born citizen. 7F68193. It is currently 8:39 p.m. He drives in front of me and then slows down. He sees me from a distance. He turns the signal on, and then he stops in front of me. While I am documenting license plates, but my point is that you clearly see me. So drive around like you're starting to do, or what? Okay, this is what I'm saying. And aside from that, they're all stalking, and they're know that they're being documented. So, like I said, anyway, I'm not going to entertain the delusional nonsense. This is. Documentation. These are sex offenders molesting at what is Holt and Euclid. The documentation I've already shown you. The directed light that touches on the back, on the wall, the brick wall. These demon shadows, impossible light, just like what happened with Upland and Ontario Police right now on the building of that church. That's exactly what they're doing here. That's the demonic pattern. This is surrounding with directed light. 7UYD 710. License. Hold on. 13069V2. So Anyway, it is currently 8:40 p.m. and I will just let I'm giving you the analysis, but like I said, my point is, this is the entity hovering over 150 amplified audible activity. The entity is engaging in what is conduct that is speaking to what is an ongoing pattern of conduct that was underway when Patty approached me at the Ontario Town Square, and just like you saw then, she's present pursuant to criminal summoning. This is the criminal teamwork. That's literally what they just illustrated again in the video. These demons are monitoring together. Another iteration of that facilitation is when that same entity calls the police. They're monitoring together, and they're doing it in that same demonic environment. You saw it right now in this video that I captured. All manner of directed light. These demons are standing. Their shadows are upright on the car doors, and their shadows are on the ground. These are scientific impossibilities, okay, with regard to the light activity that surrounds them. While then it flies in the face of what you're wearing. You're wearing a police uniform, and you think somebody's supposed to forget about the fact that your shadow is being cast on a building across the street. That's very relevant. That's very, very relevant to what's wrong with you and to what you are actually doing. Thinking you are not above any suspicion because you're wearing a police uniform. To the contrary, we're going to hone in even more on that because of the uniform that you're wearing, all right? And because you were in the neighborhood where the fake sun remained over me all day long, you are already tainted. You have no legitimacy. This is what I'm saying with regard to the delusional psychopath that are the demon-possessed. License, and that's exactly what I just documented. That's exactly what I just documented. License, let me just cross the street. 6N25712. Anyway, let me get this license plate before I go. This is BU47L52 paper. And again, you're paying attention to everything, not only the impossible light activity, the multiple shadows of these demons, the third parties who are monitoring, those who are pulled over, all right? They're monitoring as well. This is ongoing light activity creation, and they're disengaging in what is another appearance for the same conduct. Demons are concerned with looking a certain way. They're looking like they're being pulled over, like this is police and ordinary traffic term, whatever you want to call it. This is what it looks like on the surface. You're dealing with demonic activity, and what is revealing with regard to that demonic activity, it's evidence the same. You are capable, in other words, the objective evidence is visible for you to see, and you are deducing what is demon possession. All right, demon possession, again, no respecter of person. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter what position you hold. It's relevant with regard to what position you shall be snatched out of based on the threat that you pose as a psychopath, a delusional one, a demon-possessed one. All right, engaging in criminal conduct. Federal group stalking and monitoring is engaged in by none other than the demon-possessed, period. It is exclusive. It is that exclusive. It is the conjuring up. It is done by what is Satan itself. Satan present in the environment, and Satan is using people. Demonic activity is very real. That's the bottom line. All right, it's currently 8:43 p.m. And so this is the same entity engaging in molestation. I've already crossed the street, Hope Boulevard in Euclid, going to the museum where this entity is stalking. All right, and I love it. You heard Officer Gerber. I play that tape, play it over and over again. I addressed it in that video as well. This officer begins yelling my name. First of all, let me be clear. He is not concerned about my safety. He's monitoring me. He is threatening my life. Second of all, while he is engaging in the form of get out of the street, you're going to hit, they're stalking. Understand that. This is not some threat to what is ignorance. You know, you're going to get hit because they don't see you. No, they're stalking. They know I'm here. They're driving by because they're stalking with that officer. And what do you hear that officer saying? He's saying my name over and over again. This is an admission. And he even stated a lie. We've met 10 times. That's a lie. And I documented this before. The Ontario police specifically engage in this, stating, oh, we've met tons of times. No, we haven't. They are lying. But let me be clear. Not only are they lying, you can state whatever you want. It doesn't matter. It's not a mystery, and it's not going to remain a mystery. When they're uttering these lies, that's also relevant to their prosecution and the absence of any legitimacy. They are lying, though. But that's not even central. I just want you to note that. First of all, he's lying. And second of all, you have what is his admission by yelling out my name over and over again. Erica, Erica, Erica. And I find that striking. But let me be clear. Don't be distracted. That was audible activity, okay? He starts yelling my name while I'm being molested with light. While they are all stalking, they're crossing paths. The Ontario police and the Upland police and those third parties that are engaging in the P.O.C. via the appearance of a traffic stop or whatever you want to call that, their a search, whatever, it's P.O.C. And they're doing it through what is the outward appearance of what is supposed to be the lawful execution of a police officer's duty. They're engaged in criminal monitoring. All right, and all the elements are present. The hallmarks are present. All right, and so you have what is his yelling my name over and over again. That's an admission. He knows exactly who I am, not only because he admitted my name by saying it over and over again, which is audible activity. He's using that as while he's monitoring me. I'm being molested. He's in relevant position. Directed light is all around, and yelling my name over and over again under the guise of you're protecting my safety while they're stalking altogether. The police are stalking, and the third parties that are patrolling that he wants to protect me from them hitting as though they are ignorant of my presence. They know exactly where I am. They are driving by in order to engage in the P.O.C. with the police. Okay? So this is the breakdown of the reality of what's going on. But it is the audible activity creation. Understand that. And he is uttering my name. We are not friends. We do not know each other. And Gerber, this is the same Officer Gerber. He is the one that arrived with Officer Jay Burnett. That was the first time that I have encountered him. I asked him his name. Who did I recognize? Officer Jay Burnett. Okay, while Officer Jay Burnett was standing in the background and I was talking to the other officers, I know him, and you're talking about what is Officer Gerber telling me his name. Did you hear me talk about him like I knew him before, like I knew his badge number? When Burnett said his name, I said his badge number because I know exactly who he is. All right, so like I said, Gerber's lying, and Gerber is stating my name in a matter revealing great familiarity. And let me be clear, not only is this the case because of directed light, all right, this is the identity of a stalker, a demon-possessed one. And you are talking about what is the P.O.C. underway by law enforcement. And you're talking about also familiarity based on the fact that you are of this condition. And so this is what, it's not just the fact that you're stating my name. We met one time, and actually in their alternate universe where the entity wants to deny the existence of federal group stalking and monitoring, you're talking about what is the entities. In their alternate universe, Gerber and I, as a matter of documentation as well, I documented on podcast when he was present pursuant to criminal summoning. And the entity, which Gerber represents, this is the first time we met. So there is I'm documenting him. There should be nothing extraordinary, though, about our encounter when he arrived pursuant to criminal summoning for no damn reason. Excuse my expression. But they just showed up. We got an excuse to show up. That's exactly what they do. All right? And that's what they did. They arrived. Seek to try to escalate a situation, a non-situation, all right, when there's no violation of the law. And let me be clear, the ordinary target individual may even steal a candy bar from the local 7-Eleven. The government already knows you stole it. They're monitoring you. We are not going to be mistaken with regard to who is the criminal. You are aware of information. You are knowledgeable of information, that which you are obtaining criminally. You are acquiring it criminally. All right. So you are going to understand that. You're not going to be distracted by that. While the entity wants to engage in the fictitious exercise of authority, all right, they're placing you under surveillance under the guise of what is the fallacy of free society. You have what is essentially how is the system working. The entity exercising, I put this in air quotes, restraint with regard to what it already knows, but knows that it can explain things that, yes, it does know, but it has to have something objective in order to demonstrate why it knows it. Not the fact that this is a system of surveillance, and this is a system of what is a demon-possessed entity that knows what you're doing, knows what's going on, knows when you stole the candy bar, all right, but for having you on surveillance camera, but for some third party stating that they witnessed it or something like that, something objective, these demons may very well know, but there is no way that they can demonstrate it because, let me be clear, this demon-possessed population seeks to maintain concealment, all right? This is the purpose. That includes law enforcement, all right? You are operating under the fallacy of a constitutionally governed system, all right, court system. When the reality is that they already know what's going on. They already know. And there are the entity acting pursuant to this knowledge. And so, like I said, with regard to Gerber arriving on that night that he did, this is, I believe this is February 3rd. It's the beginning of February when Burnett arrives at the vehicle outside where this minion that I documented at 7:38 in the morning at 6:30. My friend, this is the same minion that I told her that now you're going to federal prison, all right, for criminal summoning. That's the pattern of conduct, all right. So the government engages in a pattern of seeking to obstruct justice, seeking to harass, seeking to engage in any way of literally attempting to kidnap, which is in any way that it can show hostility, harass and obstruct your documentation efforts, your prosecutorial efforts. And so you're going to address that. That's necessary. It's the entity summoning itself. That's what the people represent. So these psychopaths, these delusional psychopaths who are acting as one, as though they are separate, separate meaning I'm calling the police who don't know what's going on. This is the implications of this conduct. They're delusional psychopaths. They're one entity. They're engaged in surveillance together. The entity is summoning itself. That is the criminal act of criminal summoning. This is a federal crime on behalf of third parties. It's a federal crime on behalf of the state that acts directly arriving. Okay, even when third parties often third parties don't necessarily have to summon the entity too. So criminal summoning is laid out with regard to the methods of that act of facilitation. That's what it is. That's the bottom line. But I just wanted to point that out with regard to Gerber's great familiarity. You see how he's saying my name and says it not 100, it says it tons of times. And not only, there's a couple of things. So let me point this out. He wants to be both a distraction. I'm documenting them. All right. So Erica, get out the way. First of all, this demon wants to be a distraction from what I'm documenting, but also it's audible activity. I'm being molested. And it is also an admission as to your knowledge of exactly who I am. I mean, he didn't hesitate. He didn't say, what's your name? And there's no reason why he would, there was nothing significant about our encounter outside when he arrived pursuant to criminal summoning. There was nothing. So why is my name so clear in your mind? All right, because he's lying. We have not met 10 times. That was a straight up audible activity, lying. Okay. So anyway, I just want to point that out as well. It is currently 8:51 p.m. This is P.O.C.